If there is no need in the future, do not provoke the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. After the group of peak races saw the message from Wuxia, their experts gave an order. Unless it was absolutely necessary, do not provoke the Dragon Palace. Firstly, in their opinion, the potential of the Dragon King was too great and the speed of his improvement was too monstrous. According to their experts' guesses, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace should have obtained the top-tier inheritance of the Divine Dragon Clan. It was even possible that he had obtained the inheritances of several former top-tier Dragon Kings. One had to know that the peak Divine Dragon Clan had several top-tier existences back then. Not to mention the Water Dragon King. The Five Elements Dragon King and the Light Dark Dragon King were the few experts among the peak races. The Dragon Palace Dragon King must have obtained an incredible inheritance. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so strong. Under the current circumstances, if he could avoid provoking the Dragon Palace, he wouldn't. After all, the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan had learned a bloody lesson. I really didn't expect the Dragon Palace Dragon King to have grown to such a level. The experts from the Elf Clan were slightly shocked when they saw the news. When I first met the Dragon King, he was still far away from the Universe Ruler realm. I didn't expect that he could easily kill a level 6 Universe Ruler now. I've only broken through to the level 2 Universe Ruler realm now. Life Sound Arrow said to the Great Elves with a slight sigh and slowly shook his head. The Dragon King has sent these battle results to the communication stone plate. I reckon that the two peak races are going to be completely enraged. They should be using their true strength now, or they might even join forces. A great elf said. Since the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dares to send them out, he must have some trump cards. He's not afraid of the Angel and Phoenix clans. TSK, I really don't know how far the Dragon King can push the Angel and Phoenix clans. Another great elf shook his head with a smile on his face. Hoo. This Dragon King deserves to die. At the same time, the Angels and Phoenixes were filled with anger compared to the shock and excitement of the other peak races. The third prince looked at the information on the communication stone plate and his aura exploded. His expression was ferocious. The losses of the Angel clan were too heavy, not only in their territory in the Aurora domain but also in other places. These corpses seemed to be slapping him in the face. Ever since he dealt with the Dragon King, nothing had gone smoothly. In order to deal with the Dragon Palace, he had sacrificed all the subsidiary races of the Angel clan. In order to deal with the Dragon King, he had used up a lot of resources. Now, the entire Angel race had suffered a lot of losses. There were more than 300 experts of the Angel race. This responsibility lay with him. Third Prince, the elders want you to go to the exit of the Universe Passage and talk. Talk about destroying the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At this moment, an angel from the side said to the Third Prince, I know. The Third Prince's face darkened as he took a deep breath. He got up and headed directly to the location of the 9 Origin Universe and the Universe Passage. He flew in the void and contacted the Green River Water Phoenix. This time, the Green River Water Phoenix was also in a difficult situation. The Angel race didn't only have the Angels of Light. The Phoenix clan didn't only have the Water Phoenix clan. They had to bear the consequences of this incident. The Green River Water Phoenix also received information from the clan. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had sent such a message on the communication stone plate. This was a blatant provocation. If they still couldn't destroy the Dragon Palace, then their two peak races would be greatly humiliated. Now, the Dragon Palace had to be destroyed and they had to do it as quickly as possible. The two peak races couldn't afford to lose face. 10 years later, the Third Prince and the Green River Water Phoenix appeared at the entrance of the World Passageway. A group of disciples from the Angel race and Phoenix race gathered around them. At a glance, there were at least dozens of universe overlords at level 7 and above. Third Prince. The Third Prince flew over. A dark angel of the Angel clan looked at him and shouted faintly, Elder. The Third Prince bowed and cupped his hands. He didn't dare to be disrespectful to the Elder, and it was the Elder of the Dark Angel clan. His identity wasn't of much use to the Elder of the Dark Angel clan. Tell me, what's going on with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Don't hide anything. The Elder of the Dark Angel asked faintly. When the third prince heard that, his expression instantly turned ugly. The surrounding angels stared at him and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Some of our clansmen can't die without knowing why. If the third prince doesn't say anything, then we'll follow the rules of the angel clan. The elder of the dark angel looked at him and continued to speak calmly. Elder, the Green River Phoenix of the Phoenix clan and I have discovered that if we can find 9 universe ruler-level divine dragons with 9 attributes, we might be able to open the treasures of the divine dragon island. The third prince immediately said. His expression was extremely ugly. At this time, he didn't dare to hide anything. If he still didn't say something, he wouldn't be able to bear the punishment of the angel clan. He would become a puppet-like battle angel. Oh! The elder of the dark angel raised his eyebrows, and a surprised expression appeared on his face. He looked at the third prince and said, "This matter was provoked by you, third prince, so you have to solve it yourself. You can use the 7th level ruler of the angel clan, and take this." As he spoke, a strange bell flew to the third prince. The outside of the clock was made of light dragon scales, while the inside of the clock had a black needle that looked like the bones of a divine dragon. The entire clock emitted a strange and mysterious energy. Dragon finger clock. When the third prince saw it, his eyebrows jumped and he immediately put it away. This was a very powerful treasure that also had a mysterious effect. Within 100,000 years, you must destroy the Dragon King. Otherwise, third prince, you will still be punished. The elder of the dark angel continued. Yes, elder. Within 100,000 years, I will definitely destroy the Dragon King. I only need 5 angels who are masters of the 7th level to follow me. As the third prince spoke, his gaze swept towards the Phoenix clan. At that time, I will join forces with the Phoenix clan's Green River Water Phoenix. All right, the elder of the dark angel nodded. Soon, the Green River Water Phoenix from the Phoenix tribe looked at the third prince with a frown. Both of their expressions were unsightly and they had also received orders. The Dragon King must die. Let's do it here. Bring Xiaolan's small house over. After Wuxia released the news, he had been searching for a secret place. After finding a location, he spoke to Lan Qingyue and Enlai who were beside him. All right, Xiao. Lan Qingyue nodded her head and disappeared in an instant. Enlai was waiting quietly by the side. Dragon King, I'm going over. Sensing the appearance of the demonic spirit altar and the disappearance of Enlai, Wuxia immediately set up a demonic spirit altar as well. An incomparably huge void pagoda appeared very quickly. In the next second, Xiaolan and Xiao House appeared in the sky above the void pagoda. Dragon King! Dragon King! Xiaolan and Xiao Zhai appeared. They looked at Wuxia and shouted respectfully immediately. Oh! Xiaolan and Xiao Zhai, can you guys talk now? Wuxia smiled when he heard their words. Xiaolan and Xiao Zhai nodded their gigantic heads. Xiaolan and Xiao Zhai are very smart. Lan Qingyue flew to Wuxia's side with a smile on her face. Hee, all right. Next, Xiaolan House and the rest of you, quickly increase your strength here. As Wuxia spoke, he moved his palm and placed a large number of corpses of the Phoenix clan and Angel clan in front of them. Woo. Thank you, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King. When Xiaolan House saw the large number of corpses of experts from the peak races, her eyes were filled with excitement. She immediately opened her mouth and said, Can these corpses help you to advance to the level of a ruler at level 5? Wuxia asked them. Dragon King, I'm afraid these corpses are not enough. Even if we were to devour them all by ourselves, it would still be insufficient. Xiaolan's small house replied, There are too few corpses at the level of a ruler at level 6. It shouldn't be a problem for the 2 of you to devour all of them and advance to the level of a ruler at level 4. Right? Wuxia continued to ask. No problem. After we level up, we will still have a lot of resources left. The Master of the Dragon Queen can nurture another companion for us. It will be sufficient for him to level up to the level of a ruler at level 4. Xiaolan replied. All right, let's level up to the level of a ruler at level 7 first. Wuxia said with a smile on his face. Xiaolan and the small house immediately responded. They opened their mouths and the corpses entered his stomach. Gray energy surged from their bodies. Xiao, I'll nurture another Kuan. Lan Qingyue said with a smile. Yes, 3 Kuan. With their strength, our Dragon Palace will have some ability to fight against the peak races in the starry universe. Wuxia nodded his head. With the addition of the little blue house and 1 Kuan, they would be able to fight against 3 masters at the 7th level. Also, it's best if you can improve yourself as soon as possible, Wang Xian said. Now, as long as he improved a little, his strength would be terrifying. With the help of the Nether Spirit avatar, he could really fight against any peak races in the starry universe. Of course, it was just a fight. The top races had many trump cards. For example, the powerful water rope that he encountered last time and the defense of the angel race in the Aurora domain. These methods were not something that Wang Xian could compare to. However, if the other party wanted to kill him, the possibility was too low. However, Wang Xian still needed a lot of resources to level up. Now that he had killed so many powerhouses from the Angel and Phoenix clans, the resources in his hands were still half of what he needed to level up. If I can kill another 2 or 3 powerhouses who are at the level 6 of the ruler realm, the resources I need to break through on my own will be enough. Wang Xian thought to himself. His gaze swept to the side. Lan Qingyue had already started to cultivate the 3rd Kuan. He used the communication stone plate to contact Prime Minister Turtle and asked about the situation. When he got the situation of the Dragon Palace, a smile appeared on his face. There were 39 level 1 masters in the Dragon Palace. The Fire Heart Treasure Land was a huge treasure for fire element cultivators. The Dragon Palace had a lot of fire element cultivators. There were 700 to 800 pure-blooded divine dragons. However, the number of purebred divine dragons in the Dragon Palace is still a little low. There are only a few thousand of them. I need to increase them a little. Since I have nothing to do during this period of time, I might as well make a trip back to the 9 Origin universe and wait for Xiao Lan's little house to be upgraded before making my move. He pondered in his heart and sent a voice transmission to Lan Qingyue asking him to stay here by himself. Enlai, bring me back to the 9 Origin universe. Wang Xian instructed Enlai, who was beside him. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. In the next second, they returned to the Dragon Palace. The current Dragon Palace was located in a secret place at the edge of the 9 Origin universe. It would take hundreds of thousands of years for a peak race to find this place, even if they were to search with all their might. If it wasn't for Enlai, the Dragon Palace wouldn't have come here. Bring me to the heaven-splitting primordial land. Did you leave behind the demon spirit altar there? After returning to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian asked Enlai again. I left behind the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery changed again and they arrived at the heaven-splitting primordial land. Wang Xian's figure moved. His gaze swept across his surroundings. He felt a destructive force coming from his body. In the starry universe, his strength was suppressed by 3 levels. Here, he could travel to an extremely distant place with a sway of his body. This feeling of not being suppressed by the universe made him feel very comfortable. Hee. As he flew rapidly in the sky above the 9 Origin universe, he realized that the heaven-splitting chaotic land was no longer as lively as it used to be. According to the records on the communication stone plate, 30% of the disciples of the high-level races had entered the starry universe. This was definitely an explosive number. A large number of disciples had entered the starry universe, which also made the heaven-opening primal continent much quieter. Apart from the peak races, there were only a few weaklings who remained here. And these weaklings, because of the departure of the strong, were able to occupy a very good training ground. Their strength could increase by tens of times compared to before. Overall, this was a very good thing for the 9 Origin universe. After arriving at the land of blood plasma, Wang Xian went straight to the deepest spot. He sat cross-legged at the seat below. The roots of the ancestral tree pierced into the ground and condensed the blood-refining fruit. Time passed quickly. However, in just a few decades, Wang Xian received a message. It was an urgent message from Prime Minister Gue. When he saw this message, he frowned slightly. The strong practitioners of the Phoenix and Angel clans were hunting down the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace. In just a few decades, more than 2,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace were killed or injured. It seems that the Angel and Phoenix clans are really going all out. They must have powerful treasures to search for the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled. Tell all the disciples of the Dragon Palace to hide in Enlai's void pagoda. Don't go out for the time being. He immediately sent a message. Everything can wait until the little blue house completes its upgrade. Prime Minister Gui listened to Wang Xian's orders and ordered all the disciples of the Dragon Palace not to go out for the time being. Wang Xian even ordered them to leave the fiery heart-treasured land for the time being. He left and lie there to watch. Time passed by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. A piece of good news reached Wang Xian. The upgrade of Xiaolan's small house was over. Both of them had advanced to the level 4 of the Universe Overlord. In the Starry Universe, they were strong enough to fight against 9 Origin Universe Masters who were at the level 7 of the Universe Overlord. Wang Xian was not in a hurry to go back and plan what to do next. He was still waiting. He was waiting for the third Kuan to advance to the level 4 of the Universe Overlord. With 3 Kuan at the level 4 of the Universe Overlord, he could carry out some plans. After a few thousand years, the news that the third Kuan had completed its upgrade came. Wang Xian opened his eyes and stood up with a smile on his face. He sent a message to Enlai and asked him to rush over immediately. Very soon, Enlai appeared beside him. In the next second, he disappeared without a trace. When they reappeared, they were already beside the 3 gigantic space beasts. Xiaolan's little house and the last one, Xiaobai.
Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue smiled when she saw him coming over. Eh?
Qingyue, you have also broken through?
You have also reached the level of a ruler at level 4.
Wang Xian looked at her with a surprised expression. Yes, Xiaolan's little house and Xiaobai have improved. The strength that they have given me back is enough for me to reach the level of a ruler at level 4. Lan Qingyue said with a smile. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly, Qingyue. Wang Xian shook his head. He had spent so much time. It was extremely difficult for him to improve by one stage. On the other hand, Lan Qingyue had made a rapid breakthrough under the help of Xiaolan and the others. It was really incomparable.
Xiao Xian, I heard from Prime Minister Gui that the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan are hunting down the disciples of our Dragon Palace. This time, we will teach them a good lesson.
Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled as she spoke. Yes. Wang Xian nodded. I have already planned everything. However, I will not attack the angel race this time. Qingyue, don't attack them openly either. Just let Xiaolan and the rest do it. As long as Xiaolan and the rest can kill some 6th-level masters of the universe or a large number of 5th-level masters, they will be able to gather the resources I need to upgrade. Once I upgrade, I will have no fear of the 2 peak races. He spoke.
He had already made his plan and had already chosen his target.
He was just waiting for Xiaolan and the rest. Now, the time was ripe and he could make his move. Okay. I will listen to your instructions, Xiao Xian.
Lan Qingyue nodded. The 2 peak races must have some kind of treasure that can search for the masters of our divine dragon race. Now that we have entered Xiaolan's body, his body should be able to block such a search. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue.
There shouldn't be a problem. Xiaolan and the rest have another space in their bodies. In addition to Xiaolan and the rest's current strength, it's basically impossible to find them.
Lan Qingyue nodded. Their bodies moved and flew into Xiaolan's stomach.
Lan Qingyue waved her arm and Xiaolan and the rest's vision appeared in front of them.
Xiaolan, I'll pass you the map and fly over there.
Wang Xian saw that the communication stone plate could no longer communicate with them and knew that they were in a special space. The communication stone plate was no longer effective. However, he had memorized the current map in his mind and passed it to Xiaolan immediately.
It's the Dragon King.
Xiaolan nodded. After receiving the map from Wang Xian, she swayed her huge body slightly. In front of her, a huge black hole appeared. Xiaolan dived into the black hole directly. Xiaobai immediately followed behind her and disappeared in an instant. The way Xiaolan and the rest were hurrying on their way was also very abnormal to Wang Xian. At that time, there was a disadvantage to hurrying on their way. If they were to enter the territory of an even stronger person, they might be attacked.
However, that direction had already been explored by all the strong disciples of the 9 Origin universe.
There was no danger there at all. Xiaolan and the rest were hurrying along while Wang Xian was chatting with Lan Qingyue. More than a year passed very quickly. Wang Xian looked at the place in front of Xiaolan and the rest with a smile on his face.
Xiaolan, lower your speed.
Wang Xian ordered immediately. He looked at Lan Qingyue and said, Qingyue, I'm afraid you'll have to go there to scout ahead of time. No problem. I can communicate with Xiaolan's little house now. I can reach them in an instant. There won't be any problems. Moreover, the masters of the 9 origin universe at level 8 don't dare to step in. It's fine. Lan Qingyue said with a smile.
Wang Xian nodded his head.
She moved and immediately flew forward. She passed through the flying meteorites quickly and completely concealed herself.
Wang Xian's first target was the Storm Continent. The reason why he chose this place was firstly because of the metal meteorites here.
Secondly, ever since the scientists who had joined the angel race found out about it, it didn't take long for the angel race to occupy this place. The angel race had sent quite a number of great beings and armies to guard this place.
Among them, there were also quite a number of angels at the level 6 of the universe ruler realm. In addition, their angel race had some defensive war weapons which were enough to fight against a great being at the level 7 of the universe ruler realm.
With such power, they could occupy this place. Lan Qingyu quickly flew inside. With her power, it would be very difficult for the other party to discover her if she was careful.
There are 8 level 6 angels in the universe overlord realm. There are more than a dozen bright mountains around. There are many statues of angels on the mountains. This should be a defensive treasure. I'm not sure how strong it is exactly. Lan Qingyue came to the front of the Storm Continent. Looking at the area occupied by the angel race, she muttered. Her figure flashed and disappeared.
In the next moment, she appeared beside Wang Xian. Xiao Xian, I've already checked. There are 8 angels who can sense the level 6 realm. There's also a defensive treasure. I don't know how strong it is. I think we can attack it directly. Lan Qingyue said to him.
Sure.
Have Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the others lock down the left, right, and rear areas respectively. Wang Xian immediately said.
Block off the left, right, and rear. In front of them was the Storm Continent. There were even more space beasts there, so they didn't dare to escape there.
If they could kill all 8 level 6 angels, the resources they had should be enough to upgrade themselves.
Wang Xian thought to himself as his eyes sparkled.
Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest received the order and immediately flew forward. Recently, our Angel clan and the Phoenix clan seem to be in a bit of trouble. The elders have issued an order. I wonder if the third prince has killed the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I don't think so. If he has killed the Dragon King, the third prince should have announced it. This time, the third prince has caused us a lot of trouble. If he can't kill the Dragon King, he'll have to bear the consequences. The third prince didn't expect the Dragon King to grow so terrifying. Alright, we have to be careful. I heard that the Dragon King has the strength to kill a master of the 6th level. He also has powerful treasures and a ghost clone.
Haha, if the Dragon King dares to come here, he will never come back. Our Holy Angel Judgment Formation can kill a master of the 7th level in one blow.
That's right. Although the Aurora Domain was ambushed by the Dragon King, our place is different from the Aurora Domain. In the front of the Storm Continent, 8 angels were chatting idly. Around them were more than 10 level 5 masters of the universe. This was all the power they had to guard this place. The number of masters didn't need to be too many. As long as they were strong enough, it would be enough. Although the number of strong warriors here wasn't as great as the Aurora Domain, their defensive and counterattack abilities were stronger than the Aurora Domain. Most importantly, the Dragon King had only ambushed the weak of the angel race. Even the Universe Dominator level 6 warriors weren't attacked. I hope the third prince can get rid of the Dragon King as soon as possible. Our angel race cannot afford to lose face. An angel said faintly, Buzz! Buzz! Just as he finished speaking, the sound of alarm around them suddenly sounded.
Here, the basic vigilance and defense were still based on the means of the technological world.
Crestford was also located here in a metal fortress and was conducting research. When the alarm sounded, the group of angels immediately looked over. Crestfall's gaze also focused as he instantly rushed out of the fortress.
It's the astral beast.
Through the information transmitted from the alarm, Crestfall's gaze stared to the right as he shouted with a grave expression. Woo woo!
At this moment, all the angels heard the roar of the astral beast. This might. The group of angels felt a savage aura rushing over, and their expressions changed slightly. Over 20 angels swiftly flew into the sky and looked over. In their line of sight, Little Blue's incomparably huge body appeared. He had an extremely terrifying huge body, like a terrifyingly bloated swimming fish. He had a pair of wings that were like fins and wings. The aura on his body wasn't concealed at all. With this roar, even the space beast race from the 2 storm continents looked over. A level 4 universe overlord space beast. Damn it, why is this thing here? If it was in the 9 origin universe, I would have killed it. The group of angels looked over, their eyes revealing a cold and embarrassed expression. If it wasn't for the suppression of the space universe, we could have easily killed it. However, this space beast is courting death. It has already entered the range. Attack and kill it. Ha ha ha. If we can get our hands on this space beast's corpse, it'll be pretty good. The 2 level 6 rulers laughed loudly. Crestus flew over. Hearing their words, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Attack. The 5 angels looked at each other. A sharp sword appeared in their hands, and they swung it heavily. In the surrounding area, the angel statues on the sacred mountain of light waved the huge swords in their hands. A beam of light shot out from the huge swords and formed a blade. More than 10 blades merged together and slashed directly at the space beast. And that space beast was Xiaolan. Eh? This attack. At this moment, Wang Xian and Lan Qingyue, who were inside Xiaolan's body, felt this attack. Their expressions changed slightly. This attack was completely out of their expectations. The reason why Xiaolan's figure rushed out in an instant was to test out the attacks from the dozens of radiant mountains. Xiaolan, use all your strength to block it. Lan Qingyue also felt the terror of this attack. She shouted at Xiaolan. Gray energy burst out from her body. A phantom image of a Kuan appeared. Lan Qingyue waved her arm, and the image of the Kuan entered Little Blue's body, directly passing through his body. A Kuan image formed around him, completely protecting him. Woo woo. Little Blue's body trembled slightly, and the flesh on his body began to squirm. A gray energy was attached to his body. Boom! In the next second, the terrifying holy light sword directly stood above Little Blue. Lan Qingyue's all-out defense was quickly destroyed by the holy sword of light. The attack was still aimed at Little Blue's body. Boom! An extremely dull sound rang out as gray energy surged out of Little Blue's body. An extremely terrifying crack quickly appeared, covered a third of Little Blue's body. It went deep into a fifth of Little Blue's body. Woo woo! Blue let out a scream. If Lan Qingyue hadn't blocked this attack, it would have been enough to split Blue into 2. Woo woo! Woo woo woo! When Blue's scream sounded, the same roar came from the front and right. In the next moment, Little House and Little White appeared on the left and back of the experts of the Angel Clan. Little House and Little White swayed their enormous bodies and directly attacked the divine mountains of light. What? Not good. One attack didn't kill that space beast, and 2 more space beasts came. Oh no, the next attack of the Angel Judgment Formation will take a few seconds. The formation is going to be destroyed. At this moment, all the angels had ugly and shocked expressions on their faces when they saw Little White and Little White suddenly appear. Their eyes were filled with panic. Bang! 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 At this moment, Little White and Little White's bodies had already arrived in front of the divine mountain of light. They directly collided with it. In an instant, 5 or 6 divine mountains of light collapsed. They continued to attack the group of angels. Damn it, we're not their match. Run! One of the angels hurriedly roared and flew toward the teleportation formation in front of them. Woo! However, at this moment, Little House let out a wild roar. Gray energy instantly enveloped them and pulled them into the Kuan domain. The group of angels, who were the strongest rulers of the 6th stage, were still a little slow. What is this? Is this a domain? Why do I feel like we are completely in another space? The expressions of the great beings of the angel race changed drastically when they saw that they were instantly pulled into the Kuan domain. Their eyes were filled with terror. Normally, the domain of a universe master level great being belonged to the type of coverage type.
In essence, it still belonged to this piece of starry sky. However, this Kuan domain seemed to be a special world, a special space. They couldn't sense the teleportation array not far away. When they couldn't sense the teleportation array, their faces were filled with fear. Woo woo woo. At this time, muffled roars sounded. In their line of sight, the injured little blue little house and little white slowly appeared, staring at them coldly. What's going on? Do these three space beasts have a grudge against us? Why are they targeting us?
The group of experts from the angel race stared at Xiaolan and Xiao Shai, their eyes slightly red and their faces filled with terror.
They were not in the territory of the space beasts.
Why did these three space beasts seem to have a deep grudge against them?
Why? Woo!
The little house shook its enormous body and charged towards them.
Whitey didn't hesitate at all.
Defend.
Summon an army of angels.
The group of angels roared crazily. 8 level 6 ruler-level angels waved their arms and an army of 1 million angels appeared.
Among them, there were 5 level 6 ruler-level battle angels.
More than 10 fifth level of the ruler realm angels also summoned their own legions.
The legions of 7 to 8 million angels all attacked Little White and Little House. Boom! 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 Countless powers of light and darkness attacked them. Woo!
Little White growled and his body shook slightly. Numerous fish-like shadows appeared. They were like ancient savage totems as they attacked them.
The collision of energy caused the group of experts from the angel race and the angel army's attacks to quickly crumble under the ancient totem-like phantoms. The group of experts from the angel race revealed expressions of despair. The gap between us and this space beast is too big. It's over. Completely over. I don't have any treasures that can revive me. I don't want to die. An angel roared in despair. Not every great being of the angel race had a true treasure that could revive them. At least more than half of them didn't. If they died, they would really die. Their eyes were filled with despair. Woo-woo! The small house continued to charge towards them, that huge ancient body gently sweeping towards them. It seemed like a light attack, but its speed was extremely terrifying.
Pong ping ping.
In front of the invincible power, their life force quickly disappeared. There was simply no room for resistance. After all, their battle strength was on the same level as Little White's small house. An angel at the level of level 5 of the Universe Dominator had fallen. An angel at the level 6 of the Universe Dominator had fallen.
Crestford looked at this scene with a face full of despair and fear. He was going to die again.
Most of his savings and the powerful metal that he had regained over the years were going to be gone. Everything was gone again. Without waiting for him to think for another second, this body of his had completely collapsed. Wang Xian looked at the group of angels being killed quickly, and his eyes shone brightly. Xiao Xian. Their vitality has all disappeared. Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian with a smile.
Mem, the harvest this time is not bad.
Wang Xian's face was filled with excitement. He moved his body and flew out from Xiaolan's body.
In front of him, the corpses of the angel race and the angel army were floating in the air.
There were 13 of them who were in the level 6 realm. There were more than 40 of them who were in the level 5 realm.
The main reason was that the 8 angels who were in the level 6 realm had a large number of angel army.
Xiaolan. After the 3 of you absorbed these corpses, can you all level up?
Wang Xian asked Xiaolan.
Yes, Dragon King. It's enough.
Xiaolan replied. All right. Wang Xian's eyes glowed. He moved and arrived in front of the group of corpses. With a wave of his arm, he stored all the storage space on them. After checking the resources inside, Wang Xian was satisfied. These resources were enough to increase his strength. There were still quite a number of resources left.
After all, this was the collection of more than 10 level 5 angels and 8 level 6 angels. Their collection was not something that Wang Xian could compare to. At their level, they were already able to hunt down some of the space beasts in the starry universe.
They had obtained a large number of resources from life planets.
Let's go. After we increase our strength, the hard steel angels and the phoenix race. Wang Xian licked his lips. His eyes were filled with excitement. His improvement along with Xiaolan and the others' improvement.
It wouldn't be long before they could fight head-on with them.
Woo woo. The small house let out a low growl. Their figures appeared in front of the storm continent once again. Their bodies trembled. All the machines in the surroundings collapsed. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings and flew into the metal fortress. When he arrived at the metal fortress and saw some metal materials inside, he smiled.
This time he had gained a lot from the meteorite metal. However, it would be very difficult for him to make a breakthrough in the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements grinding mill. Other than that, Wang Xian had also kept the light judgment formation of the Angel clan.
This was a good treasure. However, he didn't dare to use such a treasure. He was afraid that the Angel clan would be able to take it away. He wanted to see if it could be absorbed by the Tai Chi dragon plate. If it could be absorbed, it would be a huge profit. Let's go. After collecting all the items, they moved and left the place immediately. After flying for a few months, Wang Xian and the rest found a place to stop. Let Xiao Lan and Xiao Bai improve first. I need to improve my strength as well. Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue and said to her, "All right, Xiao Xian."
Lan Qingyue nodded.
In order to prevent any accidents, Wang Xian contacted Enlai and asked him to bring him back to the Dragon Palace.
When he returned to the Dragon Palace, Wang Xian immediately transformed into his divine dragon form and began to devour a large amount of resources.
Huh? What? Our Angel Clan storm continent was attacked by the space beasts, and all the experts of the Angel Clan were killed. At the same time, in the starry universe, the third prince was standing on a vital planet. When he received the news, his expression turned ugly.
On the Storm Continent, there were 8 level 6 angel experts of the Angel Clan. If all of them died, it would be a huge loss.
The third prince didn't look too good. He hadn't had a good time ever since he provoked the Dragon Palace. Even now, although the matters on the Storm Continent had nothing to do with him, it was still their Angel Clan's loss. Most importantly, so far, they hadn't found any traces of the disciples of the Dragon Palace except for the more than 2,000 disciples they had killed in the beginning.
That was one thing.
Another thing was that the third prince now realized the seriousness of the problem. The Dragon Palace used to be a small, high-level race. He did not put it in his eyes at all. But now, the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan had started to kill the disciples of the Dragon Palace crazily. The 3,000 disciples they had killed were all at the peak of the Venerable Realm.
What kind of concept was this?
More than 3,000 disciples at the peak of the Venerable Realm had been discovered by them.
How many disciples of the Dragon Palace had they not discovered?
All of them were at the peak of the Venerable Realm?
Then, with so many disciples at the peak of the Venerable Realm, how many of them had broken through to the Ruler Realm? When they thought of this, they were terrified.
Maybe the Dragon Palace would continue to develop like this.
The Dragon Palace might have thousands of experts at the Ruler Realm.
At that time, their Angel Clan would be in big trouble. At that time, the Dragon Palace could really pose a threat to their Angel Clan. Then he would be a sinner of the Angel Clan.
Third Prince, what should we do now?
We can't find the disciples of the Dragon Palace at all. They seem to have disappeared into thin air, as if they are no longer in the starry universe. An expert of the Angel Clan said to him from the side, "Let us go to the Storm Continent to have a look first." "Let's go there," the third prince said with a gloomy face. "Third Prince, could it be that the situation in the Storm Continent is related to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?"
After all, that place was once occupied by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?
Could it be that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace used some kind of method to lure the space beasts there? A level 7 universe dominator, the Dark Angel, guessed with a twinkle in his eyes. His words made the third prince's face turn even gloomier.
According to the information reported by the reincarnated angel, there is no sign of the Dragon King. Moreover, the 3 level 4 universe dominators are not something that the Dragon King can lure over.
The third prince said coldly. When the Dark Angel saw that, he did not say anything. "Let's go and take a look." Time passed day by day. Wang Xian was in the Dragon Palace, and his dragon energy was increasing rapidly. Boom!
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 Roar!
Roar! A few years later, a terrifying roar and a dragon's roar came from Wang Xian's body. Ding! Congratulations to host for increasing your level. You have broken through to the second level of the Universe Dominator. Ding, congratulations to host for increasing your level. The 9 Origins Dragon Field has been strengthened.
Name, Wuxia.
Race: 9 Origins Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level: second level of the Universe Dominator, 9 transformations return to 1. Origin: 1%, 99% needed for the next breakthrough. Supernatural ability: ruling the water tribe that is lower than your level.
Devouring creatures to extract origin. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Divine ability, soul absorbing, spirit attaching.
Law divine ability: Dragon Eye Lock, 5 elements Dragon Claw, Yin Yang Realm Breaking, 8 Luminaries Dragon Scale, Sacred Dragon Shadow, Heavenly Dragon 8 Tribes, Dragon Tomb, Cloud Dragon Rising, True Dragon Body. Law aspect: 8 Dragon Pillars, 8 Dragon Avatars, Towering Dragon Horns, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, God's Tail Playing Pearl, Life Dragon Breath, Shadow Dragon Avatars, Dark Dragon Chasing, Dark Dragon Transformation, Wind and Thunder Dragon Birth, Mad Dragon Star Explosion. Domain: 9 Origins Dragon Domain.
Control law, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, dark wind, and thunder. Divine Kingdom, Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace owned, innate.
Dragon Palace members: 8060450.
The system's voice rang out and 9 colored divine dragon phantoms appeared around Wuxia's dragon body.
He lay there quietly, as if he was a divine being that could not be looked at directly. Wuxia slowly opened his eyes, and there was a glow in them. He had made a breakthrough. He had finally made another breakthrough.
The current him was comparable to an existence at the 7th level of the Universe Dominator.
In the entire 9 Origin universe, Wuxia was the only one who had the ability to increase his speed and fight against those of a higher level. Buzz, buzz. His body moved, and 4 nether spirit avatars appeared around him. They were the dragons of darkness with the darkness attribute. He swept his gaze across and revealed a smile.
He flapped his incipient saint wings slightly and transformed into his human form.
Sensing the power coming from his body, he moved his palm and the 5 elements grinding mill rotated above him. Very strong.
Wuxia smiled but didn't leave immediately. Xiaolan and the rest would probably take a long time to achieve their breakthrough. With a wave of his arm, the light judgment formation of the angel race appeared in front of him.
This light judgment formation could create a strike that could kill a level 7 overlord. If it wasn't for Lan Qingyue, Xiaolan would have been severely injured in an instant. It would take at least a few 100 million years for her to recover. This light judgment formation is not an innate treasure. It is formed by 14 mountains of light. There is a statue of the Angel of Light on it. It needs to be controlled by these sharp swords. Wuxia looked at the treasure with a glint in his eyes. This treasure was indeed very strong. It was not bad for defense. However, he still did not dare to use it. Let's see if the Tai Chi Dragon Plate can swallow it. If it can swallow it, the energy contained in this angel's judgment is enough to break through the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. He mumbled, and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate appeared below. The 2 divine dragons of darkness and light started to reverse. Wuxia moved his palm and energy was added to it. Little by little, it began to destroy the divine mountain of light that was Angel's judgment. One of the mountains was slowly being absorbed with the help of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and Wuxia. It's working. Wuxia's eyes lit up when he saw this scene.
If the Tai Chi Dragon Plate can achieve another breakthrough, it will be a complete slaughter when I face an expert who is at level 7.
His eyes were filled with excitement, and he immediately began to help the Tai Chi Dragon Plate devour Angel's judgment. Time passed quickly again.
Xiaolan and the others were also improving quickly. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate was also absorbing quickly.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. A few thousand years later, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate trembled violently. Roar, roar, roar. The entire dragon plate slowly solidified and turned into 2 true light and dark dragons. The pupils of one light and dark divine dragon were dark, while the pupils of the other light and dark divine dragon were bright.
Waves of powerful aura surged out in all directions. There were only 3 out of the 14 light and dark divine mountains in the light judgment formation above.
The rest were all absorbed.
The Tai Chi dragon disc was completed all of a sudden.
Wang Xian's strength had received another huge boost. The 2 light and dark divine dragons of the Tai Chi dragon disc revolved and circled around Wang Xian, forming an extremely powerful defense. It could withstand the attack of a master of level 7. Once it was blocked, the attack would rebound.
The Tai Chi dragon disc has been upgraded. I can now easily kill a level 7 overlord powerhouse.
Wang Xian smiled. His current strength was already very terrifying. He could fight against 10 level 7 overlord powerhouses by himself.
Of course, it would be difficult if the opponent had a supreme treasure.
If the other party was an angel who was at level 7 and possessed a battle angel who was at level 7, Wang Xian wouldn't be able to deal with 10 of them. In short, his strength was already very terrifying. The upgrade of the Shaolan house should be almost complete. I can find a target myself. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. His expression was cold and sinister. He sent a message to Lan Qingyue. He learned that the improvement of Shaolan's small house and the rest was coming to an end. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate and began to check the current situation in the starry universe.
After checking, he had a general understanding in his heart.
Currently, a large number of disciples from the 9 origin universe had entered the starry universe. However, there was one place that the experts from the 9 origin universe had yet to enter. That was the center of the starry cosmos. It was also known as the infinite starry space domain. There were streams of starlight blooming there. It was the center of the space behemoth.
Even the great beings of the peak races didn't dare to enter. In addition, there were many dangerous places in the starry cosmos that no one dared to enter.
Basically, the disciples and great beings of the 9 origin universe were still active at the edges. During this period of time, many experts had advanced to the ruler realm. Could be said that they had obtained a huge opportunity. A group of high-level races defected to the peak races and formed many large forces.
The peak races also took out resources and cultivation methods to teach their subordinate races. This allowed more experts to break through. Everything was flourishing. However, compared to the other peak races, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan were in a worse situation. Because of their conflict with the Dragon Palace, the Dragon King had killed a large number of experts. Now, the high-level races didn't dare to join them.
What a joke. If they joined them, what if they were killed by the Dragon King? At present, other than the Dragon Palace, the Angel clan, and the Phoenix clan, they were relatively stable. However, this stability was only what everyone saw.
The other high-level races didn't know how many experts the peak races had lost in order to explore the depths and obtain treasures.
Stability was still stable.
Many high-level races had benefited greatly. During these 100,000 years, a trading area had been formed in the starry cosmos.
This trading area was once occupied by a level 4 space beast.
Now that it was occupied by a pinnacle race, they had created a trading area.
This trading area was later occupied by other pinnacle races, becoming the largest trading area in the starry cosmos. The Angel race and the Phoenix race also had a large number of strong disciples coming here.
According to the records on the communication stone plate, hundreds of millions of powerful disciples had gathered there.
They were even building a teleportation array from the entrance of the universe passage to this place.
The trading area was very important to the peak races.
If the other high-level races obtained treasures, they could also exchange for the items they liked here.
This trading venue can be the first target. This is because there are enough powerhouses from the Angel race and the Phoenix race here. However, the royal family is prohibited from fighting there.
I wonder if the powerhouses from the Angel race and the Phoenix race will take action when they meet me?
Will the royal family stop them?
Since the Dragon Palace wants to rise up in power, they must have the strength to stand on equal footing with the peak races, at least in the starry universe. Wang Xian's eyes shone brightly as he made up his mind. More than 1,000 years passed in an instant. On this day, good news came from Little Blue's little house. They had a breakthrough.
Along with it was Lan Qingyue's breakthrough. The strength that came back to him also allowed him to advance to the level 5 ruler realm.
Lan Qingyue and the rest could fight against 4 experts of the level 8 ruler realm in the starry universe. Invincible. Wang Xian smiled and called an lie over. His body moved and he instantly arrived at Lan Qingyue's side.
Xiao Xian.
Lan Qingyue looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. All right. After you guys upgrade, we can only have 5 peak races in the starry universe. Let's go and have a good fight with them, Wang Xian said with a smile on his face. All right.
Lan Qingyue nodded her head heavily.
Let's go, Xiao Lan and Xiao Bai. Target ahead. Wang Xian held Lan Qingyue's hand and jumped to the top of Xiao Lan's head, pointing to the front. Let's go. In the trading ground of the peak races. Woo woo. Xiao Lan let out a low growl. She swayed her huge body and flew straight ahead. Xiao Zhai and Xiao Bai accompanied him on both sides, their bodies exuding a savage and ancient aura. They were the most terrifying space beasts.
The host of the starry universe.
Xiao Lan and Xiao Zhai roared as they flew, flying rapidly toward the exchange field. However, at the same time, the entire 9 Origin Universe's great disciples did not step into another starry space. This starry sky belonged to the opposite direction of the path between the starry sky and the 9 Origin Universe.
That was the opposite direction. On this day, in the sky above the starry sky, an extremely terrifying crack suddenly appeared slowly. Space tore apart, the world changed, and the entire space shook.
This scene was like a universe being torn apart by a terrifying existence. The spatial crack grew bigger and bigger, and from here one could see a real world slowly appearing.
This scene was extremely shocking.
If the disciples of the 9 Essences universe saw it, they would definitely know that this was a world passageway.
A brand new world passageway.
An unknown universe passageway.
As time passed, the crack grew bigger and bigger, and the space became more and more stable.
And that world became clearer and clearer.
One could vaguely see a stout figure holding an incomparably huge heart as he quietly floated there.
Around him, stout existences were injecting waves of energy into the heart. The crack had been broken by the heart. A brand new universe passage had been completely opened. The mass of the universe has suddenly loosened. Something special must have happened in the universe. The gods of faith step into the universe to seek resources and prepare for the great war in the future.
Remember, don't provoke the powerful space beasts, don't step into the infinite space of the universe, and focus on finding treasures. A voice came from that universe.
The opening of a new world passage did not attract his attention.
Demon?
However, at this moment, in front of the storm continent, the third prince was standing on one side of a group of meteorites. He suddenly picked up the finger dragon bell in his hand and began to change on the needle of the finger dragon bell, pointing in a certain direction. A person with the divine dragon bloodline has appeared. According to the energy shown on the finger dragon bell, that dragon king should have appeared.
The third prince said, his eyes filled with killing intent.
Let's go. There's nothing happening on the storm continent. Let's go hunt the dragon king.
An angel said coldly.
Let's go. The third prince didn't hesitate. A divine mountain appeared beneath them, and a pair of wings slowly appeared. It looked very strange. The entire mountain quickly flew in one direction. The speed of the divine mountain was very fast, not any faster than a ruler at the 8th rank.
However, no matter how fast they were still not as fast as Little Blue and the others. Little Blue was a space traveler. Along the way, he met some experts from the 9 Origin Universe. However, after they felt the terrifying might, Little Blue and the others had already disappeared. Without the strength of a ruler above level 5, they could not see their speed at all. After flying in the air for 2 years, Wang Xian and the rest finally arrived at the territory in front of the royal family's trading grounds.
Qingyue, let Xiao Lan and the rest stay here first. We will go there first. Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he said to Lan Qingyue. Sure, I can let Xiao Lan and the rest go to the Kuan's territory first. Without the strength of a ruler at level 7 or 8, it will be difficult to discover them.
Lan Qingyue nodded. And now that they have broken through, not only can I reach them in an instant, they can also come to me in an instant.
That's even better. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly.
The two of them moved and flew rapidly towards the royal family's trading ground. The figure of Xiaolan and the rest slowly disappeared. After flying for more than 10 days, they had completely stepped into the surroundings of the trading ground. From afar, they could see some huge life planets. There were still many strong disciples flying around the life planets. Wang Xian flew over without any concealment. He could sense the divine dragon aura on his body as long as he sensed it. As he continued flying forward, life planets that were connected to each other appeared one after another. In the middle, there was a special planet. This planet was rectangular in shape and there was a plant growing on it. This plant was exuding a strong vitality. On the plant, there were some fruits that were on the level of a ruler. However, these fruits were not ripe yet. The entire plant blotted out the sky and the sun, and it was even bigger than a planet. And that rectangular planet was like a long corridor. This was the core of the royal family's trading ground, the famous trading corridor in the starry universe. In this trading corridor, there were many buildings. There were buildings in the style of the elf clan, and buildings in the style of the angel clan. There were also buildings in the styles of the divine tiger, black tortoise, celestial nation, saint, and so on. These buildings represented the base of a peak race in the trading ground. Through telepathy, one could sense a large number of disciples from the peak races. Among them, the angels and phoenixes were not in the minority. There were even powerhouses from the angels and phoenixes stationed here. In short, there were a large number of strong disciples from the peak races gathered here. Wang Xian flew straight in and soon arrived at the planet in the long trading corridor. Ha! When he flew over, an expert from the celestial nation, who was in an illusory palace above his head, looked at Wang Xian. His eyes were filled with astonishment. He sensed it slightly and could feel a powerful divine dragon pressure from Wang Xian's body. His expression changed slightly and he quickly lowered his head. He glanced at Wang Xian with some respect and walked to the side. However, a storm was brewing in his heart. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had actually come to the long corridor to trade. Furthermore, he was so casual with a lady from the Dragon Palace by his side. This? Was the Dragon Palace not afraid of the powerhouses from the Angel and Phoenix clans? Could it be that the rules of the royal clan forbade anyone from fighting? However, could this rule restrict the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan? Wang Xian ignored the powerhouse from the Celestial Nation. He moved and came to the long trading corridor with Lan Qingwei. Let's find a place to drink tea. Wang Xian brought Lan Qingwei and flew to a place with a smile on his face. They flew all the way to a place not far away from the encampment of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan. He saw a tea house that was used for eating and relaxing. He entered the tea house directly. When Wang Xian walked all the way here, he attracted the attention of many experts around him. They looked at the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in a daze. Their faces were filled with shock. Hiss, am I seeing things? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually appeared here. No, it's the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. It's 100% true. The dragon aura of the divine dragon can't be hidden. My God, this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace actually dares to come here. According to the rules of the royal family, any strong disciple is forbidden to fight here. However, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan are mortal enemies. Why would the two peak races be afraid of this rule? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is really unscrupulous. Isn't he afraid of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan? I heard that the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan have deployed a large number of experts to hunt down the experts of the Dragon Palace. They must have some trump cards. You should know that the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan have never been able to gain any advantage over the Dragon King. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings. At the same time, the news that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had arrived at the long trading corridor was spreading at a terrifying speed. This news had spread to all the top races and all the powerhouses. The speed at which it spread was extremely terrifying. Bring out the most precious specialty food and bring out the best tea. However, at this moment, Wang Xian walked into the tea house with a carefree expression and instructed the staff of the hotel. Yes, it's the Dragon King. A disciple in the tea house immediately replied respectfully. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. While he was preparing the food, he was also preparing to store some precious items. He was even considering whether he should escape now. I should escape. After I have served the food, I should leave this place. My life is more important, he mumbled. At the same time, as the host of this place, as the creator of the trading venue, as well as the creator of the rules of this area, the royal family received the news of Wuxia's arrival at the first instance. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has come to our place? It was located in the middle of the trading corridor. This was where the royal family's base was. The royal family was a relatively low-key race among the 12 peak races. Their strength might be slightly weaker among the peak races. The royal family was mainly based on the family situation. Among the peak races, they were the only family that existed. It was also the strongest family in the 9 origin universe. However, even if they were weak, it was only for other top-tier races. Their strength was still unattainable for the top-tier races. Moreover, their family's patriarch was also a powerhouse who survived the last calamity. There were still some peak-level masters in the family. Then why did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace come to our place? To make a deal. In the middle of the palace of the royal family, more than 10 elders were sitting there, frowning slightly. I don't know. An elder shook his head. But the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has swaggered into our place. The Angel clan and the Phoenix clan will definitely take action. They will definitely attack the Dragon King. What should we do? It is indeed a troublesome matter. If there is only one peak race, they will still be wary of us. However, the Angel and Phoenix clans are relatively strong among the peak races. An old man of the royal clan shook his head. He felt that it was very troublesome. Both sides have reached a point where they will not rest until one of them dies. Why don't we leave the Dragon King here and do the 2 peak races a favor? An old man suggested. No, absolutely not. The Dragon Palace once sold a kind of soul-returning embryo fruit. With our arrangement here, it's very easy to kill the Dragon King, but the Dragon King can definitely be resurrected. Once resurrected, our royal family will become the enemy of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King's growth rate is a bit strange, so it's best not to interfere. There's no need to offend such an enemy just because of the favor between the Angel race and the Phoenix race. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man immediately refused. If they want to fight, let them fight outside. After a few seconds of silence, an old man opened his mouth and said. Everyone nodded. Deacon. The powerhouses from the Angel race and the Phoenix race are gathering. At this moment, an expert from the royal clan flew over and reported loudly. Let's go out. The Angel and Phoenix clans both have level 7 masters here. They'll probably attack the Dragon King directly. As the experts from the royal clan spoke, they moved and flew out quickly. When they flew out, they immediately saw a group of Angel and Phoenix clans experts floating in the air. Waves of terrifying auras rushed towards their surroundings. Hee. They are really fast. Wuxia sat in the tea house with a smile on his face. He sensed the auras of the experts around him and smiled. 2 of them are at the level 7 realm, 13 of them are at the level 6 realm, and there are many others who are below the level 6 realm. Lan Qingwei sat at the side as she spoke with a twinkle in her eyes. A smile appeared on her face. Very good. Killing them will bring a huge boost to the Dragon Palace. We will also be able to obtain a large amount of resources. Wuxia nodded with a smile. According to my investigation on the communication stone plate, the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan have a base here. There should be a lot of treasures and resources here. Lan Qingwei said. That's even better. Wang Yun nodded. Xiao Xian, should we make a move now? Lan Qingwei asked. No, let's wait for them to make a move first. Let's see what attitude the royal clan has. Wuxia shook his head. The main reason he came here was to destroy the powerhouses of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan and obtain some resources. He also told all the clans that the Dragon Palace was not to be trifled with. He naturally would not provoke the royal clan for no reason. He acted according to the rules of the other party. Of course, if the powerhouses of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan broke the rules here and they did not stop him, then he would not abide by the rules here. The strength of the royal clan was relatively weak among the peak clans.
Since the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan had provoked them, he was not afraid of anything else. Lan Qingyue nodded. This Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is really arrogant. He actually dares to come here. Is he provoking us? Hihi. Very good, very good.
Outside the restaurant, a group of angels and phoenixes had completely locked onto the restaurant.
The leader of the Angels of Light was flapping his wings, his entire body emitting a terrifying killing intent. Archangel of Drought, join forces and kill him. A water phoenix flapped his wings and looked at the Archangel.
Okay.
Surround the surrounding area.
Archangel of Drought immediately responded and ordered the surrounding experts of the Angel clan.
Chirp.
Chirp.
The phoenixes chirped and their eyes were full of killing intent. Hiss, is there going to be a fight? The Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan of the Angel clan are mortal enemies. They are definitely going to fight. Why did the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace come here? Isn't he courting death? There are 7th-level masters of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan here. There are also many masters of other levels. According to the combat strength displayed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he is no match for them. Now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is completely surrounded.
I don't know what the Dragon King is going to do, but I'm afraid he will be in big trouble. What about the Royal Clan? This is the territory of the Royal Clan. Will the throne let them fight here?
In the surrounding area, all the powerhouses and disciples looked over in shock. They were all discussing among themselves. At the same time, this news spread quickly in the communication stone plate. Whoosh! 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 Phoenix clan, Angel clan, and Dragon King of the Dragon Palace in the restaurant. If you are going to fight, please go to the sky. Don't fight in the territory of our royal clan. At this moment, a group of experts from the royal clan flew over and said to them with a frown, "Everyone from the royal clan, this Dragon King must die. Today we will use your venue. All the losses will be borne by our 2 peak clans. Moreover, we will give your royal clan a satisfactory compensation." The Archangel of Drought looked at them and said faintly, "That's right, royal family. We will borrow this space for the time being. Please be flexible. Today we must kill this Dragon King. We cannot let him leave." The Water Phoenix, who was in the 7th level, also said,
"Eh?"
When the royal experts heard the words of the Angel and Phoenix experts, they felt a little helpless.
They looked at each other, and an old man in the center shook his head.
Wang! The expert in the center moved his hand, and a model of the trading corridor appeared in his hand. With a move of his hand, waves of energy shot towards the model in his hand. Wang! In the next moment, the entire trading gallery was enveloped by a wave of energy. A thick, earthy yellow energy covered the entire trading gallery.
However, only the Angel race and the Phoenix race were not covered by the energy.
This was a defensive technique of the royal family. What is this? The energy actually covered the entire trading gallery. This powerful defensive power can at least block the attacks of a ruler at the 7th rank. It should be able to withstand the attack of a master at the 8th level. After all, a peak race is a peak race. No wonder the royal family said that this place was very safe. It is indeed very safe.
When the surrounding experts and disciples saw the sudden appearance of the defense, they revealed a trace of surprise and a smile. At the same time, they also let out a sigh of relief.
After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix clan of the Angel clan were at a high level. Once they were affected, they could die instantly.
What?
At this moment, in the void, the 3rd prince and the experts of the Angel clan were flying in the void. Suddenly, a message came. When the 3rd prince saw this message, he slightly raised his eyebrows and looked surprised. How dare the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace appear in the trading gallery? The 3rd prince murmured. He hesitated for a moment and immediately sent a message.
But soon he received a message.
3rd prince, if you don't come, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the experts of the Phoenix clan will kill him. It was a message from the Archangel of Drought. He frowned slightly when he saw this confident message. He had a bad premonition that the Dragon King would appear in the long trading corridor so brazenly. However, when he sent another message, The Archangel of Drought did not reply immediately. In the long trading corridor, after the Archangel of Drought received the reply from the third prince, he immediately gestured to the experts of the Phoenix clan across from him. Buzz! Buzz! Without any hesitation, he shot out a sword of light. A water sword slashed directly into the restaurant below. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, come out and face your death. Since you dare to come here, leave your corpse behind. The Archangel of Droughts roared with a grim expression. Boom! Two sharp swords landed in the restaurant and the entire restaurant exploded instantly. Wang Xian sat there, the Tai Chi dragon plate wrapped around him and Lan Qingyue. He sat there quietly without moving. The two attacks landed on his body and were easily blocked by the Tai Chi dragon plate. Furthermore, a strong backlash force attacked the Archangel of Droughts and the Water Phoenix. Ha! What? The expressions of the Archangel of Droughts and the Water Phoenix, who was in the 7th level of the realm, changed slightly. Their bodies trembled as a surge of energy blocked the backlash. A solemn look appeared in their eyes instantly. It's that Dragon King. It's him. Eh? He was actually able to block the casual attack of our Archangel of Drought. As expected of the Dragon King, he was able to kill a powerhouse at the 6th level of the Overlord realm easily. The group of angels and phoenixes around didn't notice the backlash of the Archangel of Drought and the others. Their gazes were locked onto the position below. Wang Xian was sitting in front of a table. Opposite him was a woman. The Tai Chi dragon coiled around and blocked the surrounding energy. At this moment, Wang Xian raised his head and swept his gaze across all the angels and phoenixes. A faint smile appeared on his face. Very good. All of them are here. There are over 2,000 angels and over 3,000 phoenixes. Hee, this should be the most I can kill. Wang Xian spoke and said faintly. The trading corridor was a very lively place. Disciples below the level of the masters of the two peak races were all here. There were quite a number of them. Arrogant Dragon King, today is the day you die. A phoenix that was in the level 6 realm heard Wang Xian's words and said with a ghastly expression. Is that so? Then let's see who dies first today. Wang Xian smiled and looked at Lan Qingyue beside him. Let me do some exercise and kill them all. Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile. Buzz. Wang Xian's voice disappeared and his figure instantly appeared in the middle of the group of experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans. This terrifying speed caused many of the experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans to be unable to see clearly. When the Archangel of Drought and the Water Phoenix, who was the overlord of level 7, saw this scene, their pupils constricted slightly. The bad premonition in their hearts just now became even more intense. Wang Xian stood there quietly and turned around gently. Around him, netherworld avatars appeared one after another. Netherworld avatars. These are the netherworld avatars of our netherworld race. This Dragon King actually possesses them. How strange. Did he obtain some treasures of our netherworld race? According to the records, it's not that there are no experts of other races who have Hades Ghost clones of our Hades race. This Dragon King is very lucky, but I don't know that he only has Hades Ghost clones of our Hades race and the accompanying elves of the ELF race. Isn't this luck too heaven-defying? That's not right. Did you see the Dragon King's speed just now? Not far away, hundreds of underworld race experts looked over and began to discuss. But at this moment, an underworld race expert suddenly asked in shock. Because of the underworld ghost avatar, they had somewhat neglected the Dragon King's speed just now. Also, why does the energy of this underworld ghost avatar feel much stronger than my underworld ghost avatar? An expert of the netherworld race, who was at level 6, growled in a low voice. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that this Dragon King was powerful? Die! Wang Xian stared at them with a cold expression on his face. The 4 netherworld ghost avatars around him instantly transformed into divine dragons and attacked all the experts of the angel race and phoenix race. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, 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 roar. A dragon's roar sounded, and the 4 nether spirit avatars let out a terrifying roar. The power of a level 7 overlord erupted at this moment. Hiss! The hearts of the Archangel of Drought and the Water Phoenix, who was a level 7 overlord, trembled violently. Run! Run! all the powerhouses of the Angel clan and Phoenix clan. Run! They hurriedly shouted.
At this moment, they realized that the Dragon King's strength had already reached the 7th-level ruler realm. Moreover, with his terrifying speed and the 4 ghost clones, they were no match for him.
What?
Hiss, how is this possible?
What a terrifying power!
This.
Level 7 Overlord. This Dragon King is in existence at Level 7 Overlord. He has broken through to Level 7 Overlord. At this moment, all the strong disciples of the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan were feeling the terrifying aura from Wang Xian's body. When they felt the terrifying aura from the Netherworld Ghost Avatar, their faces were filled with shock. The sound of their great Archangel of Drought letting them escape in fear and the voice of the Lord Water Phoenix, who was the overlord of the 7th level, letting them escape was also heard by them.
At this moment, the hearts of all the strong disciples of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan were thumping violently. How could this Dragon King of the Dragon Palace break through so quickly? They were filled with disbelief and shock.
Roar! However, they were still too slow to escape. All the powerful disciples of the Angel clan and Phoenix clan had surrounded Wang Xian.
The distance between them was very close. From their point of view, they had already surrounded the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
However, what they did not know was that they were surrounded by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
At such a close speed, the divine dragons of the 4 Nether Spirit avatars spat out terrifying flames and directly covered all the powerful disciples of the Angel clan.
Angel Kingdom's domain. Fire Phoenix's Nirvana domain. The pupils of the Archangel of Drought and the Water Phoenix, who was at level 7, contracted slightly. They instantly unleashed their domains. Crash! However, the moment they unleashed their domains, Wang Xian charged forward instantly.
The domain that they had just unleashed was directly broken through by Wang Xian.
Get lost!
When the Archangel of Drought saw Wang Xian rushing over, his expression changed drastically. With a loud roar, he waved his arm and an incomparably huge army of angels appeared behind him.
At the same time, the domain that belonged to him was pressing towards Wang Xian. Hee. Wang Xian snorted coldly. The Tai Chi dragon around him spun and charged straight into the domain. Rip. The sound of the domain breaking could be heard from the Archangel of Drought. When he saw this scene, his pupils constricted slightly and his face was filled with astonishment. His domain was actually being charged at by someone of the same level? How was this possible? Crash! Wang Xian flapped his divine wings and instantly appeared in front of the Archangel of Drought. His arm transformed into a dragon claw as he clawed at him. With Wang Xian's current strength, the divine wings of Drought and the Tai Chi dragon disc after his breakthrough, he could definitely fight against 6 of them by himself. Unless there were experts of the same level who possessed extremely terrifying treasures, they were no match for him. The Archangel of Drought had his own trump card, which was that his angel army had a battle angel who was in the 7th level. However, there was still a huge gap between this trump card and Wang Xian.
The dragon claw clawed at his body. He hurriedly raised his arm to block it.
Boom!
However, his defense was unable to block Wang Xian's attack.
The dragon claw coupled with the impact force of the Tai Chi dragon plate immediately broke through his defense and caught him in his hand. The Tai Chi dragon plate began to spin, crushing him as if it was made of metal.
Ah! Archangel withering in pain, his body began to collapse.
At the same time, his domain began to collapse. With a single move, Archangel Withering was instantly killed.
He kept Archangel Withering's corpse, and with a wave of his arm, all the battle angels lost their masters and were kept by him. His gaze landed on the level 7 Water Phoenix.
It's your turn. Wang Xian moved his body and flapped his incipient saint wings. He locked onto the Water Phoenix and charged directly into his domain. Oh no, Archangel of Drought was killed by the Dragon King. How is this possible? Archangel of Drought was killed by the Dragon King in an instant. When Archangel of Drought's domain collapsed, the level 6 experts of the angel race sensed that Archangel of Drought's aura had also disappeared. They widened their eyes and roared in disbelief.
Hiss, how is this possible? With such strength, the Archangel was killed instantly by the Dragon King. He was killed instantly in just one move. What kind of strength is the Dragon King?
Level 8 Overlord? No, he hasn't reached that yet. It's the Dragon King's trump card that is too terrifying. His speed and defense are both extremely terrifying. This. In the surrounding area, the royal family's experts sensed that the Archangel of Drought was instantly killed by Wuxia. Their bodies trembled as they roared in shock. The Archangel of the Angel family, the overlord of the Level 7 realm, was instantly killed? Is the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace invincible?
How did he improve so quickly?
He instantly killed the overlord of the Level 7 realm. This strength. In the long corridor, the experts of the other peak races and the disciples of the high-level races were stunned.
They had never thought that this would happen.
Even if there were experts who thought highly of the Dragon King, they would at most think that the Dragon King had a trump card.
But now it seemed that this was more than a trump card.
The Dragon King was obviously here to kill the experts of the Angel and Phoenix races.
Surround the Dragon King? The Dragon King is here to kill you.
However, no one expected the strength that the Dragon King displayed. Everyone knew that the Dragon King was only able to kill a level 6 sovereign not long ago. How long had it been before he broke through again? It's too scary to provoke such an enemy, some experts of the peak races murmured. At this moment, all the experts from the peak races felt that the Dragon King was extremely terrifying. His speed of improvement was terrifying.
Nirvana of the Phoenix.
Unleash the wings of the Water Phoenix. Kill. When the Water Phoenix, who was at the 7th level, saw Wuxia charging at him, his expression changed drastically. He immediately ignited his flame of life and attacked Wuxia. The water energy contained a faint blood-red color. Countless wings condensed into a terrifying phoenix head, and its extremely sharp mouth attacked Wuxia.
Hee. Wuxia snorted coldly. He waved his arm and a stream of energy wrapped around his surroundings to defend himself. At the same time, the Taiji dragon coiled around him. Boom!
The energy struck his body. The defense in front of him collapsed and landed on the Taiji dragon coiled. The Taiji dragon coiled changed its shape. The black and white patterns were like dragon scales. The attack landed on it but was completely blocked. At the same time, a backlash force rushed towards Water Phoenix. Pooh! The next moment, he spat out blood and his body trembled violently. What kind of strange weapon is this?
Water Phoenix, who was at the 7th level of the Dominator realm, had a look of despair in her eyes.
Pooh! Wuxia flew over and his dragon claws penetrated his body. The energy that was extinguished rushed into his body.
The second ruler in the 7th level was still killed instantly.
He's dead. Our lord is dead.
Our senior Tian was killed by the Dragon King.
It's over. It's over.
Ah!
When the Water Phoenix, who was at the 7th level of the ruler realm, was killed by the Dragon King, all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix clan completely collapsed.
Their bodies trembled as they watched this scene. It was over.
They were going to die. They were going to be killed by the Dragon King.
The Archangel of Drought and their senior Phoenix were all killed by the Dragon King in an instant.
Then what could they use to resist? Quickly enter the teleportation array. Royal clan, open your defenses. An angel of the level 6 realm roared crazily at the royal clan's experts.
With this teleportation array in the long corridor, they could teleport. The teleportation array might be their only chance to escape. What the fuck? When the experts of the royal family heard the words of this expert of the Angel clan, their faces turned black.
What the fuck? Are you dreaming? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is so fierce now. Should we open the defense and help you escape?
Wouldn't we be enemies with the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King?
Is it possible? Even if they were confident that they could kill the Dragon King with the defense here, they wouldn't be able to kill him completely. Only a fool would do such a thing.
Angel clan, Phoenix clan, our royal clan will not be involved in the conflict between you and the Dragon Palace. It's good enough that our royal clan didn't say anything when you attacked on our territory.
Do you want us to make enemies with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace?
An expert from the royal family spoke directly.
At the same time, he was sending a message to Wuxia. It was that he didn't want to make enemies with the Dragon Palace. It was just that he had no other choice. The expression of the expert from the angel race changed drastically when he heard that. I came here this time to kill all of you. If I don't let you go, none of you can escape.
Wuxia stared at them and said coldly. He had killed 2 angels and phoenixes who were at the 7th level. The next ones who were at the 6th level would only need 4 nether spirit avatars. No matter how many powerhouses there were in the angel race and phoenix race, their realms would be suppressed. If they worked together, they could at most withstand 2 of them. Facing the attacks of the 4 nether spirit avatars, they had no way to retaliate. Wuxia moved and came to the opposite side of Lan Qingwei. He sat there with a smile on his face.
Hee. Lan Qingwei smiled at him. Wuxia took a sip of his tea and quietly watched the battle at the side. This is a one-sided massacre. The gap is too big. The Dragon King is too terrifying now. The Dragon King actually sat back at his original seat and drank his tea. This is completely disregarding the Angel and Phoenix clans. The Angel race and the Phoenix race have suffered great losses ever since they became enemies with the Dragon King. I heard that the Angel race's 3rd ancestor of the Radiant Angels and the Phoenix race's Green River Water Phoenix have been trying to kill the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon Palace for some reason. I don't know what they're feeling right now. Everyone looked at this scene and discussed in shock. This battle was too shocking.
After this battle, all the peak races wouldn't look down on the Dragon Palace.
At least in the Starry Universe, the Dragon King wasn't afraid of any peak races. The Dragon King was able to kill the angels and phoenixes by himself. One could imagine that if the Dragon King was facing a peak race, that peak race would have an even bigger headache.
Screams continued to ring out as the experts of the angels and phoenixes were quickly killed.
In the end, the screams completely disappeared. There was only an angel and a phoenix floating in the air. They were only at the venerable realm, and their faces were filled with fear and despair.
Seeing that the Dragon King did not kill them, they were also shocked and at a loss. Go back and tell the powerhouses of the Angel race and the Phoenix race to send over the heads of the 3rd prince of the Radiant Angel race and the Green River Water Phoenix. All of these grudges will end. If not, I will kill all of you who stepped into the Starry Universe. Wuxia said coldly to the last remaining Angel and Phoenix. When the Angel and Phoenix heard this, their bodies trembled.
Yes. They nodded their heads in horror and fled into the distance after surviving the calamity.
They fled.
They didn't expect that they would be able to return alive. This was simply the protection of the 9 origin universe. This, Dragon King's words are so overbearing. He wants the Angel and Phoenix clans to send over the heads of the 3rd prince and the Green River Water Phoenix.
Wow, Dragon King's words are so cool. The Angel and Phoenix clans will definitely not take the heads of the 3rd prince and the Green River Water Phoenix over. By Dragon King is going to fight them to the end. In the Starry Universe, there is the suppression of the universe and the level 8 ruler realm cannot come over. With the strength that Dragon King has displayed, the Angel and Phoenix clans will be in trouble.
The main reason is that the Dragon King is growing too fast. Did the Dragon King get all the inheritance of the divine dragon race? It's possible.
All the powerful disciples of the peak races and the disciples of the high-level races said in shock. The Dragon King's words were too cruel.
At the same time, his words were a real declaration of war against the Angel race and the Phoenix race.
They were going to expel them from the universe. The Angel race and the Phoenix race are going to be in trouble this time.
Some level 7 masters thought to themselves.
They looked at the Dragon King and knew that they would also be killed instantly if they faced him.
The Dragon King's foundation was too deep. The news of the Dragon King's arrival spread through the communication stone plate at a terrifying speed. Moreover, before the war broke out, the news of the Dragon King's arrival at the trading gallery had already caused a huge sensation.
At this moment, the news immediately caused all the powerful disciples of the 9 origin universe to be in an uproar.
It encompassed all the peak races. How is this possible? The Dragon King, has the strength to instantly kill a master of the 7th level?
The Angel clan and the Phoenix clan, together, have killed more than 5,000 strong disciples?
This can't be a joke, right?
Is it true? All the strong disciples asked in shock on the communication stone plate.
The strong disciples of the top races also sent messages to ask if the news was true. After receiving confirmation, all the disciples took a deep breath. So terrifying.
So terrifying.
In the Starry Universe, the Dragon Palace already has the strength to contend with the top races. This was the evaluation of a top race expert. Hoo-hoo! In a corner of the universe, dozens of figures stopped and floated in the air. The leader in the center was breathing a little fast and had a ferocious look on his face. His body trembled slightly and the killing intent from his body rushed toward the surroundings.
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, I want you to die. He raised his head and roared angrily. The experts of the Angel clan looked at him coldly.
They had naturally received the message on the communication stone plate. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had easily killed 2 level 7 rulers.
Moreover, he had 4 Nether Spirit avatars. The Angel clan also knew that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had a resurrection treasure.
Putting aside the resurrection treasure, with the current strength of the Dragon Palace, it was already very difficult for them to kill him.
Unless they surrounded the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Otherwise, how could they kill him? According to the information from the long trading corridor, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace didn't rely on the ghost clone to kill 2 existences at the 7th level ruler realm in an instant. That meant that he could at least fight against 4 existences at the same level. With the ghost clone, he could fight against 8 existences at the same level alone. And with the speed that was said to be comparable to the 8th level of the ruler realm, how could they kill him? This time, in order to kill the Dragon King, they had indeed obtained some powerful trump cards.
This trump card was enough to kill an existence at the 8th level of the ruler realm.
However, there was a prerequisite. If they wanted to meet the Dragon King, they had to lock onto him.
With the speed that the Dragon King had displayed, unless the Dragon King came to cause trouble for them, or if they found the Dragon King would not run away and fight with them.
Otherwise, they would not be able to kill him.
All of this was because of the third prince. The loss of the Angel clan to the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was already terrifying enough.
This time, they had lost thousands of strong disciples.
And according to the Dragon King, if he didn't send the third prince's head over, he would continue to kill.
If the Dragon King wanted to kill their ordinary disciples, how could the Angel clan resist?
Even if they were masters of the Angel clan, would they need 7 or 8 of them to act together?
The experts of the Angel clan felt helpless. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was growing too fast. At the same time, the third prince also understood his current situation.
He also understood the current situation. He was also helpless. He didn't think that he would come to this point.
If he couldn't deal with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he would have to bear all the consequences. He would even become a thoughtless battle angel. His body was trembling slightly. Similarly, when he received the news from the Green River Water Phoenix, he was completely silent.
My gains this time should be enough for Little Blue House and the rest to break through again. Moreover, it will also allow the more than 8 million disciples of the Dragon Palace to advance to the peak of the Supremacy Realm.
At the long trading corridor, Wuxia finished the tea in his cup and was calculating in his heart.
3 corpses of a level 7 overlord were sufficient for Xiao Lan and Xiao Bai to level up once again. After all, Xiao Lan and Xiao Bai only had a level 5 overlord. By devouring the corpses of a level 7 overlord coupled with a group of level 6 overlords, it would not be a big problem for them to break through to the level 6 overlord realm. Once they reached the level 6 overlord realm, only a 9-origin universe master at the level 9 overlord realm would be able to fight against them.
Are we waiting for a few thousand years? Or should we continue to fight? Wuxia's eyes sparkled. Currently, he was the only one who had displayed his strength. Qing Yu and the rest had yet to make a move. Qing Yu and the rest could fight against the masters of the 9-origin universe who were at the level 8 realm. I really don't believe that the angel race has the strength to defeat 2 masters of the level 8 realm. Wuxia mumbled to himself. He had an idea. That was to continue.
It might be risky to continue, but Wuxia felt that it was not a big problem.
Powerful treasures could indeed allow them to fight against opponents of a higher level.
However, such treasures were definitely not something that a powerhouse could use. For example, the Aurora Domain, the defensive barrier of the Angel race's territory, needed to be set up in advance.
Just like in the Storm Continent, the Angel Judgment formation of the Angel race also needed to be set up in advance. Moreover, when it was used, it required many experts to control it.
After all, it was a large level higher than the enemy. The level of the ultimate treasure needed to be very, very high. Unless they had a heaven-grade treasure. However, this was obviously impossible. In other words, if Wang Xian continued to deal with the powerhouses of the Angel Clan, the success rate would reach 80%. Now was the time for the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan to be furious. However, Wang Xian could not afford to be arrogant. Wang Xian took out his communication stone plate. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The editor sent a message, "Little scoundrels of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan, I will be waiting for you in the long trading corridor for 3 years. If you guys come over in 3 years, I can continue playing with you guys. After 3 years, I will exterminate your Angel Clan and Phoenix Clan one by one." After the message was sent out, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. He would give them 3 years to stimulate the Angel Clan and Phoenix Clan. He would see if they would still send experts over. At the same time, he would also give himself a guarantee. If he wanted to reach the universe passage from the trade corridor, even if there was a teleportation formation in the middle, with Wang Xian's speed, it would take him 5 to 6 years to reach it. In other words, this would prevent the Angel Clan from sending a large number of experts over. The experts here could not come over. In the universe, the only ones who could rush over were the third prince, Qingjiang Shuifeng Huang, and the rest. If they came, they could kill them. After killing them, they would bring Xiaolan and the rest to level up. When they returned, they would wipe out the entire Angel Clan and Phoenix Clan. "Qingyue, we will stay here for another 3 years. Within these 3 years, there will be powerhouses coming over. They might need your help. If there are no powerhouses coming over, we will leave." Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue. Sure. Since I broke through, I have yet to make a move. I don't even know how strong I am." Lan Qingyue nodded her head in excitement. The ancient god-feeding Kuan master was an extremely terrifying and powerful inheritance. Lan Qingyue was the only inheritor of the ancient god-feeding Kuan master. The former ancient god-feeding Kuan master was an expert of the inheritance. He was destroyed by the combined efforts of the Divine Dragon Clan and the Divine Tiger Clan of the Phoenix Clan. This was because this terrifying existence mainly fed on the divine dragons, phoenixes, and divine tigers. This was the reason why they had been destroyed, and also the reason why they were so powerful. An ordinary ruler at the 8th rank in the 9 Origin universe might not be a match for Lan Qingyue and the others. Thus, Lan Qingyue and the 3 Kuan masters might not be able to only fight against 4 ruler at the 8th rank. It may be 5 or 6. Speaking of which, Wang Xian also wanted to see the true strength of Lan Qingyue and Xiaolan. He could give it a try this time. Of course, he wasn't sure if the Angel Clan and Phoenix Clan would send more powerhouses over. If they did, it would be perfect. If they didn't come, he wouldn't have much to lose. Look at the communication stone plate. The Dragon King actually sent a message. He wants to wait for the experts of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan in the trading gallery for 3 years. Is this a provocation? The Dragon King, I'll give you 3 years in the trading gallery. Hurry up and send someone to kill me. Otherwise, you won't have a chance in the future. Can I understand it that way? Hiss, this is completely looking down on the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan. Will they send experts over? If they send experts over from the 9 Origin universe, unless it's a master of the 9th level, they won't be able to make it in time. However, once a master of the 9th level steps in here, he will definitely be sensed by the powerful space beasts in the starry universe and be annihilated. Therefore, the only ones who can make it here are the 3rd Prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. This is obviously aimed at the 3rd Prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. There are many experts around the 3rd Prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. They are here specifically to hunt down and kill the Dragon King. Could it be that the Dragon King still has a trump card? No way. If the Dragon King still has a trump card, it would be too terrifying. This should be a form of provocation to the 3rd Prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. The Dragon King is too ferocious. This is a direct confrontation. When Wang Xian's message was sent out, the entire communication stone plate was in an uproar. The Dragon Palace actually didn't leave after killing the powerhouses of the Angel and Phoenix clans? This was a blatant provocation. They still wanted to play in the trading gallery for 3 years? Wasn't this too much? Did they still have a trump card, or were they teasing the 2 peak races? But regardless of which one it was,
The Dragon King's actions were all very impressive.
This is? He wants to truly steal the peak races and test his limits? To see the strength of the peak races? In the long trading corridor, when the royal family's experts received this news, they were all somewhat dumbstruck.
3 years, 3 years. In the starry universe, many of the angel and phoenix races experts could still make it, especially the third prince, Xinjiang Water Phoenix, and the rest of them. They should have already made it here.
They looked at the figure in astonishment. They did not understand what the Dragon King was trying to do.
However, his actions were undoubtedly a sign of confidence. He's showing off. A powerhouse who was at level 7, the ruler of a peak race, commented indifferently. He was showing off his abilities. Ha! At the same time, the third prince also saw the news about Wuxia. When he saw it, his body trembled again. His eyes were filled with madness and violent killing intent. Good, good, good. That Dragon King actually dared to wait for us at the long trading corridor. He actually waited for me arrogantly there. This time I must kill him. I must. The third prince roared crazily at this moment.
The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had now become his inner demon. He must be destroyed. He must be destroyed.
Eh? The surrounding experts of the Angel Clan also saw this news. Some of the experts of the Angel Clan slightly frowned. This Dragon King actually dared to wait for us at the trade corridor. Does he have any trump cards? Does he have some kind of conspiracy? We shouldn't go there rashly. A dark angel frowned and said.
He had a bad premonition.
Was the Dragon King so easy to kill?
Was the Dragon King so stupid?
He definitely had some trump cards and backing. Rush over recklessly?
Now that the Dragon King is there, it's our only chance. If we don't go this time, we won't have much of a chance. We have to go, and we have to destroy the Dragon King as soon as possible. The third prince roared crazily. Contact the Phoenix Clan. If we go, we have to join forces with the Phoenix Clan. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to keep the Dragon King. An angel of light looked at the third prince and said, "Of course, the Green River Water Phoenix of the Phoenix Clan has the treasures of the Phoenix Clan. If they use the treasures, they can kill an 8th level ruler. We have the same here."
The third prince did not lose his mind.
He wanted to destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace more than anyone else.
But he also knew that the Dragon King was not that easy to kill. But as long as he joined forces with the Green River Water Phoenix, he still had 90% confidence.
Even if he could not truly destroy the Dragon King, as long as he brought his corpse back, his father would naturally have a way to completely destroy the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. And he also knew that this was the last chance to kill the Dragon King.
If he couldn't kill him this time, he would be completely finished. At first, he thought that he had no chance, but the Dragon King gave him one last chance, and he had to take this chance. Go! He growled and quickly flew towards the long corridor.
At the same time, he spread the news to the Green River Water Phoenix one by one.
The Green River Water Phoenix also led the experts and flew towards the long trading corridor. They were all at their maximum speed, afraid that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would leave.
Naturally, Wuxia did not leave. After the battle ended, the experts of the royal family removed their defenses.
This caused him and Lan Qingyue to wander around the surroundings. Although he had displayed great strength this time around, none of the peak races came to express their goodwill. After all, the battle between the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix race's Angel race was not over yet. Furthermore, the Angel race and the Phoenix race were too strong. Although they had suffered a great loss, they were not foolish enough to befriend the Dragon King and offend the two peak races. Wuxia did not care. However, it would not be long before they would be shocked by the strength of the Dragon Palace. Wuxia and Lan Qingyue settled down in the long trading corridor for a short while. They strolled around leisurely and traded some novel items. This also caused the communication stone plate to be filled with information about Wuxia and the rest.
What did the Dragon King do today?
Which shop did he go to?
This made many strong disciples talk about it with great interest.
Wuxia's reputation was also increasing at a terrifying speed. Back when the Phoenix clan killed the Sci-Fi patriarch, it was the first time Wuxia displayed his strength. He had attracted a large number of supporters. Now, as Wuxia's strength was getting stronger, more and more supporters were gathered.
Many of the disciples of the high-level races were even shouting and waiting for the Dragon King to bring the Angel clan and Phoenix clan down to the peak. They were waiting for the Dragon King to completely destroy them. Sometimes, when Wuxia saw them, he would also smile faintly. Of course, no one believed their words. Even the strong disciples of the high-level races who said these words did not believe his words. They were just joking. However, Wuxia believed it. He would. Time passed day by day, and 1 to 2 years quickly passed. During these 1 to 2 years, the trading gallery became more and more lively. The disciples of the experts who were not far from the trading gallery all rushed over. They were not here for anything else but to see the Dragon King. In addition, they were also a little curious whether the experts of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan would rush over within 3 years. If they did, a great battle would break out. They wanted to see how deep the Dragon King's trump card was. Similarly, they wanted to see the great battle between the top experts of the peak races. Many disciples of the top experts of the high-level races rushed over. Similarly, the disciples of the other peak races also rushed over. Among them, there was no lack of level 7 masters. However, no experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans came over. They didn't dare to come over either. If they did, they would definitely be killed by the Dragon King. Who dared to come? It's been more than 2 years. Why aren't the experts from the Angel and Phoenix clans here yet? Are they really intimidated by the Dragon King? It's really possible. After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace dared to wait for the 2 peak races here for 3 years. He must have other things to rely on. They may not be 100% sure that they can deal with the Dragon King. If they don't take action this time, they won't be able to kill the Dragon King in the future. Moreover, with the Dragon King's growth rate, the Angel and Phoenix clans will probably encounter the most terrifying enemies in the future. If the Angel and Phoenix clans can't deal with the Dragon King after this, the Dragon Palace will definitely rise in power. In the communication stone plate, a large number of strong disciples discussed this matter every day. Everyone was looking forward to it. They were looking forward to the outbreak of the war. Xiao Xian, there are already close to 20 level 7 masters in this long trading corridor. At a corner of the long trading corridor, Lan Qingyue and Wuxia were eating leisurely. The entire long trading corridor was considered to be a beautiful place. It would take them a few years to walk around it. They were very comfortable here. Lan Qingyue was able to fight against level 8 masters in the 9 Origin universe. Therefore, she could sense the arrival of every level 7 master. I wonder if the experts from the Angel race and Phoenix race are still coming. There's still half a year's time. Wuxia nodded and smiled. I think they will still come. Even if they came earlier, they might still be making some preparations. Lan Qingyue pondered.
Preparations? When the time comes, we will fight them here. If they really have some extremely powerful treasures, we will slip away immediately. Wuxia smiled. He wasn't a stupid person. Once he realized that something was wrong, he would leave immediately. In any case, the resources he had were enough to upgrade Little Blue and the others. When he returned, he did not believe that the trump cards of the Angel clan and Phoenix clan could still deal with a ruler of the 9th rank. Hehe. Don't underestimate my strength. Lan Qingyue smiled.
The two of them chatted and laughed. At the same time, they were about a month away from the ruler of the long trading corridor. The third prince and the other powerhouses of the Angel clan were floating there quietly. They were waiting there quietly.
They were waiting for the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan.
With their strength, they knew that the chances of destroying the Dragon King were a little low. If the Dragon King wanted to escape, there was a high chance that he would be able to escape.
Crash!
A few days later, the sound of flapping wings could be heard from a distance.
The third prince opened his eyes and looked behind him. His eyes were shining. Green River Water Phoenix, you're finally here. The third prince stared at her and said,
I'm here. Show me all your trump cards. Don't hold anything back. Green River Water Phoenix said directly. They wouldn't hold anything back in this alliance.
All right. I have 25th rank 7 rulers here, and my biggest trump card is the Archangel's secret message.
The third prince immediately took out his trump card.
This was a book, a very special book. There were pictures drawn on the book. There was the sword of light, the shield of light, the spear of light, and the cross of light. There were more than a dozen of them. Archangel's secret message. There are 13 attacks and 1 defense. It requires the control of 13 angels at the 7th level of the ruler realm. Each attack is comparable to the strongest attack of a ruler at the 8th level of the ruler realm. If it is used consecutively, it can severely injure an existence at the 8th level of the ruler realm. With our help, it can even kill him. Of course, this might require a long battle. The third prince said, "All right, I have a phoenix totem here, and it contains a large amount of phoenix essence blood. With the help of the phoenix totem, a ruler level 7 phoenix, and I can erupt with the strength of a ruler level 8. The duration is also enough to wear down a ruler level 8 expert."
The Green River Water Phoenix's eyes flickered as it said, "In the starry cosmos, it was somewhat different from the 9 origin cosmos.
In the 9 origin cosmos, if one wanted to destroy an existence at the same level, they needed 3 to do so. This was because the 9 origin cosmos could escape back to their own cosmos god nation at any time.
Hence, the 3 of them were required to constantly drag the other party down, preventing him from escaping.
But it was different here in the starry cosmos. One could not escape in an instant when fighting against someone of the same level. If the battle continued, one-on-one battles could result in death. If it was 2-on-1, they could basically kill them. Hence, they did not need to have the strength of the 9 origin cosmos to kill them.
This was very good news for the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. Good, good. A long-lost smile appeared on the third prince's face.
His gaze swept past the Green River Water Phoenix. Besides her, there were 12 other phoenixes.
Each of them was in existence at the 7th level of the ruler realm.
With our strength, we can destroy the Dragon King. What we need to pay attention to now is that we can't let the Dragon King escape.
The Green River Water Phoenix said.
Then we need to think of a way to make it impossible for him to escape. The third prince frowned slightly.
I have a treasure here that can trap the Dragon King for a while, but it won't last long.
The Green River Water Phoenix said. How long? The third prince's eyes lit up and immediately asked. At most 1 minute.
The Green River Water Phoenix replied. 1 minute is enough. If you can trap it for 1 minute, I have a great formation here. Give me 1 minute and I can completely trap it. The third prince gritted his teeth and his eyes shone.
The time was getting closer and closer to the date of 3 years. Wuxia was still the same as before. He didn't care if the powerhouses from the Angel and Phoenix clans would come or not. He was living a leisurely life every day. They're here. On this day, Wuxia and Lan Qingyue were sitting by a lake in the long trading corridor, enjoying the scenery. Lan Qingyue suddenly spoke up. Oh, they're finally here. Wuxia wasn't as strong as Lan Qingyue, so he didn't sense it. How strong are they? He asked. Xiaoxian, all of them are at the level 7 Overlord realm. There are a total of 28 of them. Lan Qingyue replied. 28 of them?
If we add in some battle angels, there should be more than 30 of them.
Wuxia mumbled. At this moment, he also sensed an extremely terrifying aura flying towards him. Looking over, one figure after another slowly appeared. Angels. Phoenixes. They flew over from all directions as though they were afraid that Wuxia would escape. They were extremely confident. Wuxia's eyes sparkled when he saw them. Buzz. 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 At this moment, streams of energy suddenly rose from the side of the long trading corridor. The thick, earthy yellow energy enveloped the entire long trading corridor.
Dragon King, if there is a huge battle, please head to the sky, Dragon King.
A voice sounded out of thin air. All the strong disciples in the long trading corridor could hear it clearly. Don't worry.
Wuxia replied with a smile when he heard the voice of the royal family.
His body moved and he flew out directly.
They're here. They're here. They're here. The strong practitioners of the Phoenix and Angel families are here.
The Phoenix and Angel families are unwilling to give up this opportunity. They're really here. Look, they're all at the level 7 realm. They've surrounded the surroundings. Oh my God. 28 masters of level 7. A total of 28. Have the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan gathered all the masters in the starry universe. The war is about to start. With the strength displayed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, he is no match for them at all. But the Dragon King seems to be very relaxed. Does he have any trump cards?
What a terrifying aura. If this great battle were to start, would the defenses of the royal family be able to withstand it?
When everyone heard the voice of the royal family's experts, their faces revealed shock. They hurriedly raised their heads and looked up into the sky. At this moment, the experts of the other peak races in the long trading gallery flew up one by one and watched from below. They were all filled with anticipation and excitement. A battle between experts of such a level had not occurred for more than 20 billion years. More than 20 billion years. What a long time. Now, a terrifying battle was about to erupt.
The angel race and the phoenix race have 28 experts at the 7th level. They definitely have powerful trump cards in their hands. I feel that with the strength that the Dragon King has displayed, they are completely unable to resist.
A great elf at the 7th level said with a twinkle in his eyes.
If the Dragon King can face them head-on and survive, then the Dragon King's strength is too terrifying.
The skeleton race's master said loudly not far away. It was as if he was answering the great elf's words. Indeed, if the Dragon King can still resist it, we have to consider our relationship with the Dragon Palace. An expert from the Divine Tiger clan said faintly, I think the Dragon King wants to play with the two peak races. If the Dragon King can resist it, then the development and improvement of our other peak races, which are worth more than 20 billion, will be too rubbish.
On the Nether race's side, a master at the 7th level said, You can't say that. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace improved so quickly because he has the heritage of the Divine Dragon Clan and even the inheritance of the Water Dragon King.
An expert from the Celestial Nation shook his head.
Anyway, it's going to be interesting. The Dragon King definitely inherited the inheritance of the Water Dragon King and even the inheritance of the 5 Elements Dragon King, the Light Dark Dragon King, and the others. Some of the angels and phoenixes will accept it. The experts from the Saint lineage laughed softly.
A group of experts who were at level 7, the leader of a peak race, began to chat in the long trading corridor.
They expressed their opinions. Similarly, their conversation could also represent the opinions of most of the experts' disciples. At the same time, this news was also transmitted to the communication stone plate in a frenzy.
Which one is the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix? Come out for a moment and let me see which two have been trying to kill me. Wuxia was floating in the air above the long trading corridor. His gaze swept across the surroundings as he asked nonchalantly, I was careless and allowed an ant to grow to this stage. However, today I want to completely eliminate this ant.
The third prince stared at Wuxia and said coldly,
I'm an ant. Interesting. This one should be the third prince of the Angel of Light, right?
Since you say I'm an ant, let's have a one-on-one fight to see if there's a good-for-nothing being arrogant or if there's a good-for-nothing borrowing the power of the race.
Haha. Wuxia looked at the third prince and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was really arrogant. At this stage, he still dared to call him an ant. He was probably a retard. In the surrounding area, a group of powerhouses from the peak races couldn't help but shake their heads when they heard the third prince's words.
They were already at this stage, yet they were still trying to act cool?
Didn't they know what was going on? Look at himself. Look at how the angel race was being forced to this stage.
When the third prince heard Wuxia's words, his expression turned gloomy instantly.
Which one is the Green River Water Phoenix? Let me see. By the way, the third prince might want to kill me because of his lackeys. What about you, Green River Water Phoenix? I'm very curious. Why do you always want to kill me? Can you tell me?
Wuxia swept his gaze across the group of phoenixes and continued to ask with a smile on his face. Naturally, I have my own plans to kill you.
The Green River Water Phoenix stared at Wuxia and replied coldly.
This was a cold and beautiful water phoenix. That can be considered as a reason. I have another question. Before the leader of the ancestral dragon lineage died, he said that the divine dragon lineage should be careful of phoenixes. What is the reason?
Wuxia asked another question. It was as if this was not a huge battle but a solution to the question in his heart.
That's because the divine dragon island is currently occupied by the phoenix tribe. As for the leader of the ancestral dragon tribe, I don't mind.
The Green River Phoenix answered without hiding anything. I see. Wang Xian nodded his head. A satisfied expression appeared on his face.
That was all he had to say. The Divine Dragon Island was the lair of the Divine Dragon clan. Every peak race occupied a powerful grotto heaven-blessed land.
The Divine Dragon Island of the Divine Dragon clan naturally had a grotto heaven-blessed land that even the peak races coveted. After the Divine Dragon clan was annihilated, it was normal for the Phoenix clan to occupy it. Wang Xian had already asked all the questions in his heart.
What he needed to do next was to reap the rewards.
He narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze across all the strong disciples of the Angel tribe and the Phoenix tribe. All right, I'm done with my questions. Come on, let me experience the strength of your Phoenix tribe and the Angel tribe. Hee. Let's see if I can stay here today. Wang Xian stretched his body and said to them with a smile on his face, Go all out. The Green River Water Phoenix let out a low roar. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and a phoenix totem rose into the sky. On this totem, there was an extremely terrifying phoenix essence blood.
This surging essence blood was enough to shock all the experts.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Chirp, 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 chirp. At the position beside the Green River Water Phoenix, the two water phoenixes let out a roar and flew directly towards the phoenix totem. As they flew above the totem, the aura on their bodies rapidly rose.
This kind of rising state was far more terrifying than burning their lives. Waves of terrifying energy rushed towards the surroundings. Archangel's secret message.
The third prince did not hesitate at all and directly took out his strongest trump card.
With a wave of his arm, the Archangel's secret message book flew towards the sky.
Page after page of terrifying weapons slowly materialized and appeared in the void.
That extremely terrifying weapon of light was aimed in Wang Xian's direction. The third prince stared at Wang Xian, his eyes filled with coldness and coldness. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, you are too arrogant. How dare you ignore us? You will definitely die here today. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Green River Water Phoenix waved its arm again. A water phoenix's wings slowly appeared and flew towards the surroundings. A special energy sealed the entire void. Wang Yun instantly felt a powerful suppressive force. This suppressive force made him feel that he was already trapped in this space.
Water language space.
The Green River Water Phoenix shouted in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. When the third prince saw this scene, his eyes revealed an excited expression. He waved his arm. In the storage space, 5 battle angels flew out. Each battle angel had the strength to dominate the 7th level.
In the hands of these 5 battle angels, they were holding their own hearts.
The transparent white hearts shot out rays of light which fell directly on Wang Xian. Wang Xian instantly had a strange feeling. A feeling of being completely locked on.
Bang, bang, bang. When this feeling appeared, the 5 battle angels began to crumble slowly. A terrifying power of light surged into the hearts of light.
The hearts of light flew towards the surroundings, completely sealing off the space.
In an instant, the Green River Water Phoenix and the third prince took out all their trump cards.
They displayed all their trump cards, all for the sake of killing Wang Xian.
This was especially so for the third prince. He had completely sealed off the space at the cost of losing 5 battle angels who were at the 7th level of the ruler realm. It could be said that he had paid a huge price.
Ha ha ha, Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Let's see how you will escape this time. I have sacrificed 5 battle angels. Even if you have the ultimate treasure to escape, don't even think about escaping.
The third prince's face was filled with excitement and savage laughter as he stared at him and roared.
This time, they could finally destroy the Dragon King. As long as they brought the Dragon King's corpse back, they would have a way to directly kill his resurrected body through the corpse. In other words, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would die without a doubt. The hatred in his heart was finally resolved.
The Dragon Palace wouldn't be able to do anything in the future.
Hiss, this. However, at this moment, all the disciples of the peak races and high-level races were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. All of them were filled with shock.
I can sense an unrivaled power from the 2 phoenixes. This is the power of an 8th level ruler. Even if it's temporary, it's still extremely terrifying. The Phoenix clan actually used such a trump card. Doesn't this mean that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is going to deal with 2 level 8 overlords?
Not only that, but there's also the weapon condensed from the Book of the Angel Clan. Each weapon contains a sense of energy that can heavily injure or even kill a level 7 overlord.
They actually revealed all their trump cards in an instant. Is this the trump card of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan?
It's too terrifying.
Isn't the Dragon King a little careless?
The third prince of the angel race sacrificed 5 battle angels of the 7th level of the ruler realm to form a trap. This is a sure kill Dragon King. This is too ruthless. This is a barrier formed by 5 battle angels of the 7th level of the ruler realm. The Dragon King can't escape at all. The Dragon King is still a little careless. No, it should be said that the Green River Water Phoenix and the third prince are too crazy. The killing intent of the angel race and the Phoenix race is too strong. The experts of the Peak race looked at him in shock. Especially the third prince's method of directly sacrificing 5 level 7 battle angels. This was too ruthless.
How could the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace resist?
This Dragon King is in big trouble. How can the Dragon King resist?
Yes, how can he resist? This force is too strong.
It's over, it's over. The Dragon King was too careless this time. There's no chance of escaping. According to the methods of the angel race and the Phoenix race, as long as we get the Dragon King's corpse, even if it's a resurrected body, we can destroy it completely, right? The powerful disciples of the high-level races also widen their eyes.
This was the foundation of the Peak race.
This was the terror of the Peak race. This was the angel race and the Phoenix race. They had to admit that this kind of foundation and strength could only be looked up to by the high-level races.
If they wanted to surpass it, even if they obtained a huge opportunity in the starry universe, it would still be difficult. Hehe, are you going to reveal all your trump cards?
You guys are really strong. It seems like you guys hate me very much and want to leave me here completely.
Wuxia swept his gaze across and narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a look of astonishment in his eyes.
Ha ha ha. Dragon King, you must die.
The third prince stared at Wuxia and roared furiously with a ferocious expression.
This time, the Dragon King could forget about escaping. You guys are indeed very strong. I'm not your match and you guys can indeed kill me. Wuxia looked at them and spoke with a smile on his face. I'm not your match. So, I can only let my wife take action. I'm not your match. So I can only let my wife take action. Wuxia's leisurely voice was heard. As he spoke, he looked at Lan Qingyue with a smile on his face. Around them, the third prince, Qingjiang, Shui Fenghuang, and the rest were also slightly stunned when they heard Wuxia's words. They looked at Wuxia with some astonishment. Faced with their trump cards and strength, how could the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace still be able to talk and laugh? How could he be so calm? What trump cards did he have? And let his wife fight?
They looked at Lan Qingyue, their eyes full of surprise and doubt.
Did the Dragon King really have a trump card? The Dragon King still has a trump card? The Dragon King can still laugh when facing such a terrifying trump card and lineup of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan. What other trump cards does he have? Let his wife fight.
What's going on? I'm no match for you guys, so I can only get my wife to make a move? That lady doesn't seem to be very strong. Isn't that the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace?
I know about this. There are many Dragon Queens in the Dragon Palace. Back then, they all made an appearance at important occasions in the Dragon Palace. I've seen them before. This is one of the Dragon Queens. In the surrounding area, some of the strong disciples from the high-level races looked at Wuxia in shock. How could he be so calm under such circumstances? Furthermore, there were people who recognized Lan Qingyue.
Lan Qingyue and the rest from the Dragon Palace would sometimes appear at important occasions in the Dragon Palace when some high-level races came to pay their respects to the Dragon Palace. Some of the strong disciples from the high-level races recognized Lan Qingyue.
Ha! The experts from the peak races were astonished when they heard Wuxia's words. They immediately shifted their gaze to Lan Qingyue, the Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace, the wife of the Dragon King. She was the Dragon King's greatest trump card? This? They found it hard to believe.
Could there be someone stronger than the Dragon King in the Dragon Palace?
One had to know that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace must have obtained the strongest inheritance of the Divine Dragon clan. How could there be someone stronger than him in the Dragon Palace?
Lan Xinghua smiled when she saw Wang Xian looking at her. She took a step forward and swept her gaze across all the powerhouses of the Angel clan and Phoenix clan. She raised her head slightly. "Let me introduce myself, Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace," Lan Xinghua said slowly. All the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan and Angel clan around saw Lan Xinghua, who was calm, composed, and even a little arrogant. She did not put them in her eyes at all. They suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. The last inheritor of the ancient god Kuan feeding master. Lan Xinghua. Another 2 words gently came out of her mouth. At the same time, a gray energy surged out of her body. This energy was strange, but it contained great terror. "Little blue.
Little house. Little white."
She continued to speak with a smile on her face. She lightly waved her arms to the left, right, and front.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked expressions, 3 terrifying black holes appeared in the air above the long trading corridor. 3 extremely terrifying black holes appeared out of thin air around the encirclement of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan. These black holes appeared out of nowhere. They were incomparably deep. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. In the next second, roars came from the black hole.
The roars were distant, empty, and ancient. It seemed to be a terrifying existence from the center of the universe.
It seemed to be a terrifying existence that had transmigrated here. Fuck. 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 The ancient god feeds Kuan Master. It's the ancient god feeds Kuan Master. It's Kuan. That's Kuan. At this moment, a divine tiger at the 7th stage ruler realm from the divine tiger clan suddenly roared loudly, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible?
How is this possible? Wasn't the last ancient god Kuan Master destroyed by our divine tiger clan, Phoenix clan, and divine dragon clan?
How can it still exist? He widened his eyes and continued to roar. Ancient god Kuan Master?
Some experts of the peak races were slightly dazed when they heard the voice of the divine tiger clan's expert.
What is the ancient god Kuan sovereign? I don't know, but from that Lord Divine Tiger's exclamation, this is definitely a terrifying existence. Bullshit. How can it not be terrifying? Didn't this Lord Divine Tiger say that the last ancient god Kuan sovereign was killed by them working together with the Phoenix race and the Divine Dragon race?
How could an existence that requires 3 peak races to work together be an ordinary existence? Fuck me, I feel like there's a terrifying existence coming out from that deep black hole.
The group of high-level races' expert disciples were somewhat dumbstruck.
Somewhat shocked.
Somewhat inconceivable. It was the first time the ancient god feeding Kuan Master and the others heard it. But just hearing this name made them feel extremely awesome. Ancient god?
Feeding Kuan Master? Wang Wang Wang.
At this moment, 3 extremely huge figures slowly appeared from within the 3 black holes. Little blue and little white. They had the strength of a level 5 ruler, and without the suppression of the starry sky, they were comparable to a level 8 ruler. Their enormous bodies gave people a strong impact.
Everyone felt the sky darken. Each figure was bigger than the long corridor they were in.
What kind of concept was this? Fuck. This was too crazy. These 3 terrifying beasts are called Little Blue, Little House, Little White. How are they small? The ELF race experts couldn't help but mutter. This was too big. I remember now. The ancient god raised the Kuan Lord. The Kuan they raised used to feed on the divine dragons, phoenixes, and divine tigers. There are records of it too. The Kuan also devoured our demon race experts to increase its strength by devouring peak races.
It was an extremely terrifying existence. However, after a very long time, it was destroyed by the divine tigers, phoenixes, and divine dragons. I didn't expect it to appear again.
A demon expert's eyes flashed with shock as he spoke. Feeding on the peak races. I'm fucking
scared to death.
Ruthless. Too ruthless. The high-level race's disciples opened their mouths slightly when they saw this. This was too fierce. This was the first time they had heard of it.
Is this the Dragon Palace's trump card?
The angel race and phoenix race's experts are going to suffer. The angel race and phoenix race are going to suffer as well. An elder from the saint bloodline murmured with a feather fan in his hand. Cough, cough. Everyone pay attention. The royal family's defense can at most block the attack of an 8th-level ruler. If a big fight breaks out, our defense might collapse. Be careful. At this moment, an expert from the royal family suddenly warned. All the disciples of the high-level races? This? What did he mean? If their defenses were destroyed, wouldn't they be finished? Just the aftershocks of a battle between experts of this level would definitely kill them. Royal family, don't scare us. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. From the looks of it, the angel race and phoenix race will be completely suppressed. It won't be a big problem for us to hide.
At this moment, the royal clan's expert said leisurely. He led the entire trading corridor and the stars to retreat into the distance.
Oh? Actually, there's no need to worry too much. From the looks of it, the angel race and the phoenix race will be completely suppressed. We might be able to hide a little. When the royal's voice rang out, everyone pursed their lips, their faces filled with astonishment. It wasn't very harmful. It was very insulting. What did he mean by the difference being too great? What did he mean by there might not be a problem? Did he mean that the angel race and phoenix race would be completely suppressed? However, looking at the current situation, it seemed to be the same.
The legendary ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord had 3 Kuan that could contend against a ruler at the 8th rank. Such resistance? The strength of the angel race and phoenix race was indeed able to contend against 3 rulers at the 8th rank with all their trump cards. But this confrontation was only temporary. The 2 phoenixes of the angel race forcefully increased the strength of the 3rd prince's offensive treasure. Although it could contend against a ruler of the 8th rank, how long could it last? A month? 2 months? Or perhaps a year? But one had to know that apart from the 3 Kuan, there was also the ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord. The ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord's strength was also at this level. Most importantly, the legendary ancient god Kuan Master was in existence that was besieged by the 3 peak races. Their strength was only comparable to an ordinary ruler at the 8th rank. This was obviously impossible. The legendary ancient god Kuan Master definitely had a terrifying strength that far surpassed an ordinary level.
How is this possible?
How is this possible?
At the same time, the 3rd prince, the Azure River Water Phoenix, as well as the experts of the angel race and phoenix race, saw the 3 Kuan that surrounded them.
They looked at Lan Qingwei and the legendary ancient god-feeding Kuan Master.
They felt this terrifying strength, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief.
The strength of a ruler at the 8th rank.
The battle prowess of 4 rulers at the 8th rank. And they were the terrifying existences of the legends.
How could they fight? As they looked at the sealed space and felt this terrifying pressure, their bodies began to tremble violently. How could this be?
Shit. We're finished. The faces of the angels and phoenixes at the 7th rank changed drastically. Their eyes filled with fear and shock.
What should they do?
What should they do? They were doomed.
Once they started fighting, they would definitely not be their opponents.
If they continued fighting, they would die.
They would die.
The gap was too big. They were merely existences at level 8 who relied on their trump cards to forcefully increase their strength. It was fake.
As for the opponents, they were real. Hee, 3rd Prince, Green River Water Phoenix, you two aren't naive enough to think that I would be waiting for you guys to attack me just by relying on the strength that I displayed, right? I would be foolish enough to wait for you guys to kill me, right? Wuxia stared at them with a face full of mockery. His eyes slowly revealed a look of disdain. Wuxia had walked from Earth to here step by step. He wouldn't be careless in any way.
Those who thought that he was careless would eventually become dead people. The 3rd Prince and Green River Water Phoenix in front of him were the same. You 2 idiots. Wuxia looked at their extremely ugly expressions and mocked them. When the 3rd Prince and the Green River Water Phoenix heard his words, their bodies trembled violently and their eyes were bloodshot. I'm giving all of you from the Angel Tribe, the Phoenix Tribe, a chance to live. Come. 3rd Prince, Green River Water Phoenix. Haven't the 2 of you been trying to destroy me? Today, I'm giving you a chance. The 2 of you attack me, and I'll fight you two alone. If you can defeat me, I'll release all of you." Wang Xian stared at them and continued to speak indifferently.
Fuck. Hiss, the Dragon King is awesome. He wants to fight the third prince and Green River Water Phoenix of the Angel of Light alone?
This is a blatant provocation. It's very insulting. It will be interesting if they don't dare to accept the challenge. Ha ha ha. If they don't dare to accept the challenge, then the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan will lose a lot of face. Dragon King, haven't you always wanted to destroy them? Well, I'll give you a chance. Now, you can join hands to attack me and defeat me. You can live. It's very insulting. This is going to be interesting. With the strength that the Dragon King has displayed, how can the third prince fight with the Green River Water Phoenix like this? Unless they still have a trump card. When the surrounding strong disciples heard Wang Xian's words, they widened their eyes and couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Humiliating one-on-one. Did you guys dare to do it?
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, don't go too far. The Water Phoenix of the Green River stared at Wang Xian and said,
Haha, you're saying that I'm going too far. How interesting. You want to kill me, but I'm here now, and you're saying that I'm bullying you. You're relying on the strength behind you. Alright then, I'm also relying on the strength of the Dragon Palace now. Shall we fight it out?
Besides, I'm a man of my word. If you can defeat me, I'll release all of you. TSK, come and fight it out with me. If you do, the powerhouses in your clan might be able to survive.
But if you don't, none of you will be able to leave. After Wang Xian finished his last sentence, his eyes were filled with coldness and coldness. Huff huff.
The Green River Phoenix's breathing was a little hurried. At this moment, the phoenixes around her looked at her in silence.
At the third prince's side, the powerhouses from the Angel tribe were also looking at him.
It was obvious that they had an opinion. They had been forced into a desperate situation.
Burn all your life force and give it a try. A fire phoenix stared at the Green River Water Phoenix and said faintly. His words made the Green River Water Phoenix's wings tremble and its claws slowly clenched. Good, good. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Let us try your current strength.
The Green River Water Phoenix flapped its wings slightly and the wings on its body slowly began to burn.
This was consuming her life force. Whoosh! The third prince also stood out. With a wave of his arm, a spear appeared in his hand, and a crown appeared above his head. Golden light was flowing on the wings.
3 innate supreme treasures.
His aura rose.
But at this moment his expression was extremely ugly.
His angel army, the strongest 5 battle angels who were at the 7th level of the ruler realm, had all turned into energy.
If he didn't exhaust them, he still had a chance.
Now, the Green River Water Phoenix might have to exhaust its life force.
Hee, very good. At least you guys aren't cowards. Let me see your strength and your ability to be arrogant.
Wang Xian moved his body and 4 ghost clones instantly attacked the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix.
Kill! Kill! The Green River Water Phoenix and the third prince roared and attacked the ghost clones. The Dragon King is obviously teasing and humiliating them. An expert of the Netherworld race who was at level 7 shook his head.
Yes, the Dragon King is obviously trying to tease them. Even if the Green River Water Phoenix uses all of its life force, it is still no match for the Dragon King. If the third prince's battle angels, who are at the 7th level of the ruler realm, didn't use up their life force, they might be able to fight the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. In the surrounding area, there was an expert who was at the 7th level of the ruler realm. They knew a little about the Dragon King's strength. How could they fight with just the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix?
Just as they said, Wang Xian was toying with them.
He wanted to let the lofty third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix know that without the support of their race, they were an existence that could be easily slaughtered. The third prince, the Green River Water Phoenix, and the 2 Netherworld ghost avatars were fighting each other.
In a 1-on-2 situation, they were not at a disadvantage at all. They even had the advantage. If they continued to fight, the 2 Netherworld ghost avatars would be scattered. However, one must know that this was before Wang Xian made a move.
Die, 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 die. The third prince roared crazily as he fought.
He also realized the problem in front of him, but he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, he had to stand up and fight with the Dragon King. But now, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was still standing there and didn't move.
Isn't the gap too big? The third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix are now trembling together with the ghost avatar of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. What will happen if the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace makes a move?
If we want to defeat the Dragon King now, we have to make a move from an expert who is at level 8.
He's too strong. This is the Dragon Palace's Dragon King. The surrounding expert disciples sighed slightly.
The experts from the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan looked extremely embarrassed when they saw this scene.
Their breathing was a little hurried. Hee. I'm not messing with you guys anymore.
Wuxia looked at the scene and sneered. He looked at the Green River Water Phoenix.
The first one will kill you first. I'm going to make my move.
He spoke.
Before he made his move, he reminded the Green River Water Phoenix.
This was undoubtedly a taunt to him.
Crash. The next moment, Wuxia made his move. He flapped his uninitiated holy wings and disappeared instantly. When the Green River Water Phoenix heard Wuxia's words, she sensed a terrifying figure attacking her. Her expression changed drastically.
Fire of Death, unleash. She roared with blood-red eyes and launched a large-scale attack.
At this moment, 1/5 of her life force was burned.
Buzz. Wuxia sensed the energy of this attack and immediately formed a terrifying defense. At the same time, the Tai Chi dragon disc started to spin.
He continued to attack the body of the Green River Water Phoenix. The moment he rushed over, the attack that he had set up began to crumble.
The attack landed on the Tai Chi dragon plate.
However, the Tai Chi dragon plate easily blocked this attack. The power of the backlash began to rebound. Because this layer of energy had the weakening effect of Wuxia's defense, this backlash was not too strong.
However, it was definitely not weak.
The Green River Water Phoenix immediately felt a strange energy gushing into her body. Caught off guard, she spat out a mouthful of blood.
Splash!
In the next second, Wuxia flapped the premolescent wings and landed on the body of the Green River Water Phoenix in an instant.
He stood on it and stomped his feet gently. A wave of energy surged into her body directly.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
A mournful voice came out of her mouth.
Hee. Green River Water Phoenix, you still want to kill me with your strength? Wuxia stood on top of her body and said mockingly. Too strong. This is simply too strong. Green River Water Phoenix couldn't do anything to the Dragon King, even when she was risking her life. The Dragon King's strength is indeed too strong. The gap is too big. Maybe the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix would never think that the day would come when they provoked the former Dragon King. All the strong disciples around were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Attack!
Destroy the Dragon King!
However, at this moment, a group of strong practitioners from the Phoenix clan stared at Wuxia and launched an attack instantly. They seemed to be waiting for this opportunity, waiting for this time.
Ha! They are going to ambush the Dragon King.
The moment all the experts from the Phoenix tribe made their move, the surrounding experts were shocked. The Phoenix tribe was not keeping their word. HMH, you are courting death. Lan Qingyue snorted coldly when she saw this scene. She had been paying attention to Wuxia and the rest of them. How could she let them ambush Wuxia?
Lan Qingyue waved her arm and a black hole appeared behind Wuxia. The black hole instantly enveloped him. In an instant, Wuxia's figure returned to his side. Kill them. After Lan Qingyue completed all of this, she ordered Xiao Lan, Xiao House, and Xiao Bai with a cold gaze. Woo woo. Woo woo woo.
In an instant, Xiao Lan, Xiao House, and Xiao Bai moved. Waves of terrifying grayish energy charged straight at them. This gray energy condensed into the shape of fish. Their bodies did not move, but a terrifying attack had already descended. Among this group of fish, there were some fish that strangely opened their mouths filled with black holes.
Strange.
Terrifying.
Not good, defend.
The two phoenixes that had used the blood essence of their phoenix totems to forcefully raise their strength roared.
They flapped their wings, forming a pair of phoenix wings that blotted out the sun.
They met Xiao Lan and the others' attacks head-on.
Buzz buzz buzz. When the energy began to collide, an extremely strange scene appeared. When some of the phoenix energy collided with the fish that opened their mouths like a black hole, the phoenix energy immediately disappeared.
It was as if it was being devoured. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to see that it wasn't swallowed. Instead, it was instantly transported to the bodies of Xiaolan and the others. These energy attacks landed on Xiaolan and the others, and it was as if they were tickling them. After the phoenix energy was swallowed, the black hole in the fish's mouth also disappeared. However, the fish continued to attack them. This attack represented the attacks of the 3 Kuan rulers at the 8th rank. How could the phoenixes below resist? Poo poo poo! Poo poo poo! In an instant, the 2 phoenixes that had forcefully upgraded spat out a large amount of blood, and their bodies trembled violently. After all, they had forcefully upgraded, and their combat strength was only comparable to a ruler at the 8th rank, just like the Netherworld race expert's ghost clone. It was very ordinary. They couldn't resist the attacks of the 3 Kuans. Third Prince attack, breakthrough. At the side, a dark angel from the angel race hurriedly shouted at the Third Prince. The Third Prince gritted his teeth, and the crown on his head shot out a beam of light power. The light power landed on the Archangel's secret message. All the attacks above were directed at the blue moon. The Archangel's secret message's attacks were all aimed at Lan Qingwei. Following that, all the experts of the angel race fled in one direction. Yes, they wanted to escape. After witnessing the terrifying battle strength of the 3 Kuan, they prepared to escape. This wasn't a battle of the same level. Wishful thinking. Lan Qingyue's eyes turned cold when she saw the attacks of the Archangel's secret message attacking her. There were more than 20 attacks, and each attack was extremely terrifying. Lan Qingyue waved her arm. In the next instant, Xiao Lan's figure disappeared in front of her. When she reappeared, she was already around Lan Qingyue. That's right, around. Xiao Lan's mouth opened and Lan Qingyue and Wang Xian stood on it. She waved her arm, and a surge of energy surged into Xiao Lan's body. Woo woo! Xiao Lan also let out a low growl. One by one, the blurry shadows of the Kuan gathered. The shadows instantly met the attack of the Archangel's secret message. Boom 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 boom. A terrifying collision sound was heard. The attacks made the shadows of the Kuan even more illusory. However, they were only illusory. The Archangel's secret language attacks had no effect at all. As for the Archangel's secret language attacks, each attack would take at least a year. In other words, after this attack, their trump cards would disappear. Little Blue, destroy them. Lan Qingyue ordered Little Blue when she saw this. Woo woo woo. Little Blue growled and moved, instantly chasing after the experts of the angel race. His mouth was wide open, and his speed was extremely terrifying. With a slight sway, he caught up with the experts of the angel race who were preparing to escape. Is this the power of the ancient god Kuan Master? The trump card of the angel race, the Archangel's secret language that can kill a ruler at the 7th stage realm. All of the attacks were aimed at the ancient god Kuan Master and were easily blocked. Isn't the ancient god Kuan Master too strong? That Kuan instantly arrived around the ancient god Kuan feeding master. But I didn't sense it at all. What kind of strange energy is this space movement? The trump cards of the angel race are completely useless. They can't escape at all. That Kuan is too strong. Everyone in the surrounding area was shocked by Lan Qingyue's move. That was the trump card of the angel race, yet it was blocked so easily. This was simply inconceivable. Perhaps this was the legendary ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord. It's over. It's over. How is this possible? How can our trump card be so easily blocked? How is this possible? It's over. It's over. We're completely finished. The fleeing experts of the angel race sensed the scene behind them and felt Little Blue's might. They were in complete despair. They had thought that the Phoenix clan would give them some power. However, they had never thought that their own power couldn't withstand a single blow. Just what kind of enemy has the Third Prince provoked? An angel of light couldn't help but shout out in despair. When the Third Prince heard this, his heart was as dead as ash. He was in complete despair. He had the treasure to resurrect. If he died this time, he could also resurrect through the treasure. But what was waiting for him after resurrection? He knew. What was waiting for him was to be refined into a battle angel. This time, even his father couldn't protect him. In fact, his father wouldn't even protect him. Because this time he had made a huge mistake.
It was so huge that it had caused an unimaginable loss to the Angel clan. Third Prince, your life is mine. I will personally kill you. At this moment, the Dragon King's voice sounded beside his ear. The third prince looked over and saw the Dragon King, who was very close to him. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. The person in front of him was an ant that he looked down on in the slightest. If he had known earlier, he would have ordered his subordinates in the ruler realm to destroy the Dragon King, even if it was against the rules of the peak race. But now it was too late. Buzz! In the next moment, Wang Xian's palm grabbed the third prince's neck directly. A wave of destructive energy immediately rushed into his body, causing him to be severely injured in an instant. At this moment, the third prince's fighting spirit had completely disappeared. His face was filled with grief. Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone appeared under his feet. He threw the third prince's body onto the 5 elements millstone. One of Wang Xian's feet stepped on his face. Public humiliation. Ah! The third prince seemed to be unable to withstand such humiliation. He roared indignantly. The energy in his body surged out and he wanted to commit suicide. Bang! However, Wang Xian moved his right foot and directly destroyed all the energy in his body, completely confining it. He moved his body and flew back to his previous position. Ah! No, don't. At this moment, the escaping experts of the angel race let out screams of despair. Xiaolan opened her mouth and could devour the stars. The group of angels had no room to dodge. Boom! 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 Woo! 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 Woo woo woo! At this moment, the Little House and Little White also attacked the angels. An ancient sound rang out as their enormous bodies charged towards the group of phoenixes. Run! Run! The 2 phoenixes who had forcefully upgraded saw this scene and flapped their phoenix wings, one on the left and one on the right, trying to escape into the distance. Their strength had been upgraded. They had a chance to escape. They still had a chance to survive. Xiao Bai's little house. Lock onto them. Leave the rest to me. Lan Qingyue said faintly. Wang Xian stepped on the third prince's head and watched this scene with a smile on his face. Escape? Where could they escape to? This was the starry universe, the territory of the space behemoths. It was Xiaolan's world. They had a natural advantage here. None of them can escape. How can we escape? What can we use to escape? Just wait for death and you still think of escaping. The experts of the peak races couldn't help but say when they saw this scene. At the same time, they were extremely shocked by the strength of the ancient god Kuan Master and Kuan. They also showed a trace of respect for the Dragon Palace. The rise of the Dragon Palace was inevitable. With the Dragon King's potential, he might not be able to reach the ruler realm, but he should be able to reach the peak ruler realm without any problems. At that time, with the addition of the ancient god Kuan Master, the glory of the divine Dragon Clan would be restored. Even now, the 12 peak races could be changed to the 13 peak races. I wonder what will happen if the angel race and the phoenix race know about the situation here? I wonder what will happen if the other powerful disciples in the 9 origin universe see the third prince of the angel race being trampled under the Dragon King's feet? The surrounding powerful disciples looked at this scene in shock and muttered, "Chirp, chirp, chirp." The mournful cries of the phoenixes continued to ring out as the 2 experts of the phoenix race who had forcefully upgraded fled in fear. But behind them, the small house and Little White were too fast. At Little Blue's side, the experts of the angel race who had lost their fighting spirit were swallowed into their stomachs. The group of angels was dealt with by Xiaolan and flew over again. Lan Qingyue stared at the powerhouses of the phoenix race. The terrifying aura from her body caused the remaining fire phoenixes to tremble violently. Wang Xian looked at this scene and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. He waved his arm and a chain appeared in his hand. The chain instantly coiled towards the Green River Water Phoenix. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, don't you dare to humiliate me. The Green River Water Phoenix shouted at Wang Xian with a cold expression. The fire of life around her body was burning intensely. Even if she had to die, she didn't want to be humiliated. She didn't want to become like the third prince. Walala. However, when the chain wrapped around his body, a strange black hole instantly appeared around her. Her body couldn't move at all. What? No.
The Green River Water Phoenix felt that her body was completely confined. Her face was filled with horror. Crash.
The chains wrapped around his body and drilled into her body. The chains penetrated her body completely, causing her energy to be unable to circulate.
Wang Xian pulled with his arm, and the Green River Water Phoenix's body flew towards him. The 5 elements under her body became bigger. The huge body of the Green River Water Phoenix fell there.
Her body trembled violently. She wanted to raise her head, but she couldn't.
The confinement of the energy made her unable to move. However, she could see a pair of eyes. She could see a pair of dull eyes. Those were the eyes of the third prince.
Their eyes met. No one had expected such a situation. No one had expected that they would end up like this. They were trampled under the Dragon King's feet and couldn't move. Their eyes were filled with despair.
I have no enmity with your Phoenix clan and the Angel clan. But since you want to kill me, let's be enemies. I know that you might not die this time, but that's even better. I will let you see that I will slaughter more powerhouses of your Angel clan and Phoenix clan. Wang Xian said coldly. His face was filled with mockery and disdain. His words once again caused the Green River Phoenix and Dragon King to tremble.
If that was the case, they would become sinners of the Angel clan and Phoenix clan.
In the surrounding area, following Xiao Lan's arrival, the powerhouses of the Phoenix clan were slaughtered one by one.
The entire sky fell silent. They're all dead. The Angel clan and the Phoenix clan, with the exception of the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix, are all dead.
They're too powerful. The Dragon King and the others are too terrifying. After this, the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan will be in big trouble. It's not just big trouble. If what the Dragon King said is true, and they want to expel the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan from the universe, who knows how much they'll lose? The Dragon Palace has really risen this time. As long as the Dragon King and the others have been hiding here in the Starry Universe, the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan have been helpless.
After billions of years, the Dragon King's strength and the Dragon Palace's strength will not be afraid of the 2 peak races at all.
In the surrounding area, all the powerful disciples looked shocked when they saw the experts of the 2 peak races being killed.
They mumbled in shock. The Dragon Palace had truly risen. Congratulations, Dragon King, for killing your enemy.
At this moment, a great elf who was at level 7 suddenly congratulated Wang Xian.
Thank you.
When Wang Xian heard the congratulations from the ELF race, he looked over with a smile.
The Blue and Green Moon Dragon Queen's strength is really terrifying. If I'm not wrong, Dragon Queen, your Kuan is not suppressed by the Starry Universe. Currently, your realm is only at level 5.
The great elf continued to laugh. Yes, Little Blue and the others have not been suppressed by the Starry Cosmos. That's because they are creatures of the Starry Cosmos. Just like those space beasts in the mountains and seas, they will also be able to get rid of the suppression of the Starry Cosmos in the future. This is their home.
Blue Moon replied with a smile.
The Dragon Palace had a good relationship with the Elf clan, so Blue Moon naturally knew about it. That's good. They still have a lot of room for improvement in the future.
The Great Elf nodded and his eyes flickered slightly.
Because there was no suppression from the Starry Universe, Kuan, who was a ruler of level 5, was able to fight against their masters of level 8. What if he was promoted to a ruler of level 6? What if he was a ruler of level 7? Then wouldn't he be able to sweep across the entire 9 origin universe here in the Starry Universe? In addition, Kuan originally belonged to this universe, so the other space beasts in the Starry Universe would naturally not sense the invasion of powerful enemies. Therefore, in the Starry Universe, the Dragon Palace would have a huge advantage.
If this is the case, wouldn't the Dragon Palace be invincible in the Starry Universe?
Damn, so that's how it is. I was still wondering why the ruler of the Dragon Palace, a level 8 expert, could move around in the Starry Universe. So that's how it is. In the Starry Universe in the future, the Dragon Palace's strength will be invincible.
If that's the case, the Dragon Palace will definitely be able to get a lot of resources from the universe. The rise of the Dragon Palace is inevitable.
Hearing Lan Qingyue's words, the experts of the peak races around were moved. The Dragon Palace would have a huge advantage in the universe. They wouldn't be a match for the Dragon Palace.
If the 3 Kuan beasts were to improve a little, they would be invincible. Naturally, their words were transmitted to the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. Their already desperate expressions became even more desperate at this moment. They lay there motionlessly, their faces ashen.
Congratulations on the rise of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Congratulations. Congratulations on the rise of the Dragon Palace. Congratulations. At this moment, a skeleton expert who was at the 7th level of the skeleton clan cupped his hands at Wuxia. This was a form of goodwill and recognition.
First, it was the elf clan, then the skeleton clan. The surrounding disciples of the high-level races were stunned.
Even the peak races had such recognition for the Dragon Palace. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Clan. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Clan. The experts of the Divine Tiger Clan and the Saint Clan also gave their blessings.
Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Clan. Congratulations to the Divine Dragon Clan.
Soon after, the experts of the other peak-level clans started to congratulate them. It didn't matter what they said.
They do not say to make friends, but a kind of goodwill, a recognition.
The experts from the top 10 races, who were masters of the 7th level, sent out their congratulations. This was also the recognition of the Dragon Palace, the recognition of the Dragon King.
This also meant that they did not wish to be enemies with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
Thank you.
When Wuxia heard their congratulations, a smile appeared on his face and he nodded his head faintly.
Let's go.
With a wave of his arm, he collected all the corpses around him.
At the same time, with a wave of his arm, a sharp sword instantly pierced through the bodies of the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix. He killed them completely.
In the future, the third prince and the Green River Water Phoenix would no longer be enemies with Wuxia. Lan Qingwei nodded her head and looked at Xiao Lan, Xiao Bai, and the rest.
Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo.
They let out a low roar and a black hole appeared in front of them. Wuxia, Lan Qingwei, and the rest arrived on Xiao Lan's body.
Xiao Lan swayed her body and entered the black hole. She disappeared immediately.
Xiao Shai and Xiao Bai followed closely behind.
They left. They left behind a group of powerful disciples who were still in shock. In this battle, all the experts of the angel race and the phoenix race had died. The two peak races had sent 27 experts at the 7th stage of the ruler realm.
Their trump cards didn't even count the angel army of the angel experts.
It was too tragic. It was too tragic. With so many losses, even the peak races would be heartbroken.
These experts were all top-tier existences in any peak race. However, they had all died in one go.
Now, the entire communication stone plate is in an uproar. At this moment, an expert from a high-tier race exclaimed.
That's right, the entire communication stone plate was in an uproar.
A large amount of information was transmitted from the communication stone plates of the peak races. The experts of the peak races, who were at level 7, took a deep breath. The Dragon Palace is going to rise up. The Dragon King has the strength to kill a level 7 expert at will. The Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace has the strength of a level 8 expert, and she has 3 Kuan. She is the legendary ancient god feeding the Kuan master. In the future, I suggest that we keep a good relationship with the Dragon Palace and the Dragon King. We cannot offend them. This was what every Tier 7 Sovereign Realm expert said to the experts of their respective races. It was also what they felt was the most correct suggestion. In addition, they also sent a message. The Angel Race and the Phoenix Race's 27 Tier 7 Sovereign Realm experts, along with their powerful trump cards, were all annihilated. The two peak races were in trouble. This was another message they sent to their race. In fact, they didn't need to send this message to know. In the communication stone plate, various news about this battle had already been sent over. There were also a large number of pictures. The extremely terrifying Kuan, the powerful ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord, the third prince of the radiant angel race who was trampled under the Dragon King's feet, the Green River Water Phoenix that was pulled by the Dragon King through the chains, the corpses of phoenixes and angels. These pictures were uploaded to the communication stone plate, causing a huge shock. My God! How is this possible? Is this the trump card of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace? Is this the strength of the Dragon Palace?
The ancient god-feeding Kuan master?
This is a terrifying existence in the legends. The Dragon Palace actually has such an existence. Invincible. The strength displayed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is simply invincible. Especially those 3 Kuan. Even looking at the pictures, it gives people a feeling of terror.
Is this still the 3rd prince of the angel race?
Is this still the Green River Phoenix of the Phoenix race?
Why do I feel like it's not even as good as a dog?
Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This time you're trampling on the face of the angel race and the Phoenix race.
Haha, awesome. It's so awesome to watch these videos. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace didn't offend you. You've always wanted to kill the Dragon King and destroy the Dragon Palace. Are you finished now?
You're not even as good as a dead dog. Dragon King. What 3rd prince of the angel clan? What water phoenix of the Phoenix clan? I'm still trampling on you, you piece of trash.
Dragon King Nyo D breaking sound.
In the entire communication stone plate, countless strong disciples sent out shocking messages.
Some gloated, some supported the Dragon King, and some cheered.
Most of the strong disciples were still very excited when they saw this scene. After all, they also felt a sense of joy when they saw the high and mighty experts of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan being stepped on. After all, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had climbed up step by step, and the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had been fighting back passively from the beginning to the end. Peak race?
Arrogant?
Are they still arrogant now? Awesome. The communication stone plate was boiling, and countless expert races shouted. The Divine Dragon Clan has returned. The once peak race had once again returned under the leadership of the Dragon King. The 13th peak race, the Dragon Palace. The disciples of the various powerful races were discussing, and the disciples of the peak races were also discussing. At this moment, only the experts of the Angel race and the Phoenix race felt a chill in their hearts. 27 level 7 Sovereign Realm experts had been killed. All of them had been killed by the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others were too terrifying. What should they do next? But at this moment, a piece of news blew up the entire communication stone plate and all the experts in the 9 Origin universe. The news came from the Dragon King. Next, I will clean up all the powerful disciples of the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan in the Starry Universe. I will kill every single one of them until they all get out of the Starry Universe. When all the powerful disciples saw this news, their eyes sparkled. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace started his real counterattack.
At this time, it was no longer the 2 peak races killing the powerful disciples of the Dragon Palace.
It was the Dragon Palace killing the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan.
It had completely changed.
What should we do? What should we do now? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace and the others are so powerful. Should we retreat to the 9 Origin universe? Damn it, damn it. It's all that trash 3rd prince's fault. He brought such a terrifying enemy to our Angel Clan. He deserves to die. The Green River Water Phoenix should have a resurrection treasure. Ask her to give an explanation to the powerful disciples of our Phoenix Clan. Make her pay the price in blood. The powerful disciples of the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan in the Starry Universe were dumbfounded. In particular, many powerful disciples had obtained many treasures and opportunities in the Starry Cosmos.
Right now, the exploration of the Starry Cosmos had not even reached 1/5.
Let them leave. Then how much would they lose?
This was a treasure trove. They could not search for treasures here. The losses were too great.
So, at the entrance of the passageway between the 9 Origin universe and the Starry Universe,
terrifying figures flew over. There were angels of light that were like white stars.
There were angels of darkness that flapped their wings in the endless darkness. There were also fire phoenixes that flapped their phoenix wings and emitted monstrous flames. There were also water phoenixes that flew like an ocean.
There was also a golden phoenix that was emitting rays of golden light. This was a group of experts from the Angel race and the Phoenix race. They were all experts at the level of deacons and elders.
There was even a terrifying existence sitting on the divine seat of light in the middle of the group of experts from the Angel race. Above his head was a light reincarnation pool. This existence was from the Angel race, the king of the radiant angels.
He was already a peak existence among the rulers of the nine-origin universe. There were less than one hand that could defeat him. This one hand contained the existence of the heavenly Yuan destiny.
One could imagine how powerful the king of the radiant angels was. There was also an existence on the same level as the king of the radiant angels from the phoenix race. A water phoenix. She flapped her wings and flew over as if she was carrying a water world. The phantom of the phoenix in the surroundings gave off a joyful name.
Countless experts gathered in this direction. Around the tunnel, the eyes of some experts from other peak races flashed when they saw this. It's because of the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
It must be. In the past hundreds of thousands of years, our elven race has added hundreds of rulers. This universe is a treasure land. Now that the Dragon King wants to exterminate the Phoenix race and the Angel race, the loss of the two peak races is too great. They can't bear it.
Hee, who would have thought that the Dragon King who was chased to our Angel race has grown to such a level? The great elves from the Elf clan looked on with smiles.
The Elf clan was the first to befriend the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Moreover, their elven empress had given the Dragon King a treasure to conceal his aura.
Without this treasure, the fact that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had 7 attributes would have been exposed.
If the Angel clan had known that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace had so many attributes, even if they broke the rules, they would have killed the Dragon King in the cradle.
The elf race had done the Dragon King a favor. They could tell that the Dragon King had always remembered this favor. This is going to be interesting. I wonder what the Angel race and the Phoenix race will do. Will they give up on the universe, bow to the Dragon King, or do something else? The experts of the peak races discussed. The Angel race and Phoenix race were in deep trouble.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the experts of the Angel race and Phoenix race flew over. They floated in the air with ugly expressions. This included the king of the Light Angel race and the king of the Water Phoenix race. This matter had already affected the future development of their two great races. After all, not even 1/5 of the starry cosmos had been explored. Now, they had added several hundred ruler-level existences, and they had also found powerful grotto heavens. Some grotto heavens were only slightly weaker than their grotto heavens in the core of the 9-origin universe. How could they bear to give up?
But if they didn't give up, what could they do now?
Should they really bow down to the Dragon King? Bow down to the Dragon Palace? The question was, would the Dragon Palace Dragon King agree to bow down now?
They would probably have to pay a price.
Ancestral Witch of the Shaman clan? Our Angel clan is willing to offer enough treasures in exchange for an Ancestral Witch of the Shaman clan to kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. Do you agree or not?
After hovering in the air for a few seconds, the King of the Radiant Angels suddenly looked towards the Shaman clan.
The strongest member of the Shaman clan was called the 12 Ancestor Witches. Just like their names, there were 12 of them, and each of them was extremely terrifying.
Lord King of the Radiant Angels, the price is too great. Our Ancestor Witches won't make a move. We only know the Dragon King of Dragon Palace's real name, and we have to kill him with a curse across a universe. Even if the 12 of us attack together, it will only be a glimmer of hope. On the Shaman tribe's side, an ancestral magus who was a ruler at the 8th level replied indifferently.
This was just a polite response from them.
If it was not polite, then it would be nonsense. It was too sleepy.
With only one real name, the 12 ancestral magi could indeed kill him with a curse. However, they were separated by a universe, so they could forget about it. Even if the 12 ancestral magi joined forces, the chances of success were only 1/10.
Hearing this, the King of Angels of Light's face darkened.
He also knew that the chances were slim, but under the current circumstances, he had no other choice.
The space beasts in the starry universe have already warned us that once an existence above the level 7 ruler enters, he will definitely be killed. There is a slight chance of a powerful true treasure, but the chance is too small. The Water Phoenix King's eyes gleamed as he looked at the Radiant Angel King. Negotiate with the Dragon Palace. Let the Dragon King make the conditions. Even if we have to pay a price or some resources, we cannot give up on the universe. The surrounding experts from the peak races were surprised to hear the Water Phoenix King's words. They were surprised that the Water Phoenix King wanted to negotiate with the Dragon Palace. The two peak races wanted to make peace with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. This made all the living beings boil again. The radiant angel king sat on the divine throne with a bad look on his face.
But he didn't have any other way now. They couldn't enter the starry universe.
The dragon king of the dragon palace had the ancient god Kuan sovereign, and the ancient god Kuan sovereign wasn't suppressed by the starry universe. He might become stronger and stronger in the future.
He might even be so strong that even if they entered, they would be able to contend with him.
After all, they would be suppressed when they entered. Under this situation, the other party was simply invincible.
There was no other way.
They could either leave the starry universe, or they could seek peace with the dragon palace.
But they would probably pay a huge price to seek peace.
The king of angels of light floated in the air and nodded weakly after a few minutes.
Yes. Yes, yes.
They had been completely cornered by the dragon king of the dragon palace.
The dragon king of the dragon palace was the first one who could make the two peak races helpless. The angels and the phoenixes flapped their wings around them. They also helplessly looked at each other.
This time their third prince, Green River Water Phoenix, caused trouble will make them lose too much. Phoenix Clan, we, the Phoenix Clan, are willing to seek peace with the Dragon Palace, turn hostility into friendship and meet the future together. The actions of the Qing River Water Phoenix do not represent the will of our Phoenix Clan, and we are willing to offer compensation. Angel Clan, because of the conflict between the third prince of the Angel of Light and the Dragon Palace, we, the Angel Clan, will descend the third prince into a battle angel.
We, the Angel Clan, do not wish to be enemies with the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. I hope that the Dragon King can consider the relationship between the two parties. We are willing to compensate the third prince for his personal matters. Just as the communication stone plate was boiling with excitement, just as all the powerful clans were shocked by the strength of the Dragon Palace and the battle, two pieces of news suddenly exploded like a terrifying bomb once again, causing all the powerful disciples to boil with excitement. All the powerful disciples, including those from the peak races, were dumbfounded when they saw the two pieces of news. What did this mean? It meant that the two peak races, the Angel race and the Phoenix race, had bowed to the Dragon Palace. Crazy! The two peak races have made such a declaration? This is unbelievable.
Holy shit!
The Phoenix race and the Angel race are going to make peace with the Dragon Palace? This is unbelievable.
This is the Phoenix race and the Angel race.
How could the Dragon Palace force them to such an extent?
Demoting the third prince to a battle angel, this is equivalent to turning the third prince into a battle puppet. This punishment is very terrifying. The Phoenix clan and the Angel clan's strength is very terrifying, but they actually lowered their heads. Not lowering their heads? If they don't lower their heads now, what can they do? Once the Dragon King says that he really wants to drive the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan out of the starry universe, then the losses of the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan will be very terrifying. Seeking peace with the Dragon Palace is the only choice. Otherwise, the Angel race and the Phoenix race might be far surpassed by other peak races. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the ancient god Feed Kuan Master and is already invincible in the starry universe. I really didn't expect that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would actually force the two peak races to such an extent. From today onwards, the Dragon Palace will rise. All the powerful disciples were shocked when they saw this news. The two peak races had lowered their heads, and the reputation of the Dragon Palace had increased tremendously. Now all the peak races had acknowledged the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace. At the same time, in the storm continent of the universe, Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest were undergoing their upgrades. The rewards this time were too great. So great that over 8 million disciples of the Dragon Palace were able to reach the peak of the Universe Night Realm. So great that there was still dragon blood left that couldn't be used up. This was the energy of dozens of level 7 rulers. Apart from that, Wang Xian also received a large amount of resources. The resources of dozens of level 7 masters, especially the third prince and Xinjiang Water Phoenix. It was not an exaggeration to say that these resources could help Wang Xian improve immediately. A large amount of resources, a large amount of treasures. This time, the strength of the Dragon Palace would be greatly enhanced. There was a benefit to having a large amount of resources, other than the over 8 million disciples of the Dragon Palace who had all advanced to the peak of the Supremacy Realm. Another benefit over there is to shorten the Dragon Palace Master Realm of the Strong Accumulation. Strength has reached the realm of mastery.
although each level of ascension is dependent on one's own understanding.
But in this process, there is also a process of energy accumulation. For example, the ascendant needs 100 energy and his own perception, so a large amount of resources can enable the ascendant to quickly accumulate from 0 to 100. Energy accumulation is completed, and then only rely on understanding.
Once he comprehended, he would complete the breakthrough.
This would reduce the process of accumulation. This could shorten a very, very terrifying time.
Therefore, the resources were still useful to the Dragon Palace.
Wuxia was calculating a large amount of resources when he suddenly received a message from Prime Minister Gui. When he saw these two messages, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly.
I really didn't expect this. I really didn't expect the Phoenix and Angel clans to bow their heads. He was a little surprised by these two pieces of information. However, this also showed that they attached great importance to the Starry Universe. They didn't want to lose the Starry Universe, and they would rather pay a price. Looking at these two pieces of information, Wuxia's eyes flickered slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Should he continue to be enemies with the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan? Or should he make peace with them?
It was universally acknowledged that the Angel clan possessed a Heaven's Fate level existence. It was uncertain whether the Phoenix clan possessed it or not. However, it was very likely that they possessed a fire attribute Heaven's Fate. If they continued to make enemies with them, they might have to face two Heaven's Fate level existences.
Of course, Wuxia also knew that this peace request of theirs might only be on the surface.
If there was an opportunity in the future, they would definitely stab the Dragon Palace in the back. It's useless to continue being enemies with them. I might as well agree to their request for peace. However, since they agreed to their request for peace, they will have to pay a price.
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly.
He was pursuing the maximization of benefits.
Of course, it wasn't just the maximization of benefits. It was a wish in Wang Yun's heart.
This wish was to transfer the Dragon Palace to the Divine Dragon Island.
The Divine Dragon Island was once the base camp of the Divine Dragon Clan. It was the root of the Divine Dragon Clan.
He could propose conditions to the Angel Clan for them to hand over the Divine Dragon Island.
Other than that, he could also ask the Angel Clan to take out a large amount of resources to increase his strength. Currently, Wuxia's strength was comparable to an existence at level 7 of the Overlord realm. The resources in his hands could allow him to reach level 8 of the Overlord realm. He could ask the Angel Clan for resources that could allow him to advance to the level of a Dominator at level 9. Other than that, Wuxia also wanted to ask them for resources to upgrade the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Plate.
At the thought of this, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly.
In this case, his strength would be able to increase exponentially. Wuxia took out the communication stone plate and immediately sent out the conditions he wanted to Prime Minister Gui.
Prime Minister Gui could negotiate with them through the Universal AI and the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan.
Wuxia didn't make many requests, only 5. The ownership of the Divine Dragon Island. It was enough for him to upgrade to the level of a master of level 9. It was enough for him to upgrade the 5 Elements Grinding and Tai Chi Dragon Plate to the level of a master of level 9.
These were his conditions.
This was an extremely terrifying amount of resources. I wonder if the two peak races will agree to it. Wuxia mumbled to himself with some uncertainty. Just the amount of resources he needed to upgrade was already very huge. In addition, he also needed to add the Divine Dragon Island.
After sending out the news, Wuxia began to wait quietly. If he could succeed, it would be a huge upgrade for himself and the Dragon Palace. At the same time in the space passage,
the King of Light Angel and the King of Water Phoenix were still floating there. The resources in the space were too important to them.
They had to wait here for the news and solve this matter completely. When they received the conditions from Prime Minister Turtle, they frowned slightly and their faces were a bit ugly.
Especially the King of the Water Phoenix, who looked very embarrassed. The Divine Dragon Island of the Dragon Palace was the nest of the peak races, and it was a very powerful paradise.
It was also very precious to the entire Phoenix clan. Although it was more compatible with the Divine Dragon clan, it was also very beneficial to the Phoenix clan. If they were to take it out, they would naturally be very reluctant.
Apart from that, if they gave the Divine Dragon Island to the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Palace's strength would increase again. Moreover, they had never opened the legendary treasure of the Divine Dragon Clan.
He also slightly frowned at the Radiant Angel King.
He could still take out the conditions and resources of the Dragon Palace. However, that huge metal material was not so easy to take out. It was a huge sum of money, but overall he could accept it. Our Angel Clan will take out the resources and materials.
The King of Angels of Light thought for a while and looked at the Phoenix Clan.
The King of Water Phoenix's expression kept changing.
The Angel Clan had agreed, which meant that the Angel Clan and the Dragon Palace were temporarily seeking peace, because the Divine Dragon Island was occupied by them. I need to discuss it.
The King of Water Phoenix didn't agree immediately. He took out the universal AI and sent some messages.
After the messages were sent, he waited quietly.
The matters of the Divine Dragon Island were too big, and he couldn't make the decision. Not long after, messages came one by one. After he saw them, he nodded to the King of Angels of Light. They agreed. They all agreed. The Angels and the Phoenix tribe immediately sent the message to Prime Minister Gue.
Soon, Wuxia received the message that they agreed.
So straightforward? When Wuxia received the message from them, he was stunned. Looks like I'm asking for too little. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Of course, even though he felt that he needed too little, getting the Divine Dragon Island back together with all the resources was already enough to satisfy Wuxia. His strength would increase drastically. An existence that was comparable to a ruler of level 9, coupled with the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone, would be enough for him to be comparable to an existence at the peak of the ruler realm. Of course, this would require him to complete the upgrade.
The Dragon Palace does not wish to be enemies with any of the peak races. In the future, when the disciples of the Dragon Palace are active in the starry universe, I hope that we can have a fair competition.
Wuxia took out his communication stone plate and released a message. Everyone could understand this message. The Dragon Palace had already reconciled with the two peak races.
Oh? The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has released a message. What does this message mean?
It means that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is willing to reconcile with the Phoenix Clan and the Angel Clan. It must be that the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan have taken out enough treasures to tempt the Dragon King. It's inevitable. I just don't know what price they have paid. It seems that the dispute between the Angel Clan and the Phoenix Clan and the Dragon Palace is coming to an end with the victory of the Dragon Palace. They witnessed the rise of the Dragon Palace and the Great War. The Dragon Palace is really going against the tide. In the communication stone plate, countless powerful disciples were discussing. This result didn't surprise too many powerful disciples. Now that the Dragon Palace and the Phoenix Clan of the Angel Clan were enemies, there weren't many benefits. If they reconciled with the other party, they could gain a lot of benefits.
When this news came out very quickly, another piece of news quickly spread on the universe AI.
The Dragon Palace would return to the Divine Dragon Island and rebuild the glory of the Divine Dragon Clan. This news spread crazily on the universe AI, and all the powerful disciples in the Starry Universe also received this news.
So it was a transaction with the Divine Dragon Island, and now that the Divine Dragon Island is occupied by the Phoenix Clan, now it seems that the Phoenix Clan has paid the price of the Divine Dragon Island.
Although it's returned to its original owner, it's still a base for a peak race. The Grotto Heaven is definitely very powerful. Does this count as the return of the Divine Dragon? The powerful disciples discussed. The Divine Dragon Island belonged to the Dragon Palace. This also meant that the Divine Dragon had returned. The 13 peak races had gathered again.
In the 9 Origin universe, Prime Minister Gue immediately went to the passage between the 9 Origin universe and the Starry Universe to complete the trade with them.
A large amount of resources were handed over to Prime Minister Gue. At the same time, Prime Minister Gue and more than 10 masters in the ruler realm of the Dragon Palace flew towards the direction of the Divine Dragon Island. Wuxia did not return immediately because he was afraid that there was a trap. His existence and Lan Qingyue's existence were the best deterrents to the Phoenix and Angel clans. Therefore, Wuxia had to be careful. I wonder what treasures and paradises will be found on the Divine Dragon Island. Wuxia mumbled as his eyes revealed a look of anticipation. That was the lair that the Divine Dragon clan had been operating ever since the last calamity. Divine Dragon Island. At the same time, it was located in the sky above the ocean of the mountain and sea. Prime Minister Gue and more than a dozen experts of the Dragon Palace who were at the first level of the Dominator realm were flying rapidly. The Divine Dragon Island was located in the ocean of the mountains and seas. Now that all the space beasts in the mountains and seas had left, it was much safer here.
Prime Minister Gue and the others stared ahead, their eyes full of excitement and anticipation.
After all, that was the foundation of the Divine Dragon clan. As they got closer and closer, they had a feeling that they were connected by blood. This feeling was as if they had returned to their mother's embrace.
They continued flying, and soon, one island after another appeared. Each island looked like a divine dragon.
There were gold, green, red, white, and black. Each island had a majestic energy. Prime Minister Turtle, each island that looks like a divine dragon represents a powerful grotto heaven-blessed land. There are actually 99 islands that look like a divine dragon.
The water dragon leader stared at the islands that looked like divine dragons with excitement in his eyes.
On these islands, they could feel the power of the origin and a power that made their blood boil. Every peak race's base has a grotto heaven-blessed land that is no weaker than the flame heart-blessed land. The Divine Dragon Island is no exception. Even if some of the resources in the grotto heaven-blessed land are temporarily consumed, they can still recover bit by bit. Since the Phoenix clan is willing to return the Divine Dragon Island to us, the energy in the Blessed Land must have been consumed. Prime Minister Gue said. Prime Minister Gue and the others slowly came to the sky above the Divine Dragon Island. There was only one Divine Dragon Island. The other islands could only be said to be subsidiary islands of the Divine Dragon Island. At the center was an incomparably huge island. The island was lush and green, and 9 types of energy surged from below. At the center was a water pillar. When the water pillar reached the top, it looked like a water god dragon.
The water pillar contained a special energy.
This should be the legendary baptism dragon pool. It's the most useful baptism dragon pool for water elemental dragons.
Prime Minister Gue looked at the water pillar that had condensed into the shape of a water god dragon, and his eyes were filled with excitement.
Baptism Dragon Pool. This was the place where the heavenly Yuan Destiny realm powerhouses of the Divine Dragon clan broke through. This Baptism Dragon Pool had a terrifying effect on water element cultivators.
And this effect was baptism.
The so-called baptism was to increase the comprehension ability of the water element Divine Dragon and increase the chances of breaking through. If it was said that 1 out of 10 fire element Divine Dragons could break through easily during normal cultivation, then it would be the same.
With the help of the baptismal dragon pool, 4 or 5 of the fire divine dragons could easily make a breakthrough.
Moreover, even if their cultivation had been raised to the ruler realm, it would still greatly increase their comprehension ability for a breakthrough.
This was definitely a rare treasure for the Divine Dragon clan.
Because the baptismal dragon pool had been modified by the water divine dragon of heavenly fate, it could only be effective on the Divine Dragon clan's experts. This was also one of the reasons why the Phoenix clan was willing to give up this place.
The leader of the water dragons stared at the baptismal dragon pool with a burning face. This could greatly increase the strength of the water dragon god clan.
Come, let's go down.
Prime Minister Gue said and immediately flew down. When they landed, Prime Minister Gue looked at the dragon pools that were completely devoid of energy.
These dragon pools were different from the baptismal dragon pools. Below these dragon pools was an enormous paradise that had been transformed by the Divine Dragon clan into dragon pools.
There were 99 dragon pools. They could see wisps of energy condensing in these dragon pools.
This was a real dragon pool. The other dragon pools in the Dragon Palace were just imitations. Of course, the dragon transformation pool in the Dragon Palace was different from this one. The dragon pools were supported by the Blessed Land, and the energy generated here was comparable to the Fire Heartland.
Unfortunately, the energy here had been completely consumed.
However, as time passed, the energy would gradually gather.
In a few 100 million years, the energy generated will be enough for the Dragon Palace to produce hundreds of masters at the first level of the ruler realm.
Prime Minister Gue said.
If there is still energy here, that would be great. AO2 said slowly. Let's go. According to the records, the treasure house of the Divine Dragon clan is located below. As Prime Minister Gue said, they moved and flew down. Soon, they arrived in front of a dragon gate. Around the dragon gate, there were 9 dragon pillars divided into 9 attributes. The dragon gate is closed. Let's see if it can be opened. Prime Minister Gue moved his palm, but the dragon gate didn't move at all. The water god dragon leader also gave it a try, then shook his head. The treasure vault of the Divine Dragon clan doesn't seem to open, and neither does the Phoenix clan. Prime Minister Gue frowned slightly. He took out the Universe AI and sent a message, setting up a devil spirit altar. Their message was transmitted through Enlai. However, this time he summoned Enlai over. Very quickly, Enlai arrived and quickly left. Not long after, Enlai's figure appeared at the Starry Universe Windstorm continent. Dragon King, this is the resource that Prime Minister Gue asked me to send over. In addition, they have already arrived at the Divine Dragon Island. Currently, many of the resources on the Divine Dragon Island have been consumed. The only thing that is of great use is the Dragon Baptism Pool. Also, the treasure vault of the Divine Dragon clan has never been opened. Prime Minister Gue and the rest have tried some methods but have not been able to open it. Enlai reported to him. Oh. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled. All right. Get Prime Minister Gue to transfer the Dragon Palace over and take over the Divine Dragon Island. Take over the Divine Dragon Island and return the Divine Dragon clan to their rightful place. In the future, they would change their name to the Dragon Palace. As for the treasure vault of the Divine Dragon clan on the Divine Dragon Island, he would let Prime Minister Gue and the others try to open it first. He wasn't planning to return to the 9 Origin universe when his strength didn't allow him to think that he could avoid the peak of the ruler realm. This was also to prevent accidents from happening. It's the Dragon King. Enlai nodded. In addition, let the disciples of the Dragon Palace step into the Starry Universe. Let the water elemental disciples of the Dragon Palace continue to cultivate in the fiery heart-treasured land. He continued to instruct. Enlai answered from the side and left immediately. Wang Xian watched him leave. He took a look at the storage space in his hands and revealed an excited look. Resources, a large amount of resources. These resources were sufficient to raise his strength to the level of a ruler at level 4. In other words, he could be comparable to a ruler at level 9. In addition, the metal inside was also sufficient to raise the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone to the level of a ruler at level 9. He was definitely a very terrifying existence. I will not raise my strength for now. I will raise the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc first. Wang Xian looked at these resources and pondered. He could not increase his strength. Once his strength was too strong, it would attract the attention of the Starry Universe and the powerful space beasts. Those space beasts would come and hunt him down. To him, this was actually a bad thing. Therefore, Wang Xian could not increase his strength for now. Once he increased his strength, the Starry Universe would not be able to accommodate him. He had to return to the 9 Origin universe. Currently, the 9 Origin universe was even more dangerous. If the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone can increase my strength, it would be equivalent to an increase in my own strength. By then, with the help of the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, it would be equally terrifying. Wang Xian revealed a smile as he scanned his surroundings. Xiaolan and the rest were still improving. He took out the metal and placed it on the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone. If Wang Xian wanted to help them improve, their speed would be much slower. After all, their strength was on the same level as the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the 5 Elements Millstone. Time passed day by day. After the battle between Wang Xian and the Phoenix clan of the Angel clan had ended and both parties had temporarily reconciled, the strong disciples in the 9 Origin universe had temporarily calmed down. The group of strong disciples focused on exploring the Starry Universe once again. As time passed, more and more strong people obtained resources and achieved breakthroughs. More and more strong people of the high-level races transformed and reached the level of a ruler. This was a great opportunity. However, what they didn't know was that at the end of the Starry Universe opposite them, there were also a large number of unfamiliar creatures exploring the Starry Universe. Sooner or later, they would meet.
Time passed by slowly. Wang Xian was waiting for the transformation of the Tai Chi dragon disc and the great mill of the 5 elements in front of the storm continent.
Similarly, Xiaolan, Xiaohouse, and Xiaobai were also upgrading themselves.
The ancient gods were feeding the Kuan master. There was one thing that was extremely terrifying.
The space beasts in the starry universe also had their own shackles when they broke through.
After reaching the ruler realm, they also needed to comprehend to break through. However, as long as Little Blue and the others had enough resources, they wouldn't have any shackles to break through. Perhaps when they reached the peak of the ruler realm, they would encounter shackles. This time, the improvement was very slow. Little Blue, Little White, and the others used a full 5,000 years to complete the breakthrough. They broke through to the level 6 ruler realm.
This power could no longer be compared to the great beings of the 9 origin universe.
Compared to the great beings of the 9 origin universe who entered the starry universe, Little Blue and the others had become invincible beings. Even if they had a large number of true treasures and a large number of weapons, they were still no match for Little Blue and the others. The gap was too big.
Unless a master of the 9th level of the 9 origin universe in existence at the pinnacle could enter the starry universe.
Unfortunately, they couldn't. When Xiaolan and the rest broke through, they were located on the other side of the storm continent. The powerful space beast stared coldly at Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest and let out a warning roar. When Wang Xian and the rest saw the situation, they distanced themselves from the space beast.
Now that Wang Xian and the rest had improved their strength, they could already sense the strength of the space beast there. The strongest person had the strength of a ruler at level 7.
It was also because the strongest person in the 9 origin universe needed to be at the peak of the ruler realm to be able to fight against them. It would be great if my strength could occupy the center of the storm continent. With so many terrifying metal materials, it would definitely be a significant improvement for the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian mumbled to himself. After Xiaolan and the rest had improved, Wang Xian had instructed Lan Qingyue and the rest to move around by themselves.
Xiaolan and the rest's strength was already considered pretty good in the starry universe. They could definitely search for some treasured lands and opportunities.
As for Wang Xian, he still had to wait for the absorption of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone. It was a little difficult for the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to absorb these materials and metals. After all, this was equivalent to a strong cultivator cultivating and consuming a large amount of resources. Absorbing these resources would also require a large amount of time. Time passed by quickly. 1,000,000 years would only pass by quickly. When Wang Xian was in the depths of the storm continent, he had built a temporary residence.
During this 1,000,000 years, a large portion of the time was spent with Guan Shuqing and the other girls accompanying him.
Boom,
Boom.
boom.
On this day, waves of vast energy were transmitted from both sides at the same time.
Wang Xian sensed it and his eyes revealed an excited expression.
His body moved and he immediately flew out of the palace.
Looking at the terrifying energy emitted from the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone on the left and right, Wang Xian's eyes revealed an excited expression. He had broken through.
They had broken through at the same time.
More than 900,000 years ago, the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc had already broken through to the 8th level of the Overlord Realm. Now, they had reached the 9th level of the Overlord Realm.
Wang Xian waved his arm and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc came before him. It hovered around him and slowly formed a black robe. The dragon heads of the divine dragons of light and darkness were located on his left and right shoulders respectively.
Wang Xian instantly felt an extremely powerful force surging into his body.
Wang Xian's current strength was only at the level 7 of the Overlord Realm. He did not dare to increase his strength. He did not dare to use the power of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to unleash the strength of the Overlord Realm of level 9 after the Tai Chi Dragon Fatty circled around him. Moreover, he could basically ignore the attacks of 1 or 2 experts at the Overlord Realm of level 9. With a wave of his arm, the 5 Elements Millstone came to the sky above him. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Above him, the 5 divine dragons roared and gradually shrunk into the shape of a crown. On the crown, the golden, wood, water, fire, and earth divine dragons raised their heads, making the entire crown look extremely majestic.
The 5 Elements Millstone was also able to fight against 3 masters of the 9th level. Even though Wang Xian had yet to level up, he could still kill an existence at the level 9 of the ruler realm in an instant. After all, the core of the 5 Elements Millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc were formed by his clone back then with the help of the 5 Elements Origin and the Heart of Light and Darkness. Very good, very powerful. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. With the improvement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Millstone, he could head deeper into the Starry Universe. He could explore the entire Starry Universe. During these million years, the reputation of the Dragon Palace grew day by day, especially when Lan Qingyue led Xiao Lan and the rest away and occupied a treasured land. The reputation of the Dragon Palace grew. In addition, during these million years, the disciples of the Dragon Palace entered the Starry Universe one after another. There were a few million disciples who entered. None of them were weaker than the peak of the Venerable Realm. This discovery shocked the other races in the 9 Origin universe. Even the peak races were shocked by the number of Dragon Palace's Venerable Realm experts. But although they were shocked, they weren't too surprised. The existence of the peak of the Venerable Realm, for those who had the bloodline of the peak races, as long as they had enough resources, they could mass-produce them. However, they didn't want to waste so many resources on experts below the ruler realm. It was a better choice to increase the strength of experts above the ruler realm. However, over the past million years, the number of experts at the ruler realm in the Dragon Palace had increased dramatically. This increase was enormous. Over the past million years, there had been an increase of 1,000 existences at the first level of the ruler realm. There were 2 main reasons for this terrifying increase. One was the Fire Heart Treasure Land, which only disciples of the Dragon Palace could enter. This Fire Heart Treasure Land was comparable to the core treasure land of a peak race. Hundreds of disciples of the Fire Elemental Dragon Palace had made breakthroughs here. The second was the Baptism Dragon Pool on the Divine Dragon Island, which allowed many water elemental disciples of the Dragon Palace to make breakthroughs. These 2 places were also the most precious places for the peak races. Although there were a lot of people who had reached the ruler realm in a million years, it was still normal. In this 1 million years, there were more than a dozen level 2 rulers of the Dragon Palace. The 7 Mad Demon Shaman Veils, Water Demons, Demon Wings, Shirsan, Ming Sha Shang, Thunderflash, and Sky Shrouding were the first to break through and reach the ruler realm. There were also Little Yu, Fan Qinglan, and Bei Shuang. They were all mutated divine dragons. When mutated divine dragons broke through their shackles, they had a huge advantage. Their breakthrough was comparable to an ordinary ruler at the 3rd level. The improvement of the Dragon Palace could be seen with the naked eye. Although compared to the peak races, the Dragon Palace was still much weaker. However, the Dragon Palace still had time. It still had billions of years to go. During these billions of years, Wang Xian believed that the Dragon Palace would be able to complete the curve and overtake the car. It would face the arrival of the catastrophe. Especially during these few billion years, Wang Xian was confident that he would be able to reach a terrifying level of strength. Facing the apocalypse, the disciples of the Dragon Palace had completely integrated into the other races. They competed and befriended each other. The other peak races were also polite to the disciples of the Dragon Palace. After all, this was the Starry Universe. In this place, the Dragon Palace was invincible. After all, the Angel race and the Phoenix race had both bowed their heads to the Dragon Palace to seek peace. Next, I can go to the depths of the Starry Universe to take a look, Wang Xian mumbled. His body moved and he immediately flew towards a place. With his current situation, he could use the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to increase his speed to the level 9 of a ruler. Therefore, he didn't need to use the Primalist Sacred Wings to fly. The speed of someone at level 9 in the universe was already very fast in the Starry Universe. At the same time, when Wang Xian was flying towards the depths of the Starry Universe, he was at the right side of the Starry Universe. In more than a million years, the powerful disciples of the 9 Origin universe had already reached an extremely deep level in their exploration of the Starry Universe. Although it couldn't be said that they had searched all around the core, they had already explored more than half of it. A large number of resources and treasures had been collected, and a large number of great beings' disciples had obtained opportunities. At present,
There were already a few hundred ruler-level great beings born in the high-level races.
The transformation of their bloodlines and the improvement of their physiques had allowed them to complete the qualitative transformation.
On the surface, a few hundred high-level race experts had completed their breakthroughs. There might be many more that hadn't been announced.
After all, there were too many disciples of high-level race experts. Let's continue flying forward. There's still an unexplored area over there. We should be able to obtain some treasures.
The 9 origin universe and the starry space passage were basically at opposite sides of this passage.
More than 10 figures were flying at high speed.
They were the experts of the Immortal Empire.
Now that the resources in the outer regions of the starry space were becoming less and less, they could only come to places far away to see if they could find some resources.
The place they had reached now was basically at the end of one direction of the starry space. There weren't many powerful space beasts here, so they were relatively safe.
So. When they continued flying forward, they suddenly saw a figure flying towards them. There's someone ahead. What's the situation? The Immortal Empire's disciples had astonished looks in their eyes. They immediately stopped and their eyes flickered as they sized up the group of Immortal Empire's disciples. In front of them, the dozens of figures flying over also had astonished looks on their faces as they sized up the Immortal Empire's disciples.
Something's wrong. The aura on their bodies is completely different from ours. It's also completely different from our 9 origin universe. The energy on their bodies is also very strange. Very quickly, an Immortal Nations expert said with surprise in his eyes, "Which race are you from?"
He hesitated for a moment and asked the other party. On the opposite side, the expressions of the more than 20 figures didn't change when they heard the Immortal Nations expert's words.
They looked at each other, and their eyes flickered with a luster. "You aren't creatures from the starry cosmos."
The middle-aged man in the lead among the 20-plus figures stared at the group of Immortal Empire's expert disciples and asked.
When his words rang out, the expressions of the Immortal Empire's expert disciples also changed.
Their language didn't belong to the 9 origin cosmos.
The 9 origin cosmos had its own language.
And what they said could confirm that it didn't belong to the 9 origin universe.
The reason they could hear it was because of the spiritual communication. Through the spiritual transmission, they could understand what the other party was saying.
You aren't from the starry universe either. Which universe are you from? How can you enter the starry universe? The leader of the Immortal Nation asked with a shocked face.
They actually met other universe masters. How was this possible? There were other universe masters entering the starry universe? It wasn't just their 9 origin universe here. This wasn't good news for the 9 origin universe.
Because the competitors had appeared.
Kill them.
But at this time, the leader of the middle-aged man immediately roared and moved, attacking the dozen or so Immortal Nation masters.
Wang! The middle-aged man in the lead waved his arm, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. He directly swept it across.
An attack that contained a special energy attacked them.
The attributes of this attack were very strange. It seemed to contain an invincible will and the determination of thousands of creatures. It was very special, very strange, and also very powerful. This caused the expressions of the dozen or so experts from the Immortal Empire to change.
Courting death killed him.
The expert from the Immortal Empire roared madly. His body trembled, and an illusory image of the Immortal Empire floated in the air above them. On the illusory image, an incomparably huge palm directly condensed and shot towards them. The attack of the middle-aged man rapidly collapsed under this huge palm. Oh?
Not good. This group of people's strength is very strong.
The expression of the middle-aged man in the lead changed, and he cried out in alarm.
Kill them. However, the eyes of the Immortal Nation's expert shone, and he immediately roared loudly.
He could not see through the energy used by the other party, so he naturally could not see through the other party's strength. However, after exchanging blows, he knew that he was one level higher than the other party. Since the other party wanted to kill them,
then they also wanted to kill the other party. He wanted to know which universe these creatures came from. They actually entered the starry universe just like their 9 origin universe. This was a potential competitor or even an enemy.
Run, we aren't their match.
The middle-aged expert on the other side roared and immediately flew back.
A shadow slowly appeared behind him. The shadow had the appearance of a human. They sat there quietly as if they were chanting and blessing. The middle-aged expert speed-soared, and he immediately flew back. The middle-aged expert and the others naturally came from the faith of the gods who believed in the universe. Their power was the power of faith. It was not the power of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but a special kind of energy. The power of faith had no weaknesses and no disadvantages. As long as there were many believers, the believers gave up a lot of power, and the believers were strong, the power of their faith in the gods would become stronger. When the experts of the faith in the gods and the immortal empire started to fight, it also represented the collision between the nine-origin universe and the faith universe. Begin. Chase after them and destroy them all. When the experts in the center of the celestial nation saw this, their eyes shone and they roared with killing intent. Since the other party was the first to attack them, they naturally wouldn't let the other party off. Their bodies moved, and within the illusory palace above their heads, terrifying attacks attacked the experts from the belief universe. No! Very quickly, screams of pain rang out. The few gods from the belief universe at the back were hit by the experts from the immortal empire, and they let out screams of pain. Damn it! Just you wait for us in the belief universe. The fastest middle-aged man felt that his companion had been killed, and his face was filled with killing intent as he roared. He moved his palm and crushed an item that was emitting light. Following that, he continued to flee forward. The belief universe, so it's the belief universe. I really didn't expect that you guys would actually step into the starry universe. However, you dare to attack us, die. The immortal nation's expert roared with a face full of killing intent. On the illusory palace above his head, one after another, corporeal figures slowly appeared. These figures were like generals from the ancient era of Earth. They wore armor and charged straight at them. Ahoy! Following that, a scream sounded again. More than 20 experts who believed in the gods were killed by him. The one who's going to die is you. Suddenly, the eyes of the fleeing expert shone. Mali, Hong Li, Tu Mali. At this moment, a voice that sounded like chanting suddenly sounded from the front. When the powerhouses from the immortal nation heard it, their eyes focused and revealed a vigilant look. There are actually creatures from other universes in the starry universe. If that's the case, then die. Faith, judgment. At this moment, a voice came from the front. Following that, a light enveloped them. The ray of light slowly condensed into many special runes that covered the group of experts from the immortal empire. Don't touch these runes. We'll leave immediately. When the middle-aged expert from the immortal empire saw that the other party actually had reinforcements, he made a prompt decision and immediately ordered loudly, fleeing into the distance. Can you escape? Why don't you become my loyal follower? That calm voice sounded once again. The strange special rune suddenly accelerated and directly entered the body of an expert from the celestial nation. The rune entered his body and drilled towards the top of his head. He desperately wanted to resist, but his resistance was getting weaker and weaker. Become my loyal follower. Worship me. Offer your life, and live for your God. Are you willing? The rune came to the top of the immortal nation's expert's head, and a voice washed over his mind, washing away his memories and everything else. A terrifying brainwashing and memory washing began. Oh no, the belief universe has the means to control people. Run! The middle-aged man from the immortal nation, who was the strongest in the center, clearly understood some of the means of the belief universe, and shouted loudly. He desperately fled into the distance. Become my believer! However, at this moment, a rune appeared behind him and directly surged into his body. The experts from the immortal empire faintly saw countless people appearing around him, singing and assimilating him. Scram! He roared wildly, and his body instantly exploded. He directly committed suicide. In this way, he could escape the fate of being domesticated. The reason why he dared to commit suicide was because he had the means to resurrect himself. Once he was domesticated, he would be truly finished. Before he died, he also understood that even he couldn't fight against the great beings of the belief universe, and the rest of his companions would also die. or they would be domesticated and become slaves of the belief universe. Slaves without thoughts.
After the death of the middle-aged great being, he was rapidly reborn in the immortal nation of the Nine Origin universe. The first thing he did was to spread the news to the great beings of the immortal nation.
There were other pinnacle races in the starry universe, and they had already clashed and engaged in a great battle. This was not good news for the Nine Origin universe. The two universes had met before the apocalypse was born, so it was bound to be a collision.
When the news reached the great beings of the immortal empire, all the great beings had shocked expressions on their faces.
There were actually living beings from other universes in the starry universe. This was a serious problem. The great beings of the immortal empire talked for a while and immediately passed this news to the other peak races. The appearance of another universe was not a small matter.
This was already a matter between universes.
A war between universes was not just a matter between their immortal empire.
It was a matter of the entire Nine Origin universe.
If there was a conflict with the belief universe, then this was a war between universes. All the peak races and all living beings in the Nine Origin universe were united. Just like the arrival of the Great Calamity, all the universes were connected. A universe was a force. Of course, there were also situations where there was no unity in a universe and there were even fights.
However, at least in the past, all the living beings in the Nine Origin universe were united.
When the news was spread to the other peak races, all the experts from the peak races were also shocked. At the same time, Wuxia, who was flying in the starry universe and was about to head deeper, suddenly received news from the elf race. Furthermore, it was news from a great elf who was at the level of a ruler at level 7. This made him look at it with slight confusion. When he saw the contents, he was slightly stunned.
Belief universe. The creatures that appeared in the belief universe in the starry universe are suspected to have entered the starry universe as well?
What does the belief universe look like? Wuxia mumbled in astonishment. This message from the elf tribe was an invitation to head to the passageway of their Nine Origin universe for a discussion. At that time, the 13 peak races would participate.
It was related to the entire Nine Origin universe.
Wuxia replied immediately and immediately flew towards the world passageway. An invitation from the elf tribe and a new disciple of a universe master had also entered the starry universe. This was a huge matter. Naturally, he had to go there to understand the situation. In addition, this could be considered a meeting between the Dragon Palace and the other 12 peak races after they had established their footing. He had no choice but to go.
As for the consolation, Wuxia wasn't worried.
Firstly, it was an invitation from the Elf clan. Naturally, they wouldn't say that the powerhouses from the Angel clan and Phoenix clan would attack him. Second, the Dragon Palace had already made peace with the Angel clan and the Phoenix clan. Now that a new disciple of a universe warrior had appeared, this was not the time for civil war.
Wuxia quickly flew towards the passageway between the Nine Origin universe and the starry universe.
With the help of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, their speed was still extremely terrifying. At the same time, the experts from the 12 peak races in the Nine Origin universe, as well as the experts who were at the level 6 and level 7 in the starry universe, were all rushing over.
The appearance of a new universe was a very important matter,
especially since the celestial nation had already clashed with them. In fact, a new universe had also appeared in the starry universe. There was almost 100% chance of friction and even a huge battle. Everyone wanted to seize more resources. They could even kill the other party and snatch their resources. This was the rule between the universe and the universe. Competition. Slaughter.
1 year later, Wuxia was getting closer and closer to the passage. He lowered his flying speed and kept the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc.
This was his trump card and his greatest reliance. After the improvement of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 elements millstone, Wuxia could even fight against Xiaolan and the others with these 2 trump cards. He would not expose himself unless it was absolutely necessary.
After putting away the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, Wuxia continued to fly forward. A huge world passage slowly appeared. There were also some experts flying over from the surrounding areas.
The experts from the peak races sensed Wuxia and looked over with flickering eyes. There was a hint of awe in their eyes. All the experts from all the races knew Wang Xian's current strength very well.
He could easily kill an existence at level 7 of the Overlord realm. At level 7 of the Overlord realm, he was an invincible existence. Even if he had a powerful supreme treasure, he could not kill the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace.
This was because his speed was too fast and terrifying. This was the first time Wang Xian flew out of the World Passage.
In the past, due to the Phoenix clan and the Angel clan, Wang Xian had ordered Enlai to teleport him.
This was the first time he flew over openly. Dragon King, over here. When Wang Xian flew out, a noble elf from the elf clan waved at him with a smile on his face.
Wang Xian looked at the big elf and felt the terrifying aura from him. He smiled.
Hello, Queen Elf. Wang Xian flew over and greeted her respectfully. He would never forget the gratitude of the elves. The last time you came to the elves, I sensed you. After not seeing you for a while, the Dragon King has actually grown to such an extent. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can be on par with me. The Queen Elf smiled at Wang Xian. It was obvious that she treated him as a powerhouse of the same level. It was not that the Elven Queen did this on purpose to gain Wang Xian's favor. Instead, the Elven Queen was certain that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace was able to reach her level. After all, the last time Wang Xian entered the elf tribe, he only had the strength of a supremacy. It had only been 1,000,000 years and he had already reached such a level, forcing the Angel tribe and the Phoenix tribe to lower their heads. In the future, he would almost certainly be able to step into the peak of the Overlord realm.
Moreover, the Dragon King who had reached the peak of the Overlord realm, the Elven Queen, was certain that she was no match for him. This was because she knew how many attributes Wang Xian possessed.
When he reached the peak of the Overlord realm, he would probably possess an invincible strength under the heaven's origin. Elven Queen, you are so amazing. I'm afraid there is still a long way to go before I can reach your level.
Wang Xian shook his head politely. Hee, that might not be the case.
The Elven Queen smiled. Dragon King.
At the side, the rest of the great elves also smiled at Wang Xian and greeted him.
Wang Xian nodded and chatted with them briefly. Dragon King. Wang Xian. Not long after, Wang Xian heard a voice. He looked over and revealed a smile.
3 figures flew over. The leader was a red-robed spiritual Redbone. Beside him was his grandfather, the Black Vulture King, as well as another overlord of the skeleton race.
Redbone, Black Vulture King, you guys are here too. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and smiled. Honggu. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly after not seeing each other for more than 1,000,000 years. How can I be considered fast?
Compared to you, I'm already very slow, all right.
Ling Honggu was a little speechless when he heard Wang Xian's words. Ling Honggu's current strength had already broken through to the 4th stage of the Dominator realm. The speed of his improvement was extremely heaven-defying even among the peak races. However, the difference between him and Wang Xian was too great. Of course, the main reason was that Wang Xian was able to surpass many levels. His current realm was only at the 2nd stage of the Dominator realm. Hello, Dragon King. The Skeleton Clan's experts bowed to Wang Xian and greeted him respectfully. Dragon King. This is the Netherbone King, my boss.
The Black Vulture King introduced him.
Oh? Hello, King Netherbone King. When Wang Xian heard that, he immediately nodded. The Netherbone King was the king of the Black Vulture King. However, the strength of the Spirit Red Bone King had improved by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, they knew Wang Xian. Hence, the Netherbone King was very polite to the Black Vulture King and the rest. He did not treat them as his subordinates at all.
Dragon King, I've heard so much about you. The Netherbone King immediately smiled and said. Wang Xian exchanged a few pleasantries with him before looking at Ling Honggu. How are things in the starry universe?
Judging from how fast you've improved, you must have obtained many opportunities, right? It's all right. The main thing is that there aren't any restrictions on my current improvement. Ling Honggu and Wang Xian had not seen each other for a long time. The two of them began to chat. Not long after, some of the experts from the Skeleton Clan also came over and began to chat with Wang Xian. Now that the Dragon Palace had reconciled with the Angel Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Dragon Palace possessed invincible power in the starry universe.
Many peak races were very willing to befriend Wuxia. Soon, a king from the skeleton clan, who was at the peak of dominance, came over and exchanged a few pleasantries with him. "Oh right, Skeleton King, Elven Queen, do you guys know about the belief universe?" After chatting for a long time, Wuxia asked. "We skeleton race don't know much. We were born after the last calamity, but I'm sure the Elven Queen must know a lot about it. I'm also a little curious." The Skeleton King, who was at the peak of the Dominator realm, smiled and looked at the Elven Queen. The peak of the race had never been involved in a large-scale war, so their relationship with each other was pretty good. "Believe in the universe. This is a very powerful universe. Everyone should know that other than our universe, there are many other universes. Each universe has a different cultivation system." The Elven Queen looked at them and started to introduce. The cultivation method of the belief universe is to collect the power of faith. They develop believers and make them offer their faith. They collect the power of faith through the heart of faith. The power of faith is unclear. It is the exclusive power of that universe, but it has very powerful means. The gods who believe in the universe have all kinds of powerful means, especially when they are in a life or death situation. They can make their believers sacrifice their lives in a faraway place and then burst out with abnormally terrifying strength. When we encounter gods who believe in the universe, it's best to first involve them when they erupt. Their eruptions are limited, just like the phoenix race's burning of life. In addition, the belief universe is very powerful. It even requires our attention. The belief runes they condensed gather the wills of countless believers. Once these belief runes are injected into the bodies of other living beings, they will be washed away by the countless belief wills, forcefully turning them into believers who believe in themselves. As long as it's a living being, they can control it through this method. The Elven Queen introduced to Wuxia and the experts of the skeleton race. Every universe had its own strengths and characteristics. The methods of believing in the universe were also very strange. To think that they could forcefully make an expert become their own disciple. Such methods are really terrifying. Wuxia sighed slightly. Indeed, they are very powerful. However, their faith runes have little effect on the voodoo race and the saints' lineage. They are even immune to them. This is because the spirit and will of the voodoo race and the dark race are extremely terrifying and unique. The Elven Queen nodded her head. At this moment, he looked around and said, "All the peak races are here." Wuxia looked over and saw the phoenix race, the angel race, the royal race, and so on. A group of experts flew over from the starry universe. In the surrounding area, a group of experts from the peak races had also arrived. "Since they are all here, let's begin." The Skeleton King, who was at the peak of the ruler realm, looked towards the celestial nation and said, "Since all the 13 peak races are here, let's begin." An expert at the peak of the Dominator realm from the celestial nation nodded and said, "Out of the 13 peak races, apart from the Dragon Palace where Wuxia was the only one who came, hundreds of experts from the other peak races had come." Every peak race had an existence at the peak of the Dominator realm. One could imagine how much importance they placed on this matter. "Let's begin." An old man from the shaman tribe wearing a bamboo hat let out a hoarse voice. The experts from the angel tribe and the phoenix tribe swept their gaze across the surroundings and landed on Wuxia. They froze for a moment. However, they did not reveal any hostility. Since they had already sought peace, it was impossible for them to show a look of deep hatred after meeting him. There was no need for that either. According to the report of a 4th-level ruler disciple from our Immortal Empire, an expert from the belief universe was discovered in an extremely deep location in the starry universe, which is opposite to our tunnel. After the disciple from our Immortal Empire was injected with the belief rune, he had no choice but to commit suicide and was resurrected. The Immortal King of the Immortal Empire said. Immortal King was the name of an expert at the peak of the Immortal Empire's ruler realm. In the Immortal Empire, there was an unknown Immortal King. To be able to control the faith runes of a ruler at the 4th level, then the one who attacked should be the faith gods of a ruler at the 6th level. An expert from the saint lineage spoke. "Because the cultivation system is different, we don't know the exact strength." The Immortal King of the Immortal Empire shook his head. The faith universe entered the starry cosmos.
We don't know when it entered. We must be prepared. When our two universes meet, there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. Indeed, there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. In the last great war of the apocalypse, although they were not mortal enemies with us, they created quite a bit of trouble for us when we were fighting against the Void Universe.
If it wasn't for the fact that we have a troublesome enemy, the Void Universe, we would have definitely destroyed the group of people who believe in the gods. The wizard wearing a bamboo hat from the wizard clan suddenly said,
"It's true that worshipping the gods is not a good thing. In the last calamity, they broke through a universe and incorporated it into their faith. Now that they can break through the barriers of the starry universe, they must have broken through to another universe. With the resources of the two universes, their strength must have received a terrifying increase. With the aggressive nature of worshipping the gods, they will definitely want to plunder more universes when the calamity arrives." The Elven Queen spoke. Their words revealed a corner of the universe, causing Wang Xian's eyes to reveal a look of astonishment. He didn't expect this belief universe to be so strong. "Our 9-origin universe has a grudge against them to begin with? Then we can't let them obtain more resources from the starry universe." The expert from the Divine Tiger clan spoke. In this era, the Saint bloodline, the Divine Tiger bloodline, the Skeleton clan, the Immortal Nation bloodline, and the Royal clan were the newly born pinnacle races of the universe. They didn't know much about the previous calamity. Of course, they weren't completely ignorant. There were still some old fellows among their pinnacle races who knew some things. This was because those who established the Saint bloodline, the Divine Tiger bloodline, the Skeleton clan, and the Immortal Nation were all experts who had survived the previous calamity. However, they didn't come this time, nor did they tell their clansmen about this matter.
After all, the calamity would only arrive in a few billion years.
The calamity will arrive in a few billion years. Just like before, the Void Universe is our #1 enemy. This is without a doubt. The Belief Universe was also our enemy in the past. Their strength is getting stronger and stronger, and they will invade other universes. Therefore, we need to increase our strength as soon as possible. Currently, due to the opening of the cosmic passageway and the birth of the skeleton race's powerhouses, our 9-origin universe is much stronger than the last cataclysm. A female demon powerhouse from the demon race said with a smile.
She flapped her wings.
"Kiki, is that so? It seems that the number of powerhouses in your previous peak races is not that many." The Skeleton King, who was not far away from Wang Xian, said with a smile.
The skeleton race was born in this era. Due to their uniqueness, they could be said to have been born from the remains of the deceased from the previous calamity. Therefore, the strength of the skeleton race was really strong. Even if there were a few top races in the calamity, they would not underestimate the existence of the skeleton race. Now we have to make a good strategy. Facing the belief universe, there's no doubt that if we want to fight, we have to fight for enough resources. Furthermore, the experts of the belief universe are also considered resources to us.
In addition, those of the belief universe have already entered the starry universe. With their universe's style of doing things, they will definitely attack the disciples of our 9-origin universe. This time, the disciples of our immortal empire will be the first to be attacked.
The immortal king of the immortal empire said.
The belief universe has a powerful aggressiveness. If they encounter the disciples of the experts of our 9-origin universe, they will definitely want to control them. The Elven Queen nodded.
Then there's no need to say anything. If they encounter the gods of the belief universe, directly kill them. The Skeleton King, who was at the peak of the ruler realm, said directly.
A few experts from the peak races nodded. Not only that, since we are enemies, we still have to hunt down the disciples of the powerful experts who believe in the universe. On the side of the voodoo race, a powerful wizard spoke.
Wang Xian was not sure about this wizard, but it was possible that he was an ancestral wizard.
Clearly, there must have been a powerful conflict between the voodoo race and the belief universe during the last great calamity.
That's fine. The gods of the belief cosmos contain a huge amount of power of faith in their bodies. This power of faith is extremely useful to us and can greatly increase the chances of our disciples breaking through.
An angel at the peak of the ruler realm from the angel tribe had a glint in his eyes.
The power of faith was a special type of energy that was slightly related to the soul. It contained pure blessing power.
The holy spirits of the Nine Origin universe could absorb it to improve their comprehension, which also meant that they could increase the probability of a breakthrough. If a great being at the pinnacle of the night level could kill a pinnacle of the night level gods and absorb their power of faith, the probability of a breakthrough could be increased several times. This was a very terrifying improvement, especially for the disciples of great beings who were about to break through. When the calamity arrived, the reason why a huge battle broke out was because the creatures of the other universe or the other universe had true treasures that made other universes envious. Not to mention the belief universe, they also wanted to develop the creatures of the Nine Origin universe into their own believers to increase their power. The belief universe meant that the more believers there were, the stronger they were, and the stronger the gods would be. The belief universe is very terrifying. After being baptized by their belief runes, the living beings will become their loyal subordinates. The strong ones are fine, but they can only destroy their memories.
For the weak ones, they can even retain their memories and obtain important information from them.
The Elven Queen said at this moment.
We have to be careful on this point. We have to tell the information of the belief universe to all the strong disciples in the Nine Origin universe.
The Immortal King of the Immortal Nation nodded and said, Apart from that, I suggest that each peak race establish a team to hunt the gods of the universe. The wizard continued. There is indeed a need for that.
The expert of the Phoenix race nodded. Since we are going to fight against those guys from the belief universe together, then we will completely unite together. We will share the information. If we encounter a powerful team of gods, then we will join hands. Also, if any of the peak races are in danger and help us, the other peak races will come to our aid immediately.
An expert from the saints' lineage said. Sure. The experts from the peak races nodded. Our voodoo race can create a compass to test the belief of the gods. I still have some here. They are all from the past. I will give you some. The voodoo race wizard waved his arm and black compasses flew towards Wang Xian and the rest of the experts from the peak races. Each peak race had over 100 of them. Clearly, this was a detection treasure that the voodoo race had created in the last calamity to deal with the faith of the gods.
Thank you, ten-handed ancestral wizard.
The Immortal King from the Celestial Nation thanked the wizard. Ten-handed ancestral wizard? When Wang Xian heard this name, his eyes flickered. The ancestral wizard lineage was extremely mysterious and powerful. The time that they were born was not any shorter than that of the Divine Dragon clan.
They had also gone through several eons.
Although there had never been an existence on the level of Heaven's origin creation, if the 12 ancestral wizards of the wizard clan joined forces, it was rumored that they could contend against the Heaven's origin creation.
In short, in the Nine Origin universe, the voodoo race was the most mysterious.
Thank you, ten-handed ancestral wizard.
Wang Xian and the other experts from the other peak races also expressed their gratitude. Other than that, we have to be careful. The gods who believe in the universe might accept the space behemoth as a believer.
The ten-handed ancestral wizard added another sentence. The experts from the peak races nodded their heads. Since that's the case, let's make a decision. On the communication stone plate, our 13 peak races will open up a channel. Only those at the 7th stage of the ruler realm can enter. This will also prevent some disciples from being forcefully taken in as believers by the gods of the cosmos, revealing some of their actions and secrets. The Immortal King of the Immortal Empire spoke.
The experts from the peak races nodded their heads in agreement.
If you are confident, kill more of the gods who believe in the universe. Killing more will be beneficial to the peak races. The ten-handed ancestral sorcerer spoke again at this moment. He suddenly looked at Wang Xian. Dragon King, your dragon palace has the ancient god, Kuan Master. He is not suppressed by the universe in the starry universe. If you have the strength, you can kill more. It will be beneficial to your dragon palace. Of course, you have to pay attention to the trump card of the belief universe.
They might be able to deal with Kuan, who is at the 5th level. Anyway, let me give you a reminder, Dragon King. The ten-handed ancestral wizard said to Wang Xian.
Thank you for your reminder, ten-handed ancestral wizard. I understand. Wang Xian nodded as his eyes flickered.
If the power of faith in the bodies of the gods of the universe had the same effect as the baptism of the dragon pool, Wuxia would definitely hunt down the gods of the universe without hesitation. As for being careful, Wuxia didn't really care. The current Lan Qingyue and Xiaolan weren't at the level of a ruler at level 5, but at level 6. The gods who believed in the universe would also be suppressed when they entered the starry universe. Xiaolan and the rest could fight against existences at the level 9 of a ruler. He really didn't believe that the opponent's trump card could deal with Xiaolan and the rest. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, they indeed have a huge advantage in the starry universe. The Elven Queen looked at Wuxia and said with a smile. The rest of the experts from the peak races also nodded slightly. However, they did not say anything. Demon Clan, the appearance of a powerful enemy, the appearance of beings who believe in the universe, the enemy of the 9-origin universe, the Demon Clan will establish a hunting squad for beings who believe in the universe. Beings who believe in the universe possess the power of belief, and the strangest method is to use belief runes to control other beings, making them become their own believers and be driven by them forever. The disciples of the other races paid attention. If they encountered creatures that didn't have the 9 attributes of the 9-origin universe, they would immediately run away and pass their information to any peak race. All the high-level races can join our demon race and hunt creatures that believe in the universe. The witch race. Powerful enemies have appeared. Creatures that believe in the universe have appeared in the starry universe. Creatures that believe in the universe. Enemies of the 9-origin universe. The witch race will form a team to hunt creatures that believe in the universe. The Angel Clan. The Phoenix Clan. The Immortal Nation. The Saint. The Dragon Palace. After the 13 peak races finished their discussion, they immediately sent this news to every expert and disciple in the 9-origin universe in the name of the peak races. Their announcement was mainly to tell the disciples of the experts of the high-level races. At present, many of the high-level races had already pledged allegiance to the pinnacle races. However, there were still some who had not pledged allegiance. This news was also a reminder to them. After all, it was a collision between two universes. Every disciple of a great being from the 9-origin universe was on their side. Once a large number of disciples from the 9-origin universe were taken in as believers by the belief universe, the 9-origin universe would also encounter great trouble. The belief universe was able to break through another universe during the last calamity because of this method of taking in disciples and breaking through the internal structure. Wuxia also made a statement in the name of the peak race. However, after he made the statement, he made another statement. Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace is recruiting aquatic creatures. Those who join the Dragon Palace will receive the divine dragon bloodline. Currently, the Dragon Palace had over 8 million strong disciples. This was not a large number. Among the peak races, it was considered a small number. He decided to recruit more disciples. At the very least, he wanted the number of disciples in the Dragon Palace to reach 10 million. 10 million was one of Wuxia's goals. It was also a number that Wuxia wanted to maintain. To allow all 10 million disciples of the Dragon Palace to advance to the peak of the Supremacy Realm, this was an exceptionally terrifying combat strength. Those who had broken through to the ruler realm would be able to form a ruler army in the future. They would be able to better welcome the arrival of the apocalypse. Hiss, what's going on? The belief universe? What is the belief universe? The 13 peak races are making such a statement at the same time. Is something big about to happen? Oh my God. The 13 peak races are making such a statement at the same time. This is too shocking. Are we going to fight against the experts of the belief universe in the starry universe? No way, all the pinnacle races are making such a statement at the same time. This? Is the starry universe going to become dangerous? The pinnacle races have all formed hunting squads and are all working together. This is insane. The 13 pinnacle races are working together to fight against the other universes. I feel like a great war is about to break out. I heard from the great beings of the Witch Clan that we will send more great beings over to hunt down the disciples of the great beings of the belief universe. Hunting down the creatures of the belief universe and obtaining the heart of belief will help us break through the shackles. When the 13 pinnacle races released the news at the same time, it caused a huge uproar.
Belief universe?
A great war broke out?
The 13 pinnacle races working together?
Every piece of news shocked the hearts of the disciples of the high-level races in the 9-origin universe. This news was too shocking.
Very soon, Wang Xian's second statement also caused a huge uproar. The Dragon Palace actually wants to recruit disciples and will reward the divine dragon bloodline?
Wow, no way. The Dragon Palace is provoking disciples. This is a heaven-sent opportunity for us aquatic creatures. Although the Dragon Palace's current strength is not enough among the peak races, the Dragon King's potential is too terrifying. In a short period of time, he could easily kill a level 7 ruler.
He also has the extremely terrifying ancient god, Kuan Master, and is invincible in the starry universe. The Phoenix clan and the Angel clan all bow to the Dragon Palace. Joining the Dragon Palace is definitely an opportunity for all the aquatic creatures experts. There are so many powerful beings in the Dragon Palace. In the past million years, I have never seen anyone below the peak of the venerable realm in the Dragon Palace. I want to join. This news from the Dragon Palace attracted many aquatic creatures. The other races felt a little regretful when they saw it. However, compared to this news from the Dragon Palace, the news about the belief universe was too shocking. It made all the powerful disciples in the 9-origin universe talk about it.
Even the strong disciples from the peak races.
To them, this was the first time they had met a living being from another universe.
Prime Minister Gui, form a hunting team in the Dragon Palace and bring out the strongest strength of our Dragon Palace. Also, the advancement seed on the ancestral tree should have matured. Just give it to a disciple of the Dragon Palace to consume.
Wang Xian was located at the Cosmic Passageway and sent a message to Prime Minister Gui. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gui replied very quickly.
Also, ask Lan Qingwei to place a Kuan in the hunting squad of the Dragon Palace.
Wang Xian mumbled. The current strength of the Dragon Palace was still too weak. Even if the hunting squad was successfully established, the strongest person was only Bei Shuang, who had the strength equivalent to a ruler at the 3rd level.
This hunting squad could be said to be very weak when compared to the peak races. However, with a Kuan following them, things were different.
He got Lan Qingwei to bring the other 2 Kuan to continue searching for opportunities in the starry universe, and the other Kuan to hunt. Wang Xian himself was prepared to hunt and see. He wanted to see if he could meet any creatures who believed in the universe. After killing them, he wanted to see if the so-called heart of faith was worth it. If there were 10-handed ancestral witches who could increase their strength significantly, Wang Xian would start a large-scale hunt. Currently, the Dragon Palace did not lack resources. Many of its disciples had already advanced to the peak of the supremacy realm. In addition, those who were at the ruler realm had all reached the peak of the 1st and 2nd stage of the ruler realm. If killing and obtaining the Heart of Faith could help the disciples of the Dragon Palace to make a rapid breakthrough, the strength of the Dragon Palace would be able to increase explosively. After all, the shackles were the most important for those at the peak of the venerable realm and above. Breaking through the shackles was far more troublesome than accumulating resources. He moved and immediately flew toward the interior of the starry sky. The other peak races also started to prepare. This was an opportunity, but it could also be a disaster. I really didn't expect that there would be disciples from the 9-origin universe in the starry universe.
Just as the pinnacle races of the 9-origin universe started to form an army to hunt the disciples of the great beings from the belief universe.
It was located at the entrance of the starry universe and the belief universe.
At this moment, a large number of gods from the belief universe were gathered there.
Especially the gods in the center. Their bodies were surrounded by divine sounds, and countless figures were singing and praising around them. The starry universe, to the experts who believed in the universe, also had a terrifying suppressive force. The powerful gods who believed in the universe also didn't dare to step into the starry universe.
Because this was the starry universe.
The starry beasts in the starry universe didn't have intelligence, but the starry universe began to have heavenly Yuan destiny-level starry beasts.
They had the consciousness of territory and territory.
They might not care if some ants entered their territory, but if a lion entered, it would definitely be destroyed.
The powerful gods who believed in the universe didn't dare to take a step over.
In fact, they had already sent in experts. but they had already been destroyed by the powerful space beasts in the starry universe. At this point, they also understood the rules of the starry universe. The strength of the Nine Origin universe isn't weak. However, in the last Calamity battle, our belief universe won a great victory. Our strength has doubled and has already far surpassed the Nine Origin universe. There are actually disciples of the Nine Origin universe here. Let's use them to test our strength. If the strength of the Nine Origin universe isn't enough, when the Calamity arrives, we can consider developing them into our believer universe. One of the gods said indifferently, "Ha, with the strength of our belief universe, when the Calamity arrives, we won't be afraid of any universe. We want the resources of the starry universe, and we also want the creatures of the Nine Origin universe. We'll develop them into our believers and increase our strength." One of the gods said with a laugh, "The Nine Origin universe might have discovered our arrival, so we have to be careful. Especially the witches and demons of the Nine Origin universe. They are very difficult to deal with." A Pantheon expert said indifferently, "In these million years, how many level 5 space beasts have become our believers?" A Pantheon expert asked, "In these million years, after some exploration of the starry universe." The next exploration method of the Pantheon universe was different from the starry universe. The strength of the Pantheon came from the power of faith. The more believers they had, the stronger they would be, and the stronger they would be. And in order to better explore the starry universe, their initial target was the level 5 space behemoths. And the level 5 space behemoths needed their level 7 gods to work together. They needed to spend a lot of time imprinting faith runes before they could collect them bit by bit. For this, a large number of level 7 gods worked together. Even the matter of exploring the starry universe was put on hold. And their cooperation also allowed them to gain a huge harvest. 8 level 5 space beasts have been subdued, which is equivalent to 8 of US level 8 gods. An expert of the gods spoke. They believed in the universe, and level 8 gods couldn't enter the starry universe. Once they entered, they would be attacked by the space beasts. The level 8 god's strength was comparable to a ruler at level 8. 8 level 5? I don't know how long the Nine Origin universe has been in the universe. They must have the strength to deal with level 8 space beasts. When can they tame a level 6 space beast? An expert asked. It's very difficult to tame level 6-star beasts. We need to tame at least 70 to 80 level 5-star beasts and then besiege that level 6-star beast. It'll take tens of millions of years before it's possible. One of the gods replied, "It's too long. Tens of millions of years. When that time comes, the experts of the Nine Origin universe will get a lot of the resources of the starry universe. Let's do it. The races of the Nine Origin universe have their trump cards, and so do we." An expert from the gods in the center ordered. "All right, let's test the strength of this Nine Origin universe. If they really can't do it, we will destroy them when the Calamity arrives." Ha. Wild laughter rang out as the orders from the belief universe were quickly transmitted out. The disciples of the experts from the belief universe don't even know where they are now. We can first meet up with Lan Qingyue and enter the depths of the starry universe to look for some resources. Wuxia was flying rapidly in the starry universe. He was not prepared to meet the strong disciples who believed in the universe at the first opportunity. This was a waste of time. It might take hundreds of years or even more to search for them. He could go to the center of the starry universe now. With Wuxia's current strength, he could already go to the center of the starry universe to take a look since he was able to kill a level 6 cosmic beast. Of course, he still did not dare to go to the boundless starry universe. The boundless starry universe was just like the center of the Nine Origin universe's heaven-opening desolation continent. At the center of the heaven-opening desolation continent, there were 12 peak races. There were many experts who were at level 6 and above. It was the same for the boundless starry universe. If a level 7 cosmic beast came, Wuxia and the rest would be devoured. However, they could go to places that other peak races could not enter at the moment. There was definitely a large number of resources and treasures there. Wuxia would go and take a look again when the strong disciples from the belief universe had completely appeared and started to collide with the Nine Origin universe. He sent a message to Lan Qingyue. Very soon, Lan Qingyue replied. In these million years, Lan Qingyue's harvest wasn't cheap. With Little Blue and the others, they hunted some level 5 space beasts, and even a level 6 space beast. However, this wasn't suitable. It wasn't worth it to hunt experts from the 9 origin universe. After all, although their strength was suppressed, the energy within their bodies wasn't small. However, other than the corpses of some space beasts, they had also obtained a lot of resources from a large number of life planets.
Wuxia decided to meet up with Lan Qingwei and continue his exploration.
After flying for a few years, Xiao Lan and the rest finally appeared in Wang Xian's line of sight. Qingyue. He flew over quickly and shouted, Xiao Xian. Lan Qingyue greeted him with a smile. What's the situation in the belief universe? Why did another universe suddenly appear?
I don't know either. However, we don't have to worry. In the starry universe, our dragon palace is not afraid of them at all. Wuxia shook his head with a smile. Perhaps they can bring us some benefits. That's good. Oh yes, Xiaolan and I have discovered a treasure land. However, there is a race of space beasts there. There are several space beasts that are at level 6. Lan Qinghua smiled and said,
Oh. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled when he heard Lan Qinghue's information.
They had encountered a treasure land?
The place that Lan Qinghue could reach was beyond the reach of the experts from the other peak races.
The treasure land inside was definitely not simple.
Where is it? How many level 6 space beasts are there? Wang Xian quickly asked.
There should be 7 or 8. Lan Qinghua said, I'm not sure either. However, after your Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the Great Mill of the 5 Elements have been upgraded, we can definitely go there.
Let's go. Wang Xian nodded. Let's go and take a look. Since we entered the starry universe from the Dragon Palace, we have yet to find our own paradise. When the Dragon Palace entered the starry universe, they didn't occupy any precious land in the past. The rest of the peak races had all found their own paradise in the starry universe.
Such a paradise would be a great improvement for their disciples.
All right. Lan Qingyue nodded. The two of them moved and immediately arrived at the small house. Xiao Lan was now flying toward the trading corridor. He would meet up with the experts of the Dragon Palace and form a hunting team. Of course, Xiao Lan's arrival was mainly to protect them. After all, the disciples of the Dragon Palace were too weak. With Xiao Lan, he could rival a powerful team of a peak race.
In that direction, the starry sky is a bit strange. It's all black and red. If you enter there, you will be covered by a red poisonous fog.
Lan Qingyue said. When Xiao Lan and the rest entered, we were warned by the space behemoths inside. We saw 7 to 8 space behemoths that were at level 6. However, we didn't see any of the better ones. If there was a higher level, they wouldn't warn us but would attack us directly. Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. Xiao Zhai brought them and flew towards that direction quickly. Their speed was very fast. This place was not too far away from the place that Lan Qingyue mentioned. Soon, an area shrouded in black and red appeared in his line of sight. Wang Xian looked over and his eyes sparkled.
There's something strange in here. In the deepest part of the area, the black and red energy has gathered together and turned into a solid substance. It's like strange flesh and blood. He opened his mouth and said,
Yes, this should be a special type of energy. The space beasts in there are also very strange in size. It's a little disgusting, just like an octopus without claws. Lan Qingyue nodded.
Let's go. If there are only 7 or 8 space beasts at the level 6 of the ruler realm, we can completely occupy a territory and even kill them.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled.
The Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Grinding Mill were able to fight against 6 level 6 space beasts.
If Lan Qingyue and the rest were to unleash their full power, they should be able to fight against 4 to 5.
If Xiao Lan was here, they would be even stronger.
Woo woo. The small house let out a low growl and immediately flew in. Walala!
Walala!
Roar, roar, roar.
At this moment, a series of strange sounds came from inside.
Following that, in Wang Xian's line of sight, he saw octopuses that looked like they had no tentacles flying over. Their bodies were black with a red dot on them. They looked a little scary.
2 gigantic eyes were staring at the small house and Wang Xian and the rest. There were a total of 5 of these space beasts staring at them.
In addition, there were other space beasts that were relatively weaker inside. Wang Xian waved his arm and the 5 elements millstone floated in the air. In an instant it became bigger. Its size was the same as the small house and the rest.
A terrifying energy charged at them. "Let's go, small house. Let's go in and advance."
Wang Xian ordered the little house and the rest. Roar, roar, roar.
Roar, roar. Roar, roar.
When the 5 space beasts saw that they were continuing to fly in, they issued a warning. Walala! At this moment, at the back, 3 more space beasts who were at level 6 flew over and stared at Wang Xian and the rest.
Other than that, there were dozens of space beasts who were also warning them. It was obvious that they didn't want them to enter this place.
Woo woo! Xiao Zhai let out a low growl and transmitted the message that he wanted to enter. Lan Qingyue's body shook as well. The powerful force that belonged to the ancient god-feed Kuan master swept forward. The space beasts on the opposite side were slightly agitated.
Roar!
Roar!
All of a sudden, the red dot on the space beast's body, which was located in the middle, emitted streams of blood-red light and attacked Wang Xian and the rest.
When Wang Xian saw the group of space beasts on the opposite side attacking, a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Qingyue, destroy them!
Wang Xian growled in a low voice. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements were ground together with the roar of the divine dragon. Streams of terrifying power of the 5 elements covered the space beast directly.
From this side, Wang Xian could sense that there was a special and powerful energy inside. Therefore, he had to enter this place. Roar! Roar!
Roar!
Roar! Roar!
Roar!
On the other side, the space behemoths were all roaring. Streams of blood-red energy were pouring over. There's a fish in the north, Kuan Shao. Lan Qingyue let out a low growl. A stream of energy surged into the small house and Xiao Bai's bodies. The ancient gods fed the Kuan masters, and their strongest point was to fight together with their own Kuan. In the past million years, Lan Qingyue had also killed a level 6 ruler-level astral beast. She was already very experienced in battle. Woo woo woo! Woo woo woo!
Xiao Zhai and Xiao Bai opened their mouths at the same time. Their Kuan howls were not a sound wave attack. Instead, the gray energy condensed into a terrifying giant mouth of the Kuan. The giant mouth of Kuan devoured the group of space beasts.
Wang Xian also clenched his fists and charged forward.
The light and darkness powers on the fat Tai Chi dragon instantly condensed into 2 divine dragons of light and darkness and attacked at the same time.
Boom! 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 In the next moment, the sound of collision was heard. The terrifying energy charged into the surroundings. Wang Xian's figure moved. He locked onto a space beast and attacked it directly. When the space beast saw Wang Xian attacking him, its blood-red eyes emitted a blood mist which instantly enveloped the entire space.
Kuan's domain. Xiao Bai and Xiao Shai let out a low roar. A wave of energy blocked his domain attack. The gray energy collided with the blood-red energy and caused the energy to dissipate. Roar!
Roar! The other 7 space beasts saw it and immediately attacked the small house and the rest.
Qingyu, help me block the other 7. I'll kill this guy first. Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. Borrowing the power of the Tai Chi dragon plate, he attacked the space beast once again. All right.
When Lan Qingyue heard Wang Xian's words, her eyes lit up. She stared at the space beasts and waved her arm. Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz!
In an instant, waves of gray energy burst out from their bodies. This gray energy seemed to be corporeal.
In the surroundings, it instantly formed a gray sea. Kuan rises from the sea. Lan Qinyu shouted softly, directly standing in the air above Little White and Little White. The gray sea surged towards the other 7 cosmos.
The terrifying energy caused the 7 ruler level 6 cosmos beasts to feel a sense of threat. One of the cosmos beasts flew out from its body, attacking Lan Qinyu and the others.
Woo woo woo!
Woo 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 woo! Xiao Zhai, Xiao Bai and the rest let out a low roar. The gray energy on their bodies condensed into fish and covered them. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Boom!
Boom!
Boom! The intense sounds of collision and explosion continued to ring out. The terrifying shockwaves came towards Wang Xian. However, the shockwaves of this battle were easily blocked by the Tai Chi dragon plate when they landed on Wang Xian's body.
Lan Qingyue and the rest, together with the 5 elements millstone, were enough to help him to pin down 7 level 6 cosmic beasts. As for him, he only needed to fight against a level 6 cosmic beast. He rushed over and his body was surrounded by light and dark divine dragons. Roar! When the cosmic beast saw Wuxia rushing over, its blood-red eyes revealed a brutal look. It was also rushing towards Wuxia. Its body looked extremely soft and was filled with a sticky feeling. That blood-red light dot contained a strange energy. Roar! Wuxia waved his arm and punched forward. The 2 energy dragons, light and darkness, were attacking him. Buzz! On the space beast opposite him, a blood-red light dot instantly went up to him. The dot of light did not have any strange shapes or any rules. Its attack looked very primitive. However, this blood-red dot of light contained a terrifying power. The dot of light collided with the light and dark energy divine dragon and slowly dissipated. The light and dark energy divine dragons continued to attack it. It shook its huge body and directly collided with the light and dark energy divine dragon. Its entire body was like a strange piece of flesh and blood. As the light-dark divine dragon entered his body continued to squirm. When Wuxia saw this scene, his expression did not change. He continued to fly towards him at the same speed. The space beast emitted a glow and welcomed him. The collision began. Buzz! The red light spots on the space beast's body started to stir. Its flesh and blood squirmed. Suddenly, a terrifying bloody mouth appeared in front of Wuxia. This bloody mouth went straight for Wuxia to devour him. Wuxia did not attack. The Taiji dragon on his body spun and charged straight into the space. Roar! 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 The interstellar beast let out a joyful sound as if it was celebrating the end of this great battle. Wuxia was devoured by it. A terrifying energy charged towards him. However, at this moment Wuxia revealed a smile on his face. The strongest aspect of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was its defense. At the same time, it could carry out a terrifying backlash. As long as one could not break through the Tai Chi Dragon Plate's defense in an instant, one would suffer a terrifying backlash. In terms of offensive power, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was much better than the 5 elements grinding mill. However, in terms of defense and the backlash, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was extremely terrifying. Wuxia was swallowed by the space beast and was attacked instantly. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc began to spin to protect Wuxia. At the same time, waves of cursed energy rushed into the space beast's body. Ah! Soon, the space beast that was celebrating suddenly let out a horrifying scream. Its body started to bleed and a large amount of blood gushed out. Waves of terrifying energy attacked his body. At the same time, a wave of energy was pressing towards Wuxia, trying to force him out. Since I'm already here, do you still want me to leave? Wuxia chuckled. He waved his arm and the light and darkness forces charged towards the body of the space beast. Boom! The instinctive counterattack caused blood-red meatballs to appear in the body of the space beast. These meatballs attacked Wuxia. Boom! 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 The meatballs exploded with a terrifying energy and engulfed Wuxia in an instant. Woo! Woo! However, a miserable scream came from the mouth of the space beast. It twisted its body crazily and its vitality was decreasing at a terrifying speed. Die! Wuxia smiled when he saw this scene. If it wasn't for the space beast swallowing him into its stomach, it would take a long time for Wuxia to kill it. However, swallowing him into its stomach and attacking him indiscriminately was completely self-defeating. Its attack couldn't break the Taiji Dragon Plate. Furthermore, it was attacking inside its body. It was as if it was attacking itself without putting up any defense. This caused his vitality to be depleted rapidly. Wuxia moved his body and charged directly at the flesh and blood on top of him. Roar, roar, roar! In the next second, he transformed into an incomparably huge divine dragon body. The Taiji Dragon Plate covered his body and directly broke through the body of the space beast. The terrifying wounds and the injuries just now caused his life force to drop drastically. Death. The first one has been eliminated. There are still 7 left. Next, it will be simple. Wuxia's eyes focused. Lan Qingyue and Tu Kuan were sufficient to deal with 5 of them easily. The Tai Chi dragon disc was also able to deal with 3 of them. Now another one had died.
They had already formed a powerful suppressive force.
Wang Xian transformed into his divine dragon form. He stared at the nearest space beast that was in the level 6 realm and charged straight at it.
Roar!
Roar! Roar! The space beast that was at the level 6 realm let out a terrified roar when it saw Wang Xian killing one of its clansmen and charging at it. Roar! 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 However, in the next second, his roar became excited. Roar! 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 At the back, more than a dozen space beasts below the level 6 realm responded. They flew towards the space beast in unison. Under Wang Xian's astonished gaze, the more than 10 space beasts at level 4 and 5 surged into the body of this space beast. They fused perfectly. They were like flesh and blood as they fused together perfectly. The strength of the space beast that was fused had obviously increased a little. If you fuse, all of you will die.
Wang Xian let out a low growl and charged at it without slowing down.
Roar! Roar! At this moment, an identical body suddenly appeared on the body of the interstellar beast that had been fused with a level 6 overlord. The entire body elongated and this body attacked Wang Xian directly. Boom! 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 A terrifying astral beast that looked exactly the same emerged from the ruler of a level 6 astral beast and attacked Wang Xian. This strange attack gave Wang Xian a slight shock. However, from Wang Xian's point of view, his strength was only slightly stronger.
The size of the astral beast was hundreds of times larger than Wang Xian when he was in his divine dragon form. The gigantic astral beast emitted a blood-red glow and charged towards Wang Xian.
Boom! An extremely dull sound rang out. Wang Xian's eyes focused as a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Bang! A loud collision sound rang out. Wang Xian could feel that the blood-red energy was starting to explode. Waves of corrosive energy charged towards his body. Roar! Roar! Roar!
However, in the next second, the space beast let out an intense scream.
His attacks were still unable to break through Wang Xian's defense. Bang! 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 Wang Xian fanned his dragon tail, which was covered with the power of the Taiji dragon disc. He swept it out forcefully. Boom! A wave of light and dark energy surged, causing the dragon tail to enter the interior of the space beast's body. Black and red blood flowed continuously. Roar! Wang Xian extended his dragon claw. The powers of light and darkness gathered and clawed at the space beast's body. Pft, pft, pft. A large amount of flesh and blood was torn off. Roar! 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 A miserable cry came from the space beast's mouth.
There was a hint of fear in its blood-red eyes.
Roar! 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 It roared loudly and looked at the other 6 space beasts. It let out a cry for help. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Roar! The other 6 space beasts, who were at level 6, responded with a hint of fear in their eyes.
They could already sense that the other party's strength was not something they could fight against. Roar! 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 One by one, the space beasts roared. Their bodies began to retreat. Don't let them escape!
Wang Xian shouted in a low voice. He swayed his dragon body and continued to attack the space beast.
Dragon claws, dragon tail.
As they were all relying on the Tai Chi dragon plate, their attacks were very primitive.
Even so, with the Tai Chi dragon plate, each attack could leave a large number of wounds on its body. Roar! The space beast let out a low roar. Streams of energy wrapped around its entire body and blocked Wang Xian's attacks. Now, it didn't attack at all. It only defended. The other 6 space beasts did the same. They retreated rapidly into the depths. Qingyue, kill one of them first. Wang Xian let out a low roar and said to Lan Qingyue. All right. Lan Qingyue responded immediately. She waved her arm and a gray spear appeared above her head instantly. With a wave of her arm, the gray spear attacked the space beast in front of Wang Xian. Woo woo! Woo woo! Xiao Lan and Xiao House also growled. The gray ocean that was scattered around them started to revolve around the terrifying gray spear. It was as if the entire ocean was carrying a spear as it attacked the space beast. Roar, roar, roar!
The space beast sensed the threat of death and couldn't help but let out a wild roar. The other 6 space beasts in front of him looked over and let out a low roar. They wanted to save him, but it was already too late. The terrifying attack landed on the space beast's body. The gray destruction spear penetrated his body directly. The terrifying gray ocean engulfed him directly. Under the attacks of Lan Qingwei and the others, this space beast was instantly killed. When Wang Xian saw this, his face revealed a look of shock. This was the ancient god-feeding Kuan master. This was the strength of the ancient god-feeding Kuan master. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The other 6 space beasts who were at level 6 of the ruler realm saw it. Their blood-red eyes were filled with fury and killing intent. They swayed their huge bodies and flew into the space rapidly. Wang Xian and the rest immediately chased after them from behind. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The 6 level 6 space beasts roared into the space. Soon they entered a special territory. It was a very strange territory. There seemed to be a continent in front of them, but it was not a continent. If one wanted to describe it, it could be described as a flesh and blood continent. There was a black and red substance that looked like meat on it. When this substance was connected, it was the size of more than 10 universe planets. The range wasn't very big, but it wasn't small either. The special substance gave off a powerful energy. It had the power of life and darkness. The combination of life and darkness was very strange. On this strange substance, there were some plants. These plants contained boundless energy. The plants were very strange, like strange meatballs, black and red. Roar, roar, roar. The 6 ruler level 6 space beasts flew over, letting out roars in unison. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, the ruler level 6 and below space beasts responded, letting out over 100 roars. Soon after, one space beast after another could be seen flying towards them. The 6 void beasts opened their mouths. Buzz, buzz, buzz. One void beast after another entered their mouths as if they were merging into their bodies. Their auras grew stronger and stronger. Soon, over 100 void beasts merged into their bodies. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, a void beast at the 6th stage of the sovereign realm in the center raised its head and roared. The 2 astral beasts on both sides immediately surged into its body. What kind of astral beast is this? It can actually fuse? When Wang Xian and the rest who were flying over saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. They were filled with shock. Stop them! He immediately let out a soft shout. Woo 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 woo. Xiao Zhai, Xiao Bai, and the rest immediately let out a roar. They opened their mouths and spat out grayish energy that condensed into 2 long spears. Lan Qingyue waved her arm, and 2 gray chains appeared on her left and right hands. The chains instantly wrapped around the 2 spears and quickly spread forward. Roar, roar, roar. The space behemoth that was fusing sensed it and quickly flew forward. As they flew, they fused together. And as they fused, their speed increased greatly. Roar, roar. Soon, the 5-6 stage sovereign realm space beasts completely entered the body of the space beast in the center. Its aura became extremely terrifying. However, it didn't stop. Instead, it opened its mouth and began to devour the flesh and blood in front of it. As the flesh and blood entered its stomach, its aura instantly became even more terrifying. Its body size also instantaneously doubled. Boom, boom, boom. The space behemoth, which was the ruler of a level 6 space behemoth, erupted with a terrifying energy when it devoured all the space behemoths of the same race as well as the meatball. This energy rose rapidly, causing Wang Xian and the rest to look fearful. Lan Qingyue held a grayish chain in one hand. The chain wound around the grayish long spear and attacked the space behemoth directly. However, just as she was about to reach the space beast, a blood ball formed into a shield. Buzz! The spear landed on it and was slowly devoured by it. Not good, Xiaoxian. This space beast is undergoing a transformation. It seems to be about a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, Lan Qingyue felt its terrifying power. Her expression changed drastically as she exclaimed. At this moment, Wang Xian's expression also changed. In the universe, a level 7 cosmic beast was comparable to the 9 origin universe.
It was an existence at the peak of the universe's ruler. Wang Xian was very strong with the help of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc. Lan Qingyue and the rest were also very strong. However, even if they joined forces, they were still not a match for a level 7 cosmic beast. Especially after this space beast had improved, its strength and attack power were extremely strange. Retreat!
Wang Xian made a prompt decision and shouted at Lan Qingyue immediately.
Without any hesitation, they immediately flew backward.
The upgraded space beast was able to kill Wang Xian and the rest one by one.
Roar! 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 At this moment, an incomparably violent roar was emitted from the space beast's mouth.
At the lower position, the substance that looked like flesh and blood actually started to move. One after another, claws attacked Wang Xian and the rest. Tai Chi Dragon Plate.
5 elements grinding. Defend.
Wang Xian immediately unleashed all his defenses.
Woo woo woo.
Woo woo woo.
Xiao Bai and the rest let out a wild roar and opened their mouths. At this moment, Xiao Bai's body suddenly shrunk a lot.
Little Hao swallowed its body into his mouth.
Lan Qingyue's body moved and came into Little White's mouth.
This scene was like a big Kuan calling out to Little Kuan.
Lan Qingyue was in the center.
Ultimate defense.
This kind of defense was the most powerful defense of the ancient god-feeding Kuan Lord. Overlapping defense. Little Xian, come to me.
Lan Qingyue shouted.
Wang Xian moved and flew over immediately.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
In the next second, the claws collided with the 5 elements grinding Tai Chi Dragon Plate and the defense of Lan Qingyue and the rest. An impact force was transmitted, and their bodies flew forward instantly.
Escape immediately, Wang Xian ordered. Without any hesitation, the small house fled into the distance quickly. Lan Qingyue waved her arm and waves of energy surged into the small house's body to strengthen it.
I really didn't expect the space beast to be able to complete such a terrifying transformation, devouring and becoming stronger. Wang Xian looked behind him and his expression turned ugly. Roar! 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 Seeing that his first round of attack was blocked, the space beast's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Wang Xian and the rest. He quickly chased after them. This won't do. This fellow's speed is very fast. Wang Xian looked behind him. His expression darkened as he spoke.
The space beast was comparable to the pinnacle level of the 9 origin universe. Under such circumstances, even the strongest experts from the various peak races could only fight against it.
Unless they used their trump cards, they would be able to kill it. Such an existence was not something Wang Xian and the rest could fight against. Of course, if Wang Xian absorbed all the resources to improve himself, he could still fight against it with his many trump cards. However, he had no way to fight back now. Without the speed of the incipient Saint Wings, he had no way to fight back. Roar!
At this moment, the space beast suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a space beast phantom that was exactly the same as it.
The shadow of the space beast emitted a terrifying energy aura. Wang Xian and the rest were in front of them. When they felt this energy, their expressions froze.
The 5 elements grinding and the Tai Chi dragon disc had unleashed their defense to the maximum.
The bodies of Xiao Zhai, Xiao Bai, and Lan Qingyue emitted a grayish energy. Boom! A terrifying vibration was transmitted over. Wang Xian could instantly sense that the Tai Chi dragon disc had collapsed. He couldn't even use the backlash.
Oh no!
His expression changed slightly.
Fortunately, although the Tai Chi dragon plate had collapsed, they managed to withstand this attack.
But what about the next attack?
Xiao Xian, the space beast is catching up. He's very fast,
Lan Qingyue said anxiously. Hang in there and see if we can get rid of this guy. Wang Xian gritted his teeth. For such a powerful existence to be born in this precious land, it must be extraordinary.
Wang Xian had to get his hands on it. He took out his communication stone plate and immediately contacted Enlai, sending him a message.
Enlai immediately replied when he received the message. Wang Xian quickly set up a demonic altar in front of him.
Eh?
Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Lan Qingyue looked at him with her eyes gleaming.
It's not very effective against the intelligent angels and phoenixes. However, our Dragon Palace has a great weapon against the space beasts without intelligence. Wuxia growled in a low voice. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as he finished his sentence, and Lai's figure appeared in front of him. Other than an intense, there were also many black figures. The aura of each black figure wasn't very strong, but it was very strange. This was the cursed dragon. The cursed dragon that had turned into a curse. The cursed dragon had many strengths, and its attacking methods were also very weak. There was no strength that could surpass one's cultivation level. At the peak of the venerable realm, in terms of combat strength, it was definitely the weakest. However, the strength of the cursed dragon didn't lie in its own combat power, but in the cursed power that was killed. The cursed creature was an existence that even a ruler realm expert didn't want to provoke. The backlash of the cursed creature was enough to kill an ordinary ruler realm expert. Although the space beast in front of them was comparable to a Peak 9 Origin Universe ruler, the cursed dragon of the Dragon Palace wasn't something an ordinary cursed creature could compare to. Their curses were even more terrifying and powerful. This was the only great killing weapon in the Dragon Palace. Of course, this great killing weapon was slightly more useless. This was because all the powerhouses in the 9 Origin universe could sense the cursed power of the cursed dragon. They would not be stupid enough to kill the cursed dragon. They would transfer it to. This was also the reason why Wuxia did not order it to deal with the Angel and Phoenix clans. That was because it was not very useful. However, it could be used to deal with the space behemoths in the starry universe. Tens of thousands of cursed dragons appeared in front of Wuxia and the rest, flapping their wings. They were waiting for the order. This is? Cursed dragon. Lan Qingyue's eyes sparkled when she saw the tens of thousands of cursed dragons being brought over by Enlai. Cursed dragon. The most unique dragon species in the Dragon Palace. This was a type of dragon species that could commit suicide. When they appeared, they would commit suicide. Fortunately, after they committed suicide, they could resurrect with the tree branches of the soul-returning tree. The Dragon Palace of the Curse rarely used them. In fact, they didn't even use them during the war. This was because all the great beings in the 9 Origin universe knew about the existence of the cursed creatures. In addition, the power of the Dragon of the Curse was very weak. Now that the Dragon of the Curse had reached the pinnacle of the Venerable Realm, it had basically reached its limit. They had no chance of breaking through. This was also the reason why the Dragon Palace didn't have many cursed dragons at the moment. There were a total of 50,000 of them. 50,000 of them was considered the least among the 8 million in the Dragon Palace. Roar! 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 At this moment, a roar came from the back. Following that, waves of terrifying energy attacked Wuxia and the rest. 1,000 disciples of the cursed dragon, go up and meet them. Wuxia's expression changed drastically when he saw this terrifying attack. He immediately ordered the group of cursed dragons. The cursed dragons also understood their usage. Without any hesitation, they moved their bodies and immediately went up to meet the terrifying attack. 1,000 cursed dragons immediately went up to meet the energy. Lan Qingyue and the Great Mill of the 5 Elements immediately released their strongest defenses. As for the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, it had completely collapsed. It would take a very long time to repair it. This time would probably take thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. After all, the Tai Chi Dragon Disc, which was now the ruler of a level 9 realm, would not recover so easily after collapsing. Fortunately, the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was mainly formed from the Dragon Soul and the Heart of Light and Darkness. As long as the Dragon Soul was still around, as long as the Heart of Light and Darkness was still around, it could slowly recover. As for Wuxia, he had yet to encounter such an energy to destroy the Dragon Soul. Roar! Roar! 1,000 cursed dragons roared. Faced with the energy that could destroy them, they did not panic at all. In fact, they were not afraid at all. Although the cursed dragons had to pay with their lives since they were born. However, they didn't need to cultivate like the other dragons in the Dragon Palace. They needed to improve. They were still very relaxed in the Dragon Palace. Furthermore, they could be revived. There was a saying that one would gain a lot of things while losing something. There were pros and cons. Becoming a cursed dragon was the choice of many members in the Dragon Palace. This was the first time Wuxia had used a cursed dragon.
Before the 1,000 cursed dragons could reach the front, the terrifying energy fluctuations caused them to collapse instantly. Instant death. After all, the gap was still too big. However, at the moment of their death, a strange energy and a strange killing curse surged towards the space beast that was at level 7. This attack was strange and terrifying.
They couldn't defend or dodge, they could only take it head-on.
Woohoo! However, this attack from the level 7 ruler level astral beast still quickly caused the 5 elements grinding attack to collapse and land on the small house's body.
When the energy landed on his body, more than half of his body was quickly wiped out.
This was even under the circumstances where he had the full support of Lan Qingyue and Xiao Bai. Faced with the attack of this furious space beast, the little house could only withstand 2 to 3 attacks at most. This was even under the situation where he had the support of the 5 elements grindstone.
After blocking the attack, Wuxia fixed his gaze on the situation of the space beast.
In addition, another 1,000 cursed dragons flew out, ready to launch a suicidal attack.
With 1,000 cursed dragons, Wuxia didn't have much confidence in killing a level 7 space beast. After all, this wasn't an ordinary ruler. Instead, it was a level 7 ruler.
Furthermore, it was a space beast with extremely tenacious vitality. Attack! Wuxia saw that the space beast only let out an intense scream and immediately ordered the other 1,000 cursed dragons. Roar! 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 The 1,000 cursed dragons did not hesitate at all. They charged forward like moths to a flame. Roar! 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 When the space beast, who was in pain, saw another 1,000 ants charging at it, its body only trembled.
A wave of dark red energy swept out.
The 1,000 cursed dragons died instantly. Roar! Roar! After the 1,000 cursed dragons died, an increasingly desperate voice came out from the mouth of this space beast. The voice that shook the heavens and earth spread throughout the entire space.
His life force was disappearing at a terrifying speed.
It seems to have succeeded.
Lan Qingyue stared at it closely as she sensed the life force of the space beast. Her eyes sparkled.
Indeed, Wuxia watched as the life force of the space beast, which was the overlord of the level 7 realm, rapidly disappeared under the backlash of the 2,000 cursed dragons. 2,000 cursed dragons could destroy a space beast that was the overlord of the universe at the level 7 realm. This was worth it for Wuxia. Of course, Wuxia couldn't do such things frequently. This was because it would take a long time for the cursed dragons to be resurrected. There was a limit to the number of cursed dragons in the Dragon Palace.
After resurrecting, they would need a lot of resources to advance to the peak of the supremacy realm.
They are completely dead. Wuxia stared at the cosmic beast and smiled when he saw its complete death.
Let's go. Next, it was time to reap the rewards.
Wuxia didn't really care about the corpse of a level 7 master of the universe. What he cared about was the value of the territory in front of him. This land of treasures was very strange. That incomparably huge material was also very strange.
The entire space territory was very strange.
Furthermore, according to what Wuxia knew, the space beasts in the universe were born from planets. Of course, it was not just the birth of planets. It could also be the birth of space beasts from other treasures.
Wuxia suspected that the space beasts here were born from this domain.
This was because the energy fluctuations in this domain were too similar to those space beasts. Swoosh! Wuxia and the rest flew over and took a look at the corpse. With a move of his palm, he took out the soul-returning wood branch. And Lai, bring them back. There are also some corpses of the space beasts here. Bring them back as well. Wuxia instructed and Lai. It's the Dragon King.
Lai nodded.
Let's go, Qingyue. Let's see what treasures are hidden here. Wuxia flew forward in a good mood.
It could be said that the value of this place was definitely far beyond the treasures occupied by other peak races.
In the past, most of the places that other peak races could occupy were occupied by Type 5 space beasts. Furthermore, there were at most 2 or 3 Type 5 space beasts, and this was the place where a Type 6 race or even a Type 7 space beast was born. This was a world of difference.
The difference was huge. All universes had an iron law. Only powerful treasure lands could give birth to experts. If it wasn't for special circumstances, powerful treasure lands would be occupied by experts. Take the Fiery Heart treasure land as an example. It was a treasure land. The center was occupied by various space races. The strongest race had an existence at the level of a ruler at level 8. Such a powerful existence, coupled with the suppression of the starry universe, was not something that a great being from the 9 origin universe could occupy. Another example was the Storm continent, which was also occupied by a powerful pinnacle race. Their power was also not something that the 9 origin universe could occupy. Of course, there was also a possibility that there was a special situation. It was because the space beasts did not like this treasured land, so it was not occupied. The possibility was too low, especially for a powerful treasured land. Wang Xian and the rest flew forward and landed on the special material. Stepping on this material, it was soft. It was like an incomparably huge piece of flesh. Wang Xian reached out his hand and dug into it. However, the terrifying hardness was completely out of his expectations. What's going on? I can't even damage it. Wang Xian's face was filled with astonishment. It's indeed very tough. Even a space beast that's in the 8th or 9th level would find it difficult to destroy it, right? Lan Qingyue waved her arm and a grayish long spear pierced downwards. However, it did not destroy it at all. Wang Xian frowned slightly. There seems to be the power of darkness in here. There is also a special life force. The fusion of darkness and life force. He placed his palm on it and tried to absorb it. However, he could not absorb this energy. I can't absorb it? Wang Xian was a little surprised. He moved his body and immediately floated in the air, scanning the area. At this moment, he noticed a huge pit in front of him. This pit had a special meatball growing out of it. This meatball was swallowed by the interstellar beast. It was also because of this meatball that the interstellar beast had completely elevated to the level of a ruler at level 7. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to elevate himself by fusing with the other space beasts. Wang Xian flew to the location of this huge pit. A dense and strange energy was surging over. This energy was somewhat intoxicating, but it also made him alert. He had a premonition that if he were to directly absorb this energy, it would probably be dangerous for him. It was an energy that was filled with temptation but also contained vitality. He waved his arm and dug out a piece of flesh from the inside. It was like flesh and blood. This energy is so strange. Lan Qingyue sized it up with a curious look on her face. Xiao Xian, what do you think this energy is for? Was the space beast swallowing a special divine herb? Divine herb? It's possible. When Wang Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He hesitated for a moment. With a move of his palm, a wisp of ancestral tree extended out. However, after the ancestral tree extended out, it was obvious that it was not interested in the piece of flesh in its hand. When Wang Xian saw it, he frowned again. Occupying this place, it couldn't be that it was useless to the Dragon Palace, right? Buzz. However, at this moment, a scene that surprised Wang Xian appeared. On the branch of the ancestral tree, a flower appeared. When Wang Xian saw this flower, his eyes lit up instantly. Black Resurrection Lily. That's right, Black Resurrection Lily. This was a treasure that Wang Xian obtained when he destroyed a race. A dead Black Resurrection Lily. Later on, due to the ancestral tree, it was resurrected proudly. After being resurrected, the Black Resurrection Lily grew. Now, there were hundreds of Black Resurrection Lily in the Dragon Palace. These Black Resurrection Lily were all used by the Charming Dragon clan. The Charming Dragon clan was a very rare dragon species in the Dragon Palace. Back then, the Dragon Palace obtained the corpse of an ancestral witch, and with this corpse, they gave birth to a charming dragon species. Both of them were peak dragon seeds, replacing the dolphins from before. However, due to the limited energy of that ancestral witch's corpse, it could only give birth to 1,000 charming dragons. There was no doubt about the strength of the charming dragons. Coupled with the Black Resurrection Lily, they were very powerful. Now that Wang Xian thought about it, that ancestral witch's corpse must be extraordinary. Wang Xian even suspected that the ancestral witch's corpse, which could give birth to a peak dragon seed,
must be an existence that was comparable to the 12 ancestral witches of the voodoo race. Of course, this was just a guess.
As for the Resurrection Lily, the angel race possessed the Resurrection Lily. They possessed the Radiant Resurrection Lily. This was the ultimate treasure of the angel race. Very few people possessed this treasure.
Wang Xian had never seen it before, and neither had the third prince used it before. Clearly, this treasure could only be used under special circumstances or for special powerhouses. However, after Wang Xian obtained the Black Resurrection Lily, although it was resurrected, it grew very slowly.
The Black Resurrection Lily that the Dragon Palace had now was only at the peak of the Venerable Realm. This might have something to do with the level of the ancestral tree.
After all, the ancestral tree had yet to recover to the level of the heaven's fate. It was still unable to evolve the divine tree on its branches.
This was especially so for a special treasure like the Black Resurrection Lily.
The Black Resurrection Lily poked out from the ancestral tree and immediately took root on this piece of flesh. Very soon, the flesh and blood were quickly absorbed by the Black Resurrection Lily. The entire Black Resurrection Lily looked like it was emitting a beautiful black glow. It was filled with a strange attraction. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. With a move of his body, he immediately arrived at the location of the deep pit. This pit was originally the place where the unique flesh and blood plant grew. He placed the Black Resurrection Lily in it.
Buzz! In an instant, the entire Black Resurrection Lily started to sway. It seemed to be extremely excited.
Waves of energy surged towards it.
The blood-red energy also surged into it. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows.
The energy in this pit has actually greatly enhanced the Black Resurrection Lily. Does that mean that it can also enhance the charming dragon seed?
Wang Xian mumbled.
As the demonic dragon seed was born from the ancestral witch's corpse, the energy in their bodies was also very strange. Although it was said to be of the darkness attribute, there were some differences.
All in all, it was a little strange. It was very compatible with the Black Resurrection Lily.
Since the Black Resurrection Lily could absorb energy here, the demonic dragon seed should be able to do the same.
Buzz!
Buzz!
Buzz! Greetings, Dragon King. In this dirty land, one figure after another appeared beside Wang Xian. They bowed respectfully to Wang Xian.
There were more than 1,000 figures. They had demonic bodies and a pair of dark wings. Their eyes were blood-red and filled with demonic beauty.
Charming dragon species.
These were the 1,000 charming dragon species from the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian asked Enlai to bring all of them over.
Out of the 1,000 charming dragon species, only the leader of the charming dragon species had broken through to the Overlord realm. The rest were all at the peak of the Venerable realm. Let's see if you can absorb the energy here.
Wang Xian scanned them and felt that the energy in the body of the charming dragon species was somewhat similar to the energy here. He opened his mouth and said, "It's the Dragon King."
The group of charming dragons nodded their heads. Their eyes were sparkling as they looked to the side. Their bodies moved and they immediately flew to the side.
The energy of the charming dragon is similar to this. Lan Qingyue spoke from the side. Wang Xian nodded his head. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Soon, the charming dragons entered the deep pit one by one and their bodies sank into it.
Dragon King, we can absorb this energy and feel that we are improving at a very fast speed. Most importantly, by absorbing this energy, our comprehension ability will increase by a lot.
Very soon, the charming dragon leader's body landed on the special substance. His eyes shone brightly.
Oh, is that so? Wang Xian's eyes shone brightly. Yes, this is a very strange feeling. This place is like our mother nest. We can grow rapidly here. It seems like we can continue to grow without any shackles. The leader of the charm dragons said.
When Wang Xian heard that, his eyes lit up. He waved his arm and placed the Black Resurrection Lily inside. Both of you will ascend together with the Black Resurrection Lily. Let's see if the Black Resurrection Lily and all of you will undergo any transformation.
It's the Dragon King. The Black Resurrection Lily can absorb the energy here. Currently, they are only at the peak of the Venerable Realm. Their effects and mystical abilities have not been displayed at all. The leader of the Charm Dragon responded immediately.
Let's go and take a look at this area. There are some special divine herbs growing here. They should be useful to you guys as well.
Wang Xian was delighted. With a wave of his arm, he brought the leader of the charm dragon and flew forward.
This muddy land was not small. Even Wang Xian could sense some majestic energy here.
This majestic energy did not come from this place itself. Instead, it came from various special divine herbs. They flew over and soon noticed a strange divine herb. The divine herb was the same color as the material underneath the energy. The energy was the same as well.
It was just that it contained more energy.
Wang Xian and the rest landed at the side and looked at it carefully.
Eh? This strange divine herb seems to have the aura of life. Lan Qingwei suddenly exclaimed in surprise and said, "Indeed."
Wang Xian nodded. His eyes were sparkling. He placed his palm on it and immediately sensed it.
These aren't divine herbs, nor are they plants.
Under his sensing, Wang Xian immediately made a judgment. These weren't divine herbs at all. They are life forms. These are space behemoths that were born in this space. Wang Xian said in surprise. This thing that looked like divine herbs was only 100 meters in size.
However, it wasn't a plant but a life form. It was a space behemoth. Dragon King, I feel that if I absorb this thing, I can improve immediately. At this moment, the leader of the charmed dragon was staring at this space beast that had yet to be born. You can level up directly? Is there no shackle?
Wang Xian looked at her and asked with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes, Dragon King. According to my guess, there should be no shackle. The energy here is very similar to the energy in the body of our charm dragon. It seems that after absorbing it, we will be able to complete the breakthrough naturally. The charming dragon said, "And Lai, bring back the corpses that you brought back to the dragon palace."
Wang Xian instructed Lai immediately.
It's the Dragon King. And Lai nodded and his figure disappeared instantly.
A few seconds later, Lai's figure appeared. The corpses of the space beasts were placed at the side. Can you devour these corpses? Wang Xian looked at the leader of the charmed dragon and asked.
Yes. The eyes of the leader of the charmed dragon emitted a fiery glow as he nodded his head. Xiao Xian, it seems that the corpse that gave birth to the charmed dragon seed in the dragon palace, the ancestral wizard, must have transplanted this energy from the starry universe to allow the charmed dragon seed to absorb this energy. Lan Qingyue said to Wang Xian as she made her guesses. Wang Xian nodded his head. That should be the case. Furthermore, the space behemoth that was fighting with us was able to achieve a breakthrough by devouring each other. That should be their talent. The special talent of the space behemoth was to rapidly fuse the energy of the same species to achieve a breakthrough.
The charming dragon seed seemed to have such a talent as well. Go and fuse with it and see if you can achieve a breakthrough quickly.
Wang Xian ordered the leader of the charmed dragon.
If the charmed dragon could make a quick breakthrough here, the dragon palace would have an additional 1,000 strong combat strength.
The current combat strength of the dragon palace was entirely dependent on him and Lan Qingyue.
The other strongest ones were Bei Shuang and the rest who were at the ruler level too.
Such strength was too weak among the peak races. It's the Dragon King. The leader of the charmed dragon nodded and flapped her wings to arrive in front of the enormous corpse.
She spread her wings and slowly landed on the corpse.
Following that, waves of energy surged into her body. The leader of the charmed dragon absorbed the enormous corpse at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the energy in her body was also increasing at a crazy rate. This is really a rapid increase. This is simply too amazing. Lan Qingyue looked at it with a surprised expression. It should be related to the inheritance and this special treasure land.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered slightly.
After all, the succubus dragon seed was born from the ancestral witch's corpse. In their bloodlines, there might be the inheritance of the ancestral witch. Just like the inheritance of the Scarlet Queen, the advancement of the spirit Redbone did not have any restrictions. As long as there was sufficient energy, one would be able to break through quickly. The succubus dragon seed should also have this inheritance in its body. However, this inheritance, this rapid advancement, seemed to require some kind of special energy.
And this place possessed this special energy. If Wang Xian didn't guess, the space beast that was born before the last breakthrough that the space beast devoured, once it was born, it would have the ability to approach or even dominate the 7th level. This also meant that this treasured land could directly give birth to an existence on the level of a ruler. It possessed a powerful special ability that ignored the shackles that the ruler level needed to break through step by step. If this place can help the demonic dragon species improve rapidly, the strength of the middle level of the Dragon Palace will be replenished. Lan Qingyue smiled as she looked at the leader of the demonic dragon species who was improving rapidly. Yes. Wang Xian nodded his head. The improvement of the demonic dragon species was very important to the Dragon Palace. I plan to stay here for the next period of time. Qingyue, you should stay here as well. We will continue to explore after the Tai Chi Dragon Disc has recovered and the Succubus Dragon Seed has received a huge improvement. Wang Xian said to Lan Qingyue. The Tai Chi Dragon Disc was broken. It would take a long time to recover. He needed to recover. Besides, they couldn't just leave the Charm Dragon Seed here and leave. Once they left, the group of Charm Dragon Seeds wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the space beasts. Therefore, Wang Xian had to stay here. All right. Lan Qingyue nodded with a smile. All the Charm Dragon Seeds first absorb and fuse all the space beasts that are bred here. Then upgrade the position where the space beasts are bred. In addition, for those with the Black Resurrection Lily, place the Resurrection Lily beside you and allow it to absorb energy as well. Wang Xian immediately gave the order. It's the Dragon King. The 1,000 charming dragon species responded immediately. They immediately absorbed and fused the space beasts that were being bred in this domain. Boom. Not long after, a wave of power came from the leader of the charming dragon species. Wang Xian looked over and smiled. The speed of the breakthrough is really terrifying. He couldn't help but sigh. This time, their luck was pretty good. They encountered this area. Xiao Xian, the energy in this area is very similar to the energy in the body of the spirit Redbone. At this moment, Lan Qingyue suddenly spoke. Now that you mention it, it's indeed so. It's somewhat similar. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Ling Honggu possessed the inheritance of the Scarlet Queen. Her body contained two attributes, fire and darkness. When these two attributes were fused together, it was indeed similar to the energy in Ling Honggu's body. I'll contact her and ask if she can come over. Wang Xian looked at Lan Qingyue and said to her. You can just contact her. Miss Ling Honggu is pretty good. She has also helped our Dragon Palace before. In addition, she has great potential. Xu Qing and the rest will not object if she can come to our Dragon Palace. Besides, our Dragon King has been much more obedient in the past few million years. Lan Qingyue teased him. Compared to the past when Wang Xian brought along a Dragon Queen from time to time, it was indeed much better than the past. Wang Xian smiled embarrassedly. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Ling Honggu. If Honggu comes over, I will go and pick her up. It's still rather dangerous here. Lan Qingyue added. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. At the same time, in a corner of the starry universe, a group of skeleton clans powerhouses had gathered together. With the appearance of the Belief universe, the skeleton clan had also established a hunting squad. This hunting squad had the strength of at least a master of level 2 and above. The leader of the squad was 3 skeleton clans masters of level 7. The entire squad had 200 experts at the ruler realm. Among the peak races, there were more experts at the ruler realm in the skeleton clan. These experts at the ruler realm, in addition to their skeleton army, were a terrifying force. Ling Honggu was also selected as a member of the hunting squad. Initially, she didn't want to join, but since her grandfather's king was chosen, she could only follow him. The sudden news of Wang Xian surprised Ling Honggu. When he saw it, his eyes flickered. Grandfather, Wang Xian said that they have found a powerful treasure land. It will be of great help to my advancement. He asked me if I should go there. Ling Honggu spoke to the Black Vulture King. The Dragon King contacted you on his own accord? He found a treasure land. The Black Vulture King was slightly taken aback, followed by an excited look in his eyes. Of course I agree. To be able to make the Dragon King call it a treasure land, it's definitely not simple. The Black Vulture King immediately said, I'll inform the injured king about the hunt. He won't reject it. Yes, great-grandpa. Ling Honggu nodded and replied to Wang Xian. The Azure Moon Dragon Queen of the Dragon Palace will come to pick me up in a while. Ling Honggu read the message and replied again. Oh? The Azure Moon Dragon Queen, the ancient god who feeds the Kuan Master, the Azure Moon Dragon Queen.
The Black Vulture King was slightly shocked and his eyes glowed. The ancient god who feeds the Kuan Master, the Azure Moon Dragon Queen, was now a well-known figure in the Nine Origin universe. It had 3 Kuan Masters and could easily kill a group of angels and phoenixes who were at level 7. Together with the ancient inheritance of the Kuan-level masters, he would definitely be one of the most terrifying existences below the heavenly Yuan realm. Such a person came to pick up his granddaughter, which made the Black Vulture King even more excited. Yes, I spent some time with Qing Yu and the other dragon queens. Ling Honggu nodded with a smile on his face. Right now, in the universe, the Dragon Palace is the strongest. The Grotto Heaven they occupy is definitely much stronger than the other peak races. You should cultivate there and improve quickly, the Black Vulture King said excitedly. He moved and came to the front of a level 7 master of the skeleton race and told them about this. The Skeleton King, called the Injury King, looked at the red spirit bone in surprise and naturally didn't stop him. They knew that the relationship between the red spirit bone and the Black Vulture King was good. However, this relationship was better than what they had imagined. Shang Wang congratulated the Black Vulture King and immediately agreed. Xiao Xian, Miss Honggu is here. A year later, Lan Qingyue brought Ling Honggu over and said to him with a smile, "She's here, Honggu. Come and see if the energy here can be absorbed."
Wang Xian looked at Ling Honggu and said with a smile,
The energy here is indeed similar to the energy in my body."
Ling Honggu nodded with a smile. Then he came to the location of a deep pit and sensed it. It's indeed possible. I can feel a terrifying energy gushing into my body from below and converting it into my own energy. The speed of my improvement here can be improved tremendously.
Ling Honggu said excitedly. Then you can cultivate here. There is enough energy here.
Wang Xian smiled. The Dragon Palace could only absorb the energy of the charming dragon species. Basically, it would be difficult to exhaust it. In the following period of time, Wang Xian and the rest stayed here.
What surprised Wang Xian was that in just a few years, all 1,000 charming dragon species had broken through to the Dominator realm. This improvement could be described as terrifying. Of course, this was also related to the fact that all the species of charming dragons had reached the peak of the Venerable realm.
Time passed by quickly. Wang Xian was repairing the Tai Chi Dragon Plate at that treasure ground.
As the realm of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate was higher than Wang Xian's own realm, it would take a long time to repair it.
10,000 years passed by quickly, but the repair was still incomplete.
However, during these 10,000 years, the improvement of the demonic dragon species was extremely terrifying. 1,000 succubus dragon species had all broken through to the universe ruler level 2. Even the succubus dragon leader strength had already reached the universe ruler level 3. The growth of a ruler-level warrior required a large amount of time each time.
The fact that the succubus dragon species could rise so quickly, if word got out, it would definitely cause a huge shock.
As for the improvement of the spirit red bone, it was even faster. He had already reached the level of a master of level 4. I still need at least a few 100,000 years before the Tai Chi Dragon Plate can make a complete breakthrough. Wang Xian looked at the recovery of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate and shook his head. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate relied on the energy of the Heart of Light and Darkness. Since the Heart of Light and Darkness was located in Wang Xian's body, it was necessary for him to accumulate and mobilize the energy.
This resulted in Wang Xian being too weak. It would take too long for the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to fully recover. If Wang Xian could advance by 2 levels, the recovery speed of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc would be reduced by hundreds of times. However, he had no other choice.
Anyway, there was nothing much to do now. He could only wait. Currently, tens of thousands of years had passed. Nothing had happened in the starry universe.
Although the news of the belief universe had spread out, there was still no news of an outbreak of battle. Be it the belief universe or their 9 origin universe, both parties would be very careful during the first collision.
It was impossible for them to launch a rash attack. Time passed and more than 200,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz buzz. On this day, a message came from Wang Xian's communication stone plate. When he opened it and saw the contents, he raised his eyebrows slightly. The battle had begun. The first wave of battle erupted from the voodoo race. This news was also spread by the voodoo race. They met with the disciples of the mighty ones who believed in the universe, and a battle broke out. The voodoo race had killed more than 10,000 disciples of the mighty ones who believed in the universe. Among them, they had killed a level 7 pantheon.
Moreover, the Shaman clan had sent a message.
The Shaman clan has confirmed that by killing pantheon gods of the same level and absorbing their belief hearts, the chances of a breakthrough will be increased by 50%. As soon as this message was sent out, it caused a great shock. Have the great beings of the Shaman clan already engaged in a great battle with the belief universe? It seems that the Shaman clan has achieved a complete victory in their clash. They actually killed a level 7 pantheon. They are too powerful. The Shaman clan is very powerful. They've already passed several eons. Each and every one of them is incomparably powerful. Absorbing the faith hearts of the other gods of the same level can actually increase our chances of breaking through. Isn't this too crazy?
I'm going to hunt down the pantheon. Gone, the benefits are actually so great. Doesn't that mean that if we can obtain the faith hearts of the peak stage venerables, doesn't that mean that our chances of breaking through to the ruler realm will increase by 50%?
This is an extremely terrifying probability. Is this the battle of the universe?
No wonder every calamity comes with a terrifying battle. I didn't know that I could obtain so many benefits and kill all the gods who have faith in the universe. On the universe's AI, the news of the voodoo race caused an uproar.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at the information. The voodoo race shouldn't be lying. If they can hunt down a large number of gods, it will be able to help the disciples of the Dragon Palace break through quickly. Wang Xian mumbled.
The breakthrough of the disciples of the Dragon Palace was no longer lacking in resources.
What they lacked was time. What they lacked was comprehension.
The heart of faith could greatly shorten the time needed for comprehension and breakthrough.
To the Dragon Palace, the heart of faith was extremely important. The Tai Chi Dragon Plate will be fully recovered in another 50,000 to 60,000 years. There's no rush, Wang Xian mumbled as he read the news. At the same time, he sent a message to the hunting team of the Dragon Palace, looking for an opportunity to hunt the gods who believed in the universe.
With Xiaolan around, it shouldn't be a problem for them to hunt. In fact, it could even be said to be very simple. Time continued to pass.
In the following days, there were more and more wars between the 9 origin universe and the belief universe. One by one, the hunting teams of the pinnacle races began to clash with the teams of the belief universe. More and more powerful disciples joined in.
Ambush, sneak attack, encirclement, and slaughter. For a time, the position at the edge of the starry universe became the battlefield between the starry universe and the belief universe.
The strength of the belief universe was not weak, and the strength of the pinnacle races was also very strong. The battle wasn't one-sided. In the short span of tens of thousands of years, there were even 9 origin universe masters at the level 7 realm who died. Every day, all kinds of news spread within the communication stone plate. After the battle broke out, the Dragon Palace's hunting squad also joined in. Different from other peak races, the Dragon Palace's hunting squad only served as a messenger. The ones who attacked were mostly blue, and the other experts of the Dragon Palace didn't attack at all. With blue's attacks, they killed tens of thousands of disciples of the belief universe.
Many of them were only comparable to venerables.
There were only a few hundred rulers.
The strongest was a rank 6 pantheon.
But even so, this harvest was very strong for the Dragon Palace, because these hundreds of ruler-level experts had gained a lot of faith after killing them. Now, the Dragon Palace had the Baptism Dragon Pool and the Flame Heart Treasured Land, which could help the experts of the Dragon Palace improve quickly. The Baptism Dragon Pool and the Flame Heart Treasured Land could both give birth to a large number of ruler-level experts in the Dragon Palace. In such a short period of time, the number of members in the ruler realm of the Dragon Palace, including the charming dragon seed, had reached nearly 3,000.
Among them, the heart of faith was indeed of great use.
Among the nearly 3,000 masters in the ruler realm, the charming dragon seed was the strongest. In these hundreds of thousands of years, the lowest realm of the charming dragon seed had also reached the ruler realm level 3, and more than a dozen of them had reached the ruler realm level 4. Other than that, What surprised Wang Xian was that when the Black Resurrection Lily had advanced to the level of a ruler, it possessed an extremely terrifying ability.
Resurrection. From what Wang Xian could see, the resurrection was an extremely abnormal and terrifying ability. It could allow one's body to go back to the past. In other words, the resurrection lily, which was at the level of a ruler at level 1, could go back to a second ago. A ruler of stage 2 could go back 2 seconds, and so on. And the ability to go back was like retracting. If in this 1 second he suffered an attack that was enough to destroy him, he could use the resurrection lily to go back to before he was attacked. The ability of the Black Resurrection Lily is the reincarnation of the other shore. According to the rumors, the bright Resurrection Lily is related to life and death. It seems to be related to resurrection. Both of them are extremely perverse abilities.
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes were filled with excitement.
In order to unleash the ability of the Black Resurrection Lily, he needed to fuse the Black Resurrection Lily into his body.
Currently, the Black Resurrection Lily of the leader of the Charm Dragon had already reached the level of a ruler at level 4. It was on the same level as him. As for the Black Resurrection Lily, Wang Xian had left one behind and allowed it to grow on the ancestral tree. This also resulted in Wang Xian possessing the ability of the Resurrection Reincarnation.
This was a powerful means that could change the battle situation and save his life.
At present, Wang Xian still had many life-saving methods. A spatial teleportation scroll could be used once more. A Shadow Dragon Avatar's Law Aspect skill could dodge a fatal blow. In addition to the reincarnation of the Black Resurrection Lily, it could be retraced. The Black Resurrection Lily on the ancestral tree was also at the level 4 Overlord realm. Could rewind for 4 seconds. This was extremely powerful and terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sound of the Tai Chi dragon plate could be heard from the side.
Wang Xian looked over and a smile appeared on his face. The Tai Chi dragon plate had finally completely recovered. The Tai Chi dragon plate has recovered. I can leave this place now.
Wang Xian mumbled. He could leave the situation here to Lan Qingyue. On the other hand, he was preparing to hunt down some gods who believed in the universe. With the strength of the Tai Chi dragon plate and the 5 elements grinding mill, it should be very easy to hunt them down. Qingyue, the Tai Chi dragon plate has already recovered. I'm preparing to hunt down some experts who believe in the universe. You can watch over this place. Wang Xian came before Lan Qingyue and spoke to her. All right, Xiao Xian, take care of your safety. Lan Qingyue nodded and instructed Wang Xian. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Wang Xian smiled.
After chatting with Lan Qingyue for a while, Wang Xian moved his body and stepped on the 5 elements millstone. He quickly headed to the outer area. He took out the communication stone plate and checked the current situation.
Ha! At this moment, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. In the communication stone plate, there was a piece of information that caused a huge commotion.
Over at the Skeleton Clan, they had encountered a terrifying attack from the universe of gods.
It was suspected that the experts who believed in the universe had subdued the space behemoth that was at the level of a ruler. They had set up an ambush for the Skeleton Clan.
Dozens of skeleton experts who were at the level of a ruler were sent into the belief rune.
The faith runes controlled the skeleton experts, causing them to appear on another battlefield. They surrounded and attacked the devil experts, causing the devil experts to suffer heavy losses. The faith gods of the universe, they actually subdued a ruler level 5 space beast. How did they do it?
Did they rely on the faith runes?
The skeleton race actually had a large number of rulers controlled.
This is something we can't guard against.
It's not just the skeleton race, there are many disciples of top-tier races being controlled. Some of our information can be found in the faith universe. This faith universe method is quite powerful. They can actually make our great beings become their believers. Within the communication stone plate, countless great beings' disciples were discussing. The gods who believed in the universe could forcibly convert the great beings' disciples of the 9 origin universe into their believers through the belief runes. This also resulted in them being able to obtain some information about the 9 origin universe. As they obtained some information, the great beings of the skeleton race were ambushed. After they forcefully converted the experts of the skeleton race into believers, They were able to control a skeleton army, which was abnormally terrifying. This was completely using experts of the Nine Origin universe to attack the Nine Origin universe.
The gods that believe in the universe rely on a level 5 space beast. This is a huge problem for us.
A level 5 space beast can only be dealt with by the ancient god of the Dragon Palace who feeds the Kuan Master Dragon.
In the communication stone plate, an expert's disciple mentioned that the ancient god feeds the Kuan Master.
The belief of the gods controlled a level 5 space beast. This was a huge problem. In the current Nine Origin universe, the only one who could fight against such a space beast was the ancient god who feeds the Kuan Master. Wang Xian looked at the messages one by one, and his eyes sparkled.
It seems that the belief of the gods in this universe is indeed not simple. However, the more experts you have, the better.
Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled.
He contacted Bei Shuang.
Currently, Bei Shuang and the rest were in charge of the hunting squad. The entire hunting squad was led by Bei Shuang. There were also the 8-limbed demonic fiend and the rest. The 8-limbed demonic fiend was the poisonous horned dragon species of the Dragon Palace. They were also able to parasitize the bodies of the gods who believed in the universe. However, this parasitism could no longer parasitize the gods of the same level. The 8-limbed demon fiend and the others, who were masters of the second level, could only parasitize peak-level venerables. This was because the gods of the same level had the power of faith in their minds. The omnipresent chanting and praying would make the 8-limbed demon fiend and the others unable to hold on. After the message was sent, Bei Shuang quickly sent a message. He immediately flew over and met up with him. Time passed day by day.
After he flew for a year, another huge piece of news was sent out. The royal family's hunting squad had been completely wiped out.
This was the news sent by the royal family themselves.
There were a total of 4 experts at the ruler tier 7 realm. They had powerful trump cards, but they were actually ambushed by the gods of the belief universe and were all wiped out.
When this news came out, it caused a huge sensation. It can't be. Although the strength of the royal race is the weakest among the peak races, this hunting party also has 4 tier 7 overlord realm experts. The 4 experts must have powerful trump cards in their hands. They were actually eliminated. Hiss, a hunting party of a peak race was actually eliminated. This is troublesome.
The gods that believe in the cosmos are too terrifying. With the royal race annihilated, we are actually at a complete disadvantage.
When countless expert disciples heard this news, their faces revealed expressions of shock. Even the experts from the peak races were extremely solemn when they heard this news. 4 rulers at the Type 7 realm had been killed. The power that was used to hunt them was extremely terrifying.
All the hunting squads of the peak races began to be cautious.
At this time, the royal family also issued a warning. The gods of the cosmos can use their faith runes to forcefully convert our disciples of the 9 origin cosmos into their own believers. These believers will report many things to them, and some of the converted disciples even manage to sneak into our midst. We must be careful. The matter of the royal family caused a huge commotion on the communication stone plate. Wang Xian looked at the news and his eyebrows twitched slightly. He didn't expect that a hunting team from a peak race would be wiped out so quickly. Although the royal family was considered to be relatively weak among the peak races, their hunting team couldn't be much weaker. They definitely had the strength to contend against the gods of level 8. However, they were still destroyed. Looks like the strength of the gods of faith is indeed not simple.
Wang Xian mumbled.
We're almost there. At this moment, Wang Xian looked at the distance between him and Xiaolan and smiled. After he arrived, he could send Xiaolan back.
Xiaolan's body size was still too big after all, and it was a little inconvenient.
Wang Xian had the Tai Chi Dragon Disc and the 5 Elements Great Mill, which could easily kill all the gods who were at level 9. He could also easily kill the Space Behemoth who was at level 6. Dragon King. Master. Not long after, Wang Xian met Xiaolan and the rest. Bei Shuang and the disciples of the Dragon Palace bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Wang Xian glanced at them and nodded with a smile on his face.
Xiaolan, go back to Qingyu's side. Leave this to me. Wang Xian instructed Xiaolan.
It's the Dragon King. Xiaolan nodded. A black hole appeared beside her and slowly disappeared. Xiao Shuang, demonic 8 Qi. What's the situation now?
Wuxia asked them.
Dragon King. Ever since the hunting squad of the royal family was destroyed, our 9-origin universe has been on the defensive. The other peak races are much more careful now.
Baki reported.
Is there any information about the universe's experts? Wang Xian continued to ask. Not at the moment. Bei Shuang shook her head. On the Dragon Palace's side, it was Bei Shuang and the rest who were looking for the disciples of the universe's experts. Xiaolan then destroyed them.
However, the starry universe was very big. It would not be easy to find them. Dragon King, if you want to make a move, I think you can ask the other peak races for some information. They know much more than us. They must know the location of the universe masters of faith. I just don't know if they will tell us.
According to the chat group of the hunting team of the peak races, there are already hunting teams of the peak races ready to join forces, Mo Sha said to Wang Xian.
Wang Xian nodded his head slightly.
There were still fewer disciples and spies in the Dragon Palace compared to the peak races.
With Wang Xian's current strength, if he were to make a move himself, as long as he could find the gods who believed in the universe, he was confident that he could destroy them all.
Now that the peak races are joining forces, they must share the gains. There is no need for us to cooperate with them at all. Let's go deep into the universe and head to the channel of the universe of belief, Wang Xian said to Bei Shuang and the rest.
The channel of the universe channel of faith into the starry universe was located in 2 directions of the universe. The distance between them and the 9-origin universe channel was very far.
Wang Xian was not prepared to fight with them here. Instead, he was prepared to fly towards the channel of the universe channel of faith. There were definitely a lot of gods there.
The speed of hunting and killing the gods of faith there was much faster than here.
On this side, even if the peak races knew the number of gods of faith, how much would they know?
They would only know 3 to 4 teams at most. They would have to search for them themselves to destroy them.
In that case, they might as well go deep into the universe of faith.
When the time came, they would definitely be able to search very quickly. Furthermore, Wang Xian had the ability to capture souls. It's the Dragon King. The 8-limbed demonic fiend and the rest responded immediately. Their eyes sparkled.
Let's go. I'll be in the middle of you. Wang Xian smiled at them and said. He kept the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate turned into an ordinary piece of clothing that wrapped around him. Now, even if the belief universe had a powerful treasure that could detect one's strength, it could at most detect that Wang Xian's combat strength was comparable to that of a dominator at level 7. This combat strength was very strong, but they could still kill him in the belief universe. When they encountered Wang Xian, they would not choose to escape.
They would even carry out ambushes without Wang Xian even looking for them.
As for the belief gods who did not have any treasures that could detect their combat strength, there was no need to mention it. The group flew towards the depths of the universe at a very slow speed.
Bei Shuang transformed into a frost divine dragon and brought them along to increase their speed.
Wang Xian did not bring them along to fly. Instead, he concealed his strength. They continued to fly recklessly. Decades of time passed in the blink of an eye. As for the passage to the other side of the universe of faith, it would take them another 1,000 years at this speed. However, 1,000 years was nothing to them. On this day, Wang Xian was sitting cross-legged on Bei Shuang's dragon body. He suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked to the right. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything. There are a bunch of trash here. There are more than 50 of them. They are very weak.
Not long after, a mocking voice was suddenly heard. Following that, Wang Xian and the rest saw a figure suddenly appearing in front of them. He spoke unfamiliar words, but through his spiritual fluctuation, Wang Xian and the rest could hear it.
Looking at the figure appearing in front of them, Wang Xian sized him up. This was the gods who believed in the universe. A holy aura was emitted from his surroundings. This aura could make all living beings worship and revere him.
His appearance was the same as the humans in the 9-origin universe, but he was much taller. He was at least 1,000 meters tall. The gods from the world of faith appeared in front of them and spoke to the right.
Buzz!
Buzz! Buzz!
At this moment, more than 100 gods from the world of faith flew over from the right. They gathered together and there were faint shadows of believers around them. They were worshipping them.
These 50 over-gods are too weak. They haven't been subdued yet. Let's take them in as believers.
More than 100 gods of faith flew over. They sized up Wang Xian and the rest and said, "Haha, all right. Although these 50 over-gods are weak, they are still trash from the 9-origin universe."
The gods of faith in front laughed and said, their gazes landed on Wang Xian and the rest. I know all of you can understand our conversation. It is my honor to tell all of you that all of you will become great believers of the gods. This is a great honor for all of you.
You dogs who believe in the universe. You are simply courting death.
When Ba Qi heard their words, he scolded them with a cold face.
Wang Xian stared at them. His eyes were filled with awe as he waved his arm. The 5 elements grinding appeared instantly.
Buzz. When the 5 elements millstone appeared, the gods who believed in the universe did not sense it at all.
According to the compass given to them by the Voodoo clan to probe the gods in the universe, Wang Xian could sense it.
Among them, the strongest one was only at the strength of a level 5 pantheon.
That was the strength that they had when they were at the level 5 realm.
With such strength, they could not sense it at the moment of the 5 elements grinding.
After all, the current 5 elements grinding was comparable to a level 9 pantheon. Wang Xian stared at the pantheon who was looking at them mockingly. His eyes were filled with disdain. All right, become my follower. This is the greatest honor for the trash of the 9-origin universe. In front of him, the expert of the gods was still shouting excitedly. His body shook, and around him the illusory images of followers appeared. Countless followers chanted around him. He waved his arm, and faith runes appeared in front of him. Boom!
However, before he could release his attack, the might of the 5 elements millstone was completely revealed.
When the gods who believed in the universe didn't react in the slightest. The 5 elements millstone had already arrived below the 100 or so gods on the right.
A terrifying might was instantly unleashed.
What? Not good, what is this thing? At this instant, the 100 or so gods who were prepared to watch the show revealed shocked expressions when they saw the 5 elements millstone suddenly appear below them. They were all filled with shock and fear. Wang! In the next moment, a stream of energy enveloped them comfortably.
Peng, peng, peng. Their bodies instantly fell towards the 5 elements millstone and landed heavily on it.
Ah, ah. Following that, miserable cries rang out continuously. As they lay on the 5 elements millstone, their bodies trembled violently. There was a sudden change and a sudden scream.
It caused the bodies of the gods who believed in the universe in front of them to completely freeze. The faith runes in front of him trembled and he turned his head to look at this scene with a face full of shock.
Kiki, you're not shouting anymore? You're not arrogant anymore. Ba Qi's gaze was fixed on the gods who believed in the universe, and his eyes were filled with ridicule.
So,
the gods who believed in the universe reacted. Their foreheads were instantly filled with cold sweat. They turned around in fear, wanting to flee into the distance.
However, the moment he flew, he felt the terrifying millstone appear beneath him.
An extremely terrifying attractive force came from below. He felt as if his internal organs were being crushed, and he fell straight down. Boom! His body crashed heavily onto the ground as he spat out a large amount of blood. How dare you bunch of ants shout so arrogantly? Wang Xian looked at them with a cold expression in his eyes. He stretched out his arm and the 5 elements millstone flew towards him. No, no, no!
Who are you people? How can you be so despicable?
The severely injured gods of the universe stared at Wang Xian and shouted in fear.
Soul Catcher!
Wang Xian ignored them. With a wave of his arm, the level 5 gods flew in front of him in an instant. His expression slowly turned dull. Buzz! A surge of energy surged into his body and absorbed the information in his mind.
Buzz! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian sensed a surge of energy coming from his body to resist it.
This surge of energy contained the will of countless living beings, the blessings, prayers, and sacrifices of countless living beings. Humph!
Wang Xian snorted softly and erased the power of these beliefs directly. Some information was transmitted into his mind. After receiving the information, Wang Xian waved his arm and killed him directly.
Whoosh! In the next moment, he started to extract the information one by one again. He only stopped after he had investigated more than a dozen of the strongest pantheon gods. He clenched his palm lightly and the energy from the 5 elements millstone came crushing over. More than 100 pantheon gods were killed in an instant.
Wuxia revealed a smile on his face. These bunch of people were courting death.
Let's continue moving forward, Wuxia said. Northern Frost swayed his huge body and continued flying forward rapidly.
He closed his eyes and started to check the memories he had just obtained.
A few days later, he opened his eyes and revealed a smile. Wuxia had a new understanding of the belief universe.
From the looks of it, the strength of this belief universe is much, much stronger than the 9 origin universe.
Wuxia mumbled. According to the information he obtained, the belief universe was very strong. The number of strong disciples was twice that of the 9 origin universe.
The main point was that the belief universe now had 2 universes.
During the last calamity, they conquered one universe and developed it into their belief universe. With an additional universe, after the end of the calamity, there would naturally be an additional resource field.
How many more resources could a universe have?
This was simply unimaginable.
The number of experts in the belief universe was extremely terrifying now. The information that Wuxia obtained from them was more than double that of the 9 origin universe.
Of course, he didn't know how many masters of the ruler realm were currently in the 9 origin universe.
Thus, it was just a rough guess.
However, so many powerhouses was definitely not good news for the 9 origin universe. Apart from a large number of powerhouses, the belief universe was also divided into many forces.
Currently, the 2 universes in the belief universe had 24 top-tier forces, and each force had a king of gods.
These 24 powers were known as the 24 palaces in the belief universe. Each of the 24 palaces had a large number of experts.
The number of gods in this belief universe is really large. However, the ordinary living beings in the belief universe are really miserable.
In the belief universe, everyone cultivated the power of belief. And in order to quickly obtain the power of belief, there was only one way, and that was to develop believers.
This also made the ordinary living beings, generation after generation, and their descendants all become believers and provide their own power.
There was no chance for them to turn things around. The gods enslaved a large number of believers, and the believers would never be able to turn things around. As long as they had a good background, it was possible for them to reach the realm of the gods.
This was the cultivation method of the universe of faith.
This information was not of much use to the current Wuxia. However, there were many pieces of information that were of great use to him.
Currently, 1/3 of the experts in the belief universe were participating in the war against the 9 origin universe.
There were 5 space behemoths that were at the level 5. The remaining 2/3 of the gods that believed in the universe were searching for treasures in the universe. They were trying to recruit more space behemoths that were at the level 5. Now, in front of their channel, there were many gods.
The strength of this universe of faith is really strong. Just sending out 1/3 of the strong ones can suppress the peak races of the 9 origin universe.
After Wuxia checked all the information, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. With an additional universe, the number of strong ones couldn't be compared.
The overall strength of this universe of faith should be stronger than the 9 origin universe. The only thing that was unknown was the number of heaven origin creation level powerhouses in the belief universe and the 9 origin universe. If it was nearly twice as strong as the 9 origin universe, then the 9 origin universe would be in danger.
Of course, this danger was only when the calamity was approaching. When the calamity was approaching, Wuxia had some confidence in fighting against the heaven origin creation level powerhouses. After all, it would take billions of years for the calamity to arrive. Let's go. Let's continue deeper into this direction. Wuxia pointed in a direction towards Beishuang. In front of the passageway in the universe of faith, there were a large number of gods who believed in the universe looking for their opportunities. This number was double the number of people who fought against the 9 origin universe. Wuxia was prepared to enter the rear and start hunting. Beishuang's speed was still very slow in Wuxia's eyes, but he did not care too much about it. Time passed quickly. After flying for 100 years, they still did not encounter any experts from the starry universe. In the next few decades, Wang Xian increased his speed.
At this moment, they had arrived at the area where the place of belief was active.
All right, the 10 of you will form a group and spread out in the surroundings. The moment you meet the all gods of the universe, send the news immediately. Wang Xian stared ahead and ordered the group of disciples of the Dragon Palace. It's the Dragon King. They nodded with a solemn look in their eyes.
The hunting in the Dragon Palace was mainly focused on the thorned dragon, the poisonous horned dragon, the arrow dragon, and the purebred divine dragon, the wind divine dragon. They were all good at concealment and speed.
They were going to look for the figures who believed in the gods of the universe. As long as they found them, they would report to Wang Xian. Furthermore, Wang Xian was not planning to distance them too far from him.
Instead, he was going to conduct a search with himself as the center. Once he found them, Wang Xian could rush over quickly. The group of Dragon Palace powerhouses led by the Beishan Masha and the rest moved their bodies and flew away immediately. There were more than 50 disciples from the Dragon Palace and their strength had reached the Overlord realm. Their strength could be considered decent.
Of course, they were definitely not a match for experts who believed in the universe. The group of people communicated with each other using the communication stone plate. They could see each other's location. Dragon King, I can sense the aura of the gods over here. There should be their experts over here. A few months later, Mo Sha suddenly sent a message to Wang Xian from a position in front of them.
At this moment, Mo Sha was hiding in the void as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly.
He felt that his group was being targeted, but he had no idea where they were at the moment. The other party must be very strong. They were definitely no match for him. A few ants actually ran into our belief universe's domain. They really don't know death. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the side of Mo Sha and the others, clearly entered their ears. When Mo Sha and the others heard it, their expressions changed drastically. Their pupils revealed a terrified expression. Indeed, 10 ants. With such strength, they still dare to step into our domain. However, it's not bad. To be able to give us a few more believers, and they are even believers of the 9 origin universe, haha. A young Pantheon said with a laugh, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Mo Sha and the others swept over, and immediately saw more than 20 powerful warriors of the Pantheon locked onto them. Among this group of people, none of them were weaker than level 4. All of them were above level 4.
After the young Pantheon finished speaking, he waved his arm, and one by one, faith runes attacked Mo Sha and the others. 25 gods of faith. The strongest among them is the level 6 gods. Not bad. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. This caused the bodies of the 25 gods of faith to stiffen. They felt a great terror enveloping their hearts.
Buzz. However, in the next moment, the 25 gods of faith were easily suppressed by Wang Xian. Soul Catcher. He extended his palm toward the few level 5 gods and performed Soul Catcher.
The uniqueness of the gods in the universe made Wang Xian's Soul Catcher limit to level 5 gods. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't do it.
However, level 5 gods were enough to know a lot of information. Waves of information surged into his mind. After checking, he waved his arm and killed all of them. You guys continue to search. I'm going to a place.
Wang Xian instructed Mo Sha and the rest. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements grinding mill was left behind.
His body moved and flew towards the center of the starry universe. Wang Xian received a piece of news from the few gods who believed in the universe just now. It was news about a treasure land. The power of the palace they were in occupied a territory. There was a treasure in that territory that could greatly enhance the strength of their physical bodies.
The strength of their physical bodies was also very important to the gods who believed in the universe.
That treasure land had a special energy and a terrifying gravitational force. It was very helpful to the improvement of their physical bodies. Currently, tens of thousands of gods and disciples who believed in the universe were gathered there. Among them, there were more than 4,000 who had reached the level of gods. There were more than a dozen who had reached the level of level 7 gods.
Wang Xian flew over quickly with a burning look in his eyes. If he could get rid of all the people there, it would be a terrifying improvement for the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
He flew rapidly with the help of the power of the Tai Chi Dragon Plate. According to his calculations, he would only need about a year to reach there. Time passed quickly. Wang Xian was hurrying on his way.
A year's time arrived quickly.
When Wang Xian arrived in front of the treasure ground, his body slowed down. The Taiji dragon disc was also hidden in his body. Light and dark energy covered his entire body. The power of concealment of light and dark allowed him to unleash his full potential.
The power of concealment was comparable to that of a master of the 9th level. Unless the gods here possessed powerful detection treasures, they would not be able to discover Wang Xian at all. The gap between the two levels was already very big.
Wang Xian continued to fly forward. In front of him was an incomparably huge star. It was a dark star that was round in the sky and round in the earth. When Wang Xian arrived in the sky, he immediately felt a terrifying attractive force. This attractive force reduced his speed by 50%. The strong attractive force gave him a strong pressure. Here, he felt that his strength was being suppressed again. However, his strength was being suppressed. The other people's strength was also being suppressed.
The strong pressure was extremely stimulating to the physical body. Once he adapted to the pressure here, he would be able to travel at a much faster speed to other places.
Wang Xian was flying above this area as he scanned his surroundings. At this moment, he saw a puddle in front of him. The water in the puddle was black and emitted a special energy. There were hundreds of disciples from the belief universe in the black puddle. Their strength was comparable to that of a venerable. They sat cross-legged in the puddle and waves of energy surged into their bodies.
Wang Xian flew over. The disciples from the belief universe did not sense his arrival at all. When he entered the puddle, he could sense that the black water contained a powerful energy. This energy could greatly enhance his physical body.
After sensing it for a while, his eyes flickered slightly. The enhancement of his physical body here was indeed very strong. The disciples of the Dragon Palace could also receive a huge improvement when they cultivated here. In addition, he felt that the black water was emitting the same energy as the entire area.
It was as if the black water was the same substance as the stars.
It was just that the black water had turned into a liquid and could be absorbed. Wang Xian probed around. With a wave of his arm, he killed the disciples who believed in the gods in the puddle.
Following that, his body moved and he immediately flew forward.
At the position in front of him, he could sense the aura of a large number of gods who believed in the universe.
Soon, he arrived in front of an even bigger puddle. There were more than 1,000 gods and disciples who believed in the universe in this puddle.
This time, Wang Xian flew over. With a wave of his arm, the power of light and darkness enveloped the puddle and silently destroyed it all. At this point, they didn't even know how they died.
After destroying it, Wang Xian continued flying forward. Every time he encountered a puddle, he could see thousands of gods and disciples who believed in the universe cultivating inside.
Wang Xian flew over and silently destroyed them all. In addition, Wang Xian performed soul capture twice and obtained all the information about this place from them. In the middle of this land of treasures, there was a huge puddle. It couldn't be called a puddle, it should be called a lake. In the lake, there were 3,000 gods who believed in the universe and 15 level 7 gods.
When Wang Xian saw that most of the gods who believed in the universe were cultivating, his eyes sparkled with excitement.
The energy of these gods who believed in the universe was in the heart of faith. In other words, destroying them wouldn't be able to turn them into dragon blood.
However, their faith could greatly increase and shorten the breakthroughs of the disciples of the Dragon Palace.
With enough resources and faith in the Dragon Palace, the speed of the ruler-level experts of the Dragon Palace would reach a terrifying level.
Under normal circumstances, it would take tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years for a ruler-level expert to advance from a ruler-level 1 to a ruler-level 1 with sufficient resources.
If 2 or 3 out of 10 peak venerables were able to break through to the ruler level, then it would be the same for 2 or 3 out of 10 peak venerables. If a ruler level rank 1 was able to advance to the ruler level rank 2, then it would be the same for 2 or 3 out of 10 people. However, there was a huge gap between peak venerables and a ruler level rank 1.
Other than that, only 2 or 3 out of 10 people would be able to break through to the ruler level rank 3.
The probability was so low. This was also the reason why there were so few top-tier experts.
Sometimes, in order to break through a shackle, a ruler realm expert would need hundreds of millions of years or even billions of years. However, if one had the heart of faith, it would be different. If 10 rulers at the first stage of the ruler realm absorbed the heart of faith of the same level, then 7 or 8 of them would be able to break through to the second stage of the ruler realm. Furthermore, with sufficient resources, this period of time would be even shorter. If there was no limit to the supply of the heart of faith, it would be able to achieve 100%. This was the strength of the heart of faith. The power of faith could help all living beings to break through. Wang Xian looked at the more than 3,000 believers of the gods in front of him. His eyes were filled with passion. Between the universe and the universe, many of them were mortal enemies who would not rest until one of them died. This had nothing to do with right or wrong. It was only about the faction. When the 9 origin universe and the disciples of the belief universe met, both parties did not hesitate at all. The belief universe wanted to develop the disciples of the 9 origin universe into their own believers to increase their strength. The salvation universe wanted to kill the belief gods to increase their strength. In a battle, there was almost no possibility of reconciliation. Therefore, Wang Xian was not at all uncomfortable with killing the belief universe's gods. This was the law of the universe. The strong survived while the weak were ants. They were even ants who could not think. But, just as all the gods who believed in the universe were cultivating, Wang Xian waved his arm. A Tai Chi pattern on the Tai Chi dragon disc instantly covered the entire deep pit. More than 10 level 7 gods instantly sensed the arrival of a great terror and the threat of death. However, in the next second they saw nothing and sensed nothing. They were suppressed by a terrifying energy. Then they lost all consciousness. Wang Wang Wang. Wang 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 Wing. Among them, dozens of rays of light of faith enveloped the bodies of the gods of faith, causing their bodies to slowly disappear. They used a very special method to escape. Among them, there were 3 level 7 gods of faith. When Wang Xian saw this scene, there were no fluctuations. It was normal for the gods of faith in the universe to possess a treasure that could save their lives. In addition, when Wang Xian made his move just now, the gods of faith in the universe did not sense who was dealing with them. They didn't even sense anything. There was a very high possibility that they would think that it was the cosmic beast's attack on them. After all, to be able to wipe out more than 3,000 gods in an instant, including more than a dozen level 7 gods, it was definitely the strength of level 9 or above. And in the universe, the only one who could possess such strength was the cosmic beast. At this moment, no one knew that Wang Xian possessed such terrifying strength. No one knew that Lan Qingwei and the rest had already elevated their strength to the level of a ruler at level 6. After killing over 3,000 experts of the all gods in an instant, he waved his arm and collected all the corpses. Then he continued to fly forward. In front of him, there were tens of thousands of disciples of experts who believed in the universe. There were also hundreds of strong people of the pantheon level. Wang Xian relied on the Tai Chi dragon disc to conceal his figure and fly over, silently exterminating all of them. He did not erupt with any energy or battle. He killed them easily. This harvest is simply too great. Wang Xian looked at all his gains and revealed an excited look in his eyes. The corpses of tens of thousands of believers and disciples of the universe. Although there were only about 4,000 believers of the gods and most of them were believers of the gods and below, this was also a very terrifying resource for the Dragon Palace. Consuming large amounts of those low-level faith hearts would also have a huge effect. With so many faith hearts, the improvement speed of the disciples of the Dragon Palace could be increased by 100 times. This time, so many pantheon and disciples in the belief universe have been hunted down. They should have already received the news. Wang Xian stood in the sky above this treasured land with a smile on his face. He was not prepared to leave immediately. With so many gods of belief being killed, the belief universe would definitely send experts of the gods to investigate. At that time, as long as Wang Xian waited here, he would be able to kill some gods of belief again. Apart from that, Wang Xian was prepared to study this treasured land. Every treasured land had its own uniqueness. The effects of this land of treasures were indeed very great. Even for the disciples of the Dragon Palace, it was of great use. In addition, he was curious about the black liquid in the lake.
This liquid was very special.
It was like a special mineral metal, a special substance.
For some reason, it turned into a liquid.
This liquid seemed to be of the same energy as the entire land of treasures.
However, even with Wang Xian's strength, he could not break through this land of treasures.
Wang Xian landed in a lake and entered it.
He quietly sensed the energy inside. It's very special. It can change the physical body and increase the strength of the physical body. Wang Xian sat cross-legged inside for a few days and slowly opened his eyes. He took out his communication stone plate and sent a message to Enlai.
Buzz.
A few minutes later, Enlai's figure appeared in the demonic altar in front of Wang Xian. At the same time, there was another figure beside him. Ao Crab, Dragon of Devouring. The elevation of the Dragon of Devouring was somewhat special. It had completely inherited the characteristics of the bug race. Only by devouring a large number of resources, treasures, and divine kingdoms could it be elevated. If it were to devour metals, it could also upgrade the devouring dragon.
However, all the metals obtained from the Storm Continent were used by Wang Xian himself.
This also resulted in the devouring dragon being very weak. It was the weakest existence in the Dragon Palace.
This was because their elevation was different from the rest of the disciples in the Dragon Palace.
If they wanted to break through, they needed to devour the divine kingdom of the ruler level. Of course, if they had the resources that were comparable to the divine kingdom of the ruler level, they would be able to do so as well. The devouring dragon was mainly of the darkness and earth attributes, followed by the power of the physical body. The bug race relied on their own power, corrosive power, and the power of the earth attribute. Wang Xian could feel that this special treasure land should be useful to the devouring dragon.
Greetings, Dragon King.
Ao He bowed respectfully to Wang Xian. Ao He, come and see if you can absorb the energy here.
Wang Xian instructed Ao He.
Ao He inherited the bug race. As long as the bug race had energy, they could devour it.
The powerful energy should be able to improve them.
It's the Dragon King. Ao Crab nodded and swayed his huge body. The scales on his body opened up and waves of black energy surged into his body. Feeling this energy, Ao Crab's eyes shone. Dragon King, the level of this energy is very high. We, the devouring dragon, can indeed absorb it. Furthermore, I can feel my strength and body increasing rapidly. I can replace the ruler of the divine kingdom. Ao Crab said excitedly. At this moment, the improvement of the devouring dragon had stagnated for a very, very long time. Does this mean that you can achieve a rapid breakthrough by absorbing this energy? Wang Xian stared at him and asked.
Yes, Dragon King. Our devouring dragon has achieved a breakthrough to the ruler level. If we want to improve, we have to look at the level of the devouring materials and the divine kingdom.
For example, when we reach the first stage of the ruler level, if we want to break through to the second stage, we have to have the materials or the divine kingdom to allow us to break through. We have to absorb items that are stronger than us and forcefully change the energy in our bodies to complete the breakthrough. We don't have the shackles to break through, but we need materials or divine kingdoms that are of a higher level than us. Ao Crab said. This method of breaking through sounded simple, but it was actually very difficult. For example, how could one obtain a divine kingdom at the ruler realm level 2 by relying on oneself? Especially, there was a very important point.
That was, the devouring dragon could only fight 2 levels above them. In other words, their strength at the ruler realm level 2 was only comparable to the ruler realm level 1.
This was very awkward. Breaking through required one to obtain a divine kingdom and materials at level 1, but their combat strength was 1 level weaker than those at the same realm.
There was only one way for a ruler realm level 1 devouring dragon to kill a ruler realm level 2 expert and obtain a divine kingdom.
That was to have thousands of devouring dragons at the same realm as him. To win with numbers, hunt high-level ones, and complete the breakthrough. Of course, the characteristics of the insect race also made the number of devouring dragons terrifying.
If Ao Crab was willing, he could even give birth to billions or billions of devouring dragons.
But without energy, it would be much weaker.
Then, how much can the energy here increase your strength? Wang Xian looked at him and asked.
Ao Crab shook his head. Dragon King, My strength is relatively weak. I don't know either. Then you and your subordinates can increase your strength here first. I will guard this place for you guys. Wang Xian nodded and said to him.
However, according to Wang Xian's guess, since this place could allow level 7 gods to cultivate in it, the energy contained in this treasure land was at least at the level of a ruler at level 8. Perhaps it could allow the devouring dragons of the Dragon Palace to achieve a huge improvement. After all, the improvement of the devouring dragons was not restricted. As long as there was energy, their speed of improvement would be terrifying. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz!
At this moment, Ao Crab's body trembled. 2 million devouring dragons emerged from his body. An army of devouring dragons was lying in the lake and absorbing the energy rapidly. Wang Xian saw that his eyes were glowing. His body moved and he flew towards the sky, hiding in the sky above this treasured land. The concealment of the light and darkness forces made him feel as if he was in another dimension.
Wang Xian was waiting quietly here, the guardian.
How could so many gods and believers of our heavenly imperial palace die instantly? At the same time, at the right of the passage to the belief universe, a group of gods were floating in the air. A middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and his expression changed slightly. Heavenly Palace, one of the 24 palaces in the belief universe. Heavenly Palace was one of the top 3 existences in the 24 palaces. There were a large number of gods in the palace.
In the belief universe, the powerful gods could sense the death of a god they believed in.
They could get the news from the believers of the dead gods. Once they died, the believers of the gods of death would lose their sense of the gods, and they would be able to sense that the gods they believed in had died. In the Heavenly Palace, more than 10 rank 7 gods, more than 4,000 gods, and tens of thousands of elite disciples had died after breaking through. The expression of this expert from the Heavenly Palace changed greatly.
The death of so many gods was a huge loss for the Heavenly Palace.
What's wrong? At the side, an old woman looked at the middle-aged man. She noticed his change and asked in surprise. Tens of thousands of our gods and disciples have all died in a short period of time. More than 4,000 of our gods have died, and more than a dozen of our Tier 7 gods have died. The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face.
What? How did so many of them suddenly die? Could it be that they were killed in a battle with the 9 origin universe?
The old woman's expression changed slightly, and she quickly asked.
No, they didn't go to kill the gods and disciples of the 9 origin universe. They should be at the Black Scripture treasured land. All the gods and disciples there should have been killed in a short period of time.
They might have encountered a level 6 space beast, or they might have been level 7 or even level 8, the middle-aged man said, and with a wave of his arm, a special communication device appeared. Among them, there are a few who have life-saving treasures. I'll ask around.
The middle-aged man sent a message.
After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a message arrived. The Black Codex treasured land has been attacked, and they haven't found any enemies. It should be a powerful space beast. The middle-aged man looked at the message and said with a gloomy face. This caused the old woman to frown slightly. Send someone over to investigate. Let's see what kind of space beast it is. Yes, the location of the Black Codex treasure land isn't too close to the center of the 9 origin universe. We need to send experts over to investigate the specific situation.
The middle-aged man nodded. In addition, inform the gods of the other palaces about this news. Let them make some preparations.
As he spoke, his gaze swept the surroundings. He continued, also, let them send some experts over to investigate. That's right. This time, when we entered the starry universe, our 24 palaces made an agreement. For such a thing to happen, we indeed need them to conduct some investigations. The old woman nodded.
More than a dozen Tier 7 gods from the Heavenly Palace were silently annihilated. Even the gods who survived with their life-saving treasures didn't know how they died. This time, we have to be careful. If that space beast is still there, let's test it out and leave immediately.
A year later, more than 20 figures flew over from the area in front of the Black Scripture treasured land, which was called by the belief universe. They were fighting on a ship that was emitting a luster, and they were staring ahead vigilantly.
More than 27th-level gods with powerful treasures were prepared to come over and check it out to make a response.
After all, such a powerful space beast was moving around in this area, which posed a huge threat to the disciples of the belief universe. They had to deal with it.
They had to investigate it thoroughly and prepare for a response. It's right in front. Let's go. The voice continued to ring out. On the flying boat, more than 20 figures were staring at the black scripture treasured land.
Wuxia was moving forward carefully. His gaze was constantly scanning the place. He slowly approached the black scripture treasured land. At the same time, Wuxia, who was hiding in the space above the black scripture treasured land, sensed that the gods of faith were rushing over. His eyes were sparkling. He looked over and saw a boat flying over. On the boat, there were 23 level 7 gods. There are so many experts in this universe of faith. To send 23 level 7 gods to investigate at once. How impressive! Wuxia sized up the boat and sighed in his heart. His gaze landed on the boat. He could feel an extremely powerful defensive force from it. This was a boat formed from the terrifying power of faith.
It had a powerful defense.
The boat flew towards the black scripture treasure land and soon arrived not far from Wuxia.
They did not notice Wuxia, who was hiding here.
Wuxia smiled when he saw them coming over. This time, he was still not prepared to show himself. Waves of dark and light forces were spreading towards them. Did you guys sense that there seems to be a huge wave of terror enveloping us? Suddenly, on the boat, the eyes of one of the faith gods focused as he spoke.
There's indeed a heart-palpitating feeling. To be able to cause us to feel such a heart-palpitating feeling, it must be a 6th or even 7th level ruler realm astral beast. Damn it, that astral beast didn't leave.
A level 7 god of faith nodded and stared in the direction of the Black Codex. His eyes were filled with vigilance and solemnity. This terrifying power was definitely a powerful space beast. Roar, roar, roar.
At this moment, a roar sounded. They felt that the space around them had undergone a huge change. Terrifying light and darkness instantly covered them.
Not good, that space beast's strength is extremely terrifying. Run!
One of the belief gods hurriedly shouted.
The ship beneath them released a belief defense. The defense completely enveloped them.
Not good.
It's over.
However, this defense didn't even last a second. It instantly collapsed and an unrivaled pressure enveloped them. The faces of the 23 level 7 pantheon gods were filled with astonishment.
A few level 7 pantheon gods released a pillar of light of faith from their bodies and disappeared instantly.
However, the remaining 19 pantheon gods could only feel the terrifying arrival in astonishment.
The terrifying pressure and energy caused them to die instantly. There was no room for them to struggle.
The gap was too big.
Wuxia smiled when he saw this scene. No matter how powerful they were or how powerful the treasures they possessed, they could at most fight against a level 5 cosmic beast, which was only at level 8. If they were a little stronger, they could fight against 4 to 5 level 8 existences. However, Wuxia's Tai Chi Dragon Plate could easily kill a level 9 cosmic beast. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. Nor did they have the ability to resist. This time, they were killed instantly before they could see what was attacking them. I reckon they will be more obedient after this. Perhaps they will treat this place as a forbidden area.
Wuxia kept the corpse and smiled. Oh no.
At the passage between the belief universe and the starry universe, a middle-aged god from the heavenly palace sat there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and revealed an embarrassed expression. Oh! The old woman looked at him and frowned slightly.
The people from the Black Codex treasured land are dead again, the middle-aged god said with a gloomy face. He picked up a faith communication stone plate and immediately sent a message. Dead again?
The old woman frowned slightly. In the surrounding area, the other gods of the 24 palaces also received the news, their eyes shining. Before they died, they didn't sense that some space beast killed them. It seems that the strength of that space beast is at least at the level of a ruler at level 6, or maybe even at level 7 or 8. Not far away, a group of gods who believed in the universe spoke up. Pass the message down.
Temporarily declare the Black Codex treasure land a forbidden area and don't go there, the middle-aged gods said helplessly. More than 40 level 7 gods had been killed there in succession. The space of the Black Codex treasure land was no longer something they could deal with. Now, they could only give it up and make it a forbidden land. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to bear any more losses. The starry universe, after all, is still the domain of the space beasts. One of the gods sighed. With their strength, they didn't dare to enter the starry universe, because the space beasts would chase after them. At that time, a space beast that controlled level 8 and level 9 would be able to kill them. If they didn't have a life-saving true treasure, they wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, there might be a terrifying space beast in the Black Scripture treasured land and they couldn't do anything about it. They could only make that place a forbidden area so that the gods wouldn't go there. This time, our heavenly palace suffered quite a heavy loss. Fortunately, we were completely at an advantage in the war with the 9 origin universe. We managed to recruit many believers who came to save the universe. The old woman spoke to the middle-aged man as a faint smile appeared on her face. The middle-aged man nodded his head. Good news kept coming from their war with the 9 origin universe. They're not coming? For the next 10 years, Wuxia had been hiding in the sky above the Black Scripture treasured land. More than 10 years had passed, and the gods of faith had never come again. This made him smile. Just as he had predicted, the successive losses made them afraid to send more powerhouses over. They should be really afraid. In that case, they can leave now. There has been a lot of news from the Northern Frost HE. Wuxia mumbled. Recently, although he had been staying here, the 8-headed demon and the others had been searching for the gods who believed in the universe. Moreover, once they found them with the 5 elements millstone, they could kill them instantly. During this period of time, using the 5 elements millstone, the 8-headed demon and the others had also killed thousands of gods who believed in the universe. Let's go! Wuxia sensed the location of the great mill of 5 elements. With a move of his body, he immediately flew towards the great mill of 5 elements. A year later, Wuxia met up with the Northern Frost demonic fiend, 8-limbed demonic fiend, and the rest. Master! Dragon King! The Northern Frost 8-limbed demonic fiend and the rest shouted at Wuxia excitedly. Recently, their gains were extremely huge. With so many resources, it wouldn't be long before they achieved a breakthrough. Bei Shuang, you guys can leave now. Return to the Dragon Palace and continue to improve your strength. Wuxia looked at them and said. The main reason they were here was to temper themselves and gain a deeper understanding of the gods in the universe. If they were to say that they could be of much help, they couldn't. They were still too weak. Also, I have a large number of faith hearts here. Bring them back. As Wuxia spoke, he set up a devil spirit altar at the side. And Lai's figure appeared very quickly. All right, Dragon King. Bei Shuang and the rest nodded. They knew that they were weak, especially here, where there were experts who believed in the universe everywhere. After Bei Shuang and the rest left, Wuxia moved his palm and kept the 5 elements millstone before flying to the left. According to the information that Bei Shuang and the rest obtained, there were many experts who believed in the universe over there. Hiding in the void, Wuxia flew all the way over there. Only level 8 gods could detect him by relying on the concealment ability of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc. In addition, he might also possess an extremely powerful detection-type treasure. However, it was obvious that a level 8 Pantheon would not be able to enter the starry universe. Therefore, Wuxia was basically invincible against the belief universe and the 9 origin universe here. After flying for a few years, Wuxia saw dozens of the gods of the belief universe flying in front of him. His body moved and came directly to his side. Soul capture. Before they could react, he instantly controlled it. Streams of information were transmitted into his mind. 24 palaces, Decree Palace, Virtual Spirit, Treasured Land. Wuxia received a piece of news and his eyes sparkled. Believing in the 24 palaces of the universe, they sent a large number of gods into the starry universe. During these millions of years, they found many treasure lands in the starry universe. These treasure lands were occupied by them, increasing their strength. The Void Spirit Treasure Land was a powerful treasure land that the Decree Palace had just found. This Void Spirit Treasure Land was a treasure land that could increase one's soul. The power of belief involved the power of the soul. A place that could increase one's soul was naturally an extremely powerful treasure land for the gods of belief. They could use the soul power contained in that place to create soul armors through their special methods. They could create soul battle spirits. They could use the power of their faith and some battle techniques to create soul battle spirits, forming an extremely powerful battle subordinate. It was just like the Dark Ghost clones of the Dark Clan. They could use their special methods to create a special Dark Ghost avatar. Other than that, they could also create armor with extremely powerful defense. Currently, this Void Spirit treasured land was the most powerful treasured land occupied by the 24 palaces of the Faith universe. This treasured land was occupied by the Decree Palace. However, in order to obtain this place, more than a dozen palaces had worked together to kill the powerful space beast that occupied this place and then occupied it. At that time, more than 10 palaces had sent out over 1,000 level 7 gods. Over 1,000 such powerful existences had occupied this place. One could imagine the experts guarding the space beast. One could also imagine how important this place was to the belief of the universe gods. The land of virtual spirits. This place might be of some use to me. Wuxia mumbled. His body moved and he continued to fly forward. According to the information he received, the land of virtual spirits was mainly targeted at souls. This would be of great use to the Netherworld Ghost Avatar. After all, the Netherworld Ghost Avatar was a very pure soul force. The uniqueness of the Netherworld race was that they were able to ignore physical attacks. Wuxia had a premonition that this virtual spirit land would be of great use to his Netherworld Ghost Avatar. He flew straight ahead. That direction belonged to the center of the starry universe. 5 years later, Wuxia's eyes sparkled as he looked around. During the 5 years of flying, he met more than 1,000 gods and disciples who believed in the universe. All of them were easily killed by him. I'm here. The land of virtual spirits is ahead. There seemed to be more than 10,000 gods in there. Wuxia looked at the location in front of him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The void in front of him was very special. The entire void was gray and contained a strange energy. This energy gave the living beings a very comfortable feeling. Even though Wuxia was very far away, it gave him a feeling of being clear-headed. This made his eyes sparkle. This was a treasure land. In this treasure land in front of him, there were more than 10 palaces gods cultivating here. With the Decree Palace as the main place, there were also many experts from the other palaces. This was the biggest treasure ground in the belief universe. Only experts at the Pantheon level could reach this place. Wuxia flew in. When he got closer, he immediately felt a surge of energy coming towards him. Eh? Wuxia was slightly stunned. The yin-yang space of the Taiji Dragon Disc was activated. His entire body was instantly placed in a special space. After the energy swept past, there was no difference in the arrival of Wuxia. This is. Wuxia looked ahead and his eyes flickered slightly. The treasure ground in front of him had a powerful detection treasure to defend it. As the biggest treasure ground obtained from the belief universe, it must have a powerful defense and attack. The detection power just now almost discovered me. This is a very powerful treasure. Wuxia mumbled. The treasure inside should be close to level 9 since it was able to make him use all the powers of the Tai Chi Dragon Disc to avoid the scouting power. One must know that the Tai Chi Dragon Disc could easily kill level 9 Pantheon. Wuxia flew forward carefully. As soon as he stepped into this domain, he felt a very comfortable soul power. This power was ownerless and could be absorbed and condensed. When the pure soul power was gathered together, it could be forged into a powerful treasure. Furthermore, Wuxia could sense that the soul power here had a great enhancement to the Nether Spirit avatar. Wuxia could even feel a strong attraction from the position of his heart. This was the throbbing of the tree branch of the soul-returning tree. The tree branch of the soul-returning tree seemed to have a strong desire for this space. Wuxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a treasure land. If he occupied this place, he might be able to obtain unexpected gains. He looked around. The deeper he went, the denser his soul power became. There were no gods of faith around him. He went deeper and soon a gray black hole appeared in his sight. This black hole was incomparably huge. All the soul power came from here.
There were over 10,000 gods around the black hole. Above these 10,000 gods, there was an incomparably huge illusory image of faith. This virtual image of faith was formed by countless small figures. These small figures of believers sat cross-legged and chanted continuously, singing and praising.
Waves of the power of faith gathered together.
This majestic figure contained an extremely powerful combat strength.
This combat strength even shocked Wuxia.
What is this? The means they used to protect this place, right?
This majestic figure condensed from the energy of faith is at least comparable to the strength of 7 to 8 level 8 gods. Wuxia's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at it.
In a few tens of millions of years, we, the god of war of faith, will be able to successfully condense it. At that time, we will have the strength comparable to our level 9 gods. This will make it easier for us to occupy a larger land of treasures. In addition, we can also annihilate all the people in the 9 origin universe in the starry universe. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the front. Indeed. When that time comes, the resources of the entire starry universe will belong to us. Through this faith war god, we will be able to obtain more followers of the space behemoths. A middle-aged man not far away said excitedly.
Clearly, this was a 10 million year plan of the belief universe.
A few tens of millions of years was not considered a long time for a powerhouse of this level. Now, a few years was merely the time to travel. When Wuxia heard their words, he looked at the bottom of the belief phantom. Below the virtual image, there were many books. On the books were densely packed faith runes. There were more than 10 books. The faith runes on the books were slowly flying towards the sky.
They were guiding the soul power in the black hole towards the god of war of faith. When Wuxia saw the scene, he was deep in thought.
He was thinking if he should make a move.
However, after much hesitation, he did not make a move. This group of people used this special method to guide the soul power to create a god of war. He could continue to wait.
When this god of war was promoted to a level 9 god of war, he could make a move then.
Take it away.
Wouldn't this be perfect?
When Wuxia thought of this, a smile appeared on his face as he retreated. In order to prevent any accidents, he did not leave. Instead, he waited here slowly. He was prepared to wait for tens of millions of years. Tens of millions of years did not seem like a long time to the current Wuxia. The development of the Dragon Palace also required the accumulation of time.
Regardless of whether it was the succubus dragon or the devouring dragon. The succubus dragon was improving at a very fast speed. The devouring dragon occupied the Black Codex's treasured land, and its speed of improvement was also abnormally terrifying. As for the Dragon Palace, because it had obtained the faith hearts of several thousand universe gods, its subsequent improvement would also be very fast. Time passed quickly. The battle between the 9 origin universe and the faith universe continued. At the beginning, the faith universe had the upper hand.
But later, the wizard clan erupted with terrifying combat strength, killing many of the belief gods.
The skeleton clan also erupted with the skeleton core, displaying the terror of the skeleton core.
The two sides quickly came to a stalemate. Time passed. Wuxia was in the void space of the virtual spirit treasure ground, waiting quietly there.
He was very patient. He sat cross-legged in the illusory space and had been hiding all this while.
In the center of the virtual spirit treasure ground, a group of gods who believed in the universe were creating a powerful god of war.
Millions of years passed in the blink of an eye.
During these millions of years, Wuxia did not receive any improvements, nor did he gain any treasures.
However, for the treasures in front of him, this time was not wasted. Wuxia's current resources were enough for him to increase by 2 levels. However, he could not make another breakthrough in the starry universe. Once he made a breakthrough, he would be attacked by powerful cosmic beasts.
Over the past few million years, he would occasionally pay attention to the war between the 9 origin universe and the belief universe.
The current war wasn't that bitter.
It had always been a guerrilla war. He would find some information about the other party and then set up an ambush.
Now, the 9 origin universe and the belief universe had changed from a legion to a small group. After that, they were gradually divided into 2 battlefields. This was because both sides had more or less grasped each other's power. The rulers and the gods were engaged in a great battle at the center, where they fought while harvesting resources.
The followers of the rulers and the followers of the belief universe were engaged in a great battle at the opposite location.
This great battle that lasted for millions of years didn't reduce the power of the Nine Origin universe. Instead, it gave birth to many great beings at the ruler level.
If it was in the Nine Origin universe, the great beings of many high-level races wouldn't have a high chance of making a breakthrough even if it was during the catastrophe.
However, in the Starry universe, not only did they have a large amount of resources, as long as they could hunt down a disciple of the same level in the belief universe, they would be able to make a breakthrough. Then their chances of making a breakthrough would increase by 50%. This gave birth to a large number of great beings at the ruler level in just a few million years. Among the high-level races, there were no less than 1,000 known masters who had broken through. After all, there were too many disciples of the masters of the high-level races. Even if the 13 peak races were added together, they were still less than 1/10 of them. The high-level races were improving rapidly. The rest of the peak races were also improving tremendously. The Dragon Palace had even added a few thousand masters at the Overlord level.
On the Dragon Palace's side, although Wuxia had always been there, the resources that the Dragon Palace obtained were not less than the other peak races.
This was because with Lan Qingyue and the others around, the Dragon Palace had gained a lot. The birth of a large number of masters had also caused many masters' disciples in the Nine Origin universe to rush in.
After all, it would only take a few decades for an ordinary advanced race to give birth to a newborn.
The race's reproduction was extremely fast.
With the deaths of living beings, even more living beings came from the Nine Origin universe to look for opportunities.
They either became stronger, died, or became ordinary.
This kind of battle lasted for more than 10 million years. After more than 10 million years, the belief universe seemed to have sent even more experts into the battlefield.
This time, they led a total of 8 ruler level 5 space beasts. This resulted in a sudden attack on the Nine Origin universe, killing a few experts of the voodoo race.
A large number of skeleton armies were destroyed. There were also other peak races who were accepted as believers.
Due to the sudden change, the other peak races contacted Wang Xian and wanted Lan Qingyue to bring Kuan to participate in the battle.
During this period of time, Lan Qingyue had been searching for resources and did not participate in this battle. After all, the resources of the Dragon Palace were still too little. It would be of great benefit to the development of the Dragon Palace if they occupied more precious lands.
As for the war, they could participate in it any time. At that time, with Xiaolan and the rest's strength, wouldn't they be easily defeated? Therefore, Wang Xian only took a look at the war formation and did not take it to heart.
Do you want to let the Dragon Palace participate in the war?
Wang Xian looked at the group of experts from the peak races in the individual communication group. They wanted the Dragon Palace to help them restrain the 8 space behemoths who were at the level of a ruler of level 5.
That works too.
Wang Xian thought for a moment and sent a message in the communication stone plate.
Yes, our Dragon Palace will send a Kuan to join the battle.
After this message was released, he told Lan Qingyue about it as well.
This time he would send Xiaolan over.
The news that Xiaolan, Xiaobai, and the rest had advanced to the level 6 Overlord realm was unknown even in the Nine Origin universe. Everyone thought that Lan Qingyue and the rest could only match up to the level 8 Overlord realm on their side. In fact, they could already reach the level 9 Overlord realm.
Sending one over was already enough. Moreover, it could also conceal the strength of the Dragon Palace.
Dragon King, one Kuan can only hold back 2 level 5 space beasts at most. Can the Dragon Palace send out all their forces? It's the war between our Nine Origin universe and the belief universe now. Furthermore, the gods that you've killed belong to your Dragon Palace. Wang Xian's message had just been sent over when an expert from the voodoo race spoke in the communication group. That's right. I think Dragon King, you guys can get the blue-green Moondragon Queen to lead all the Kuan to the battlefield. You guys have killed a large number of worshippers. This will be of great benefit to the development of your Dragon Palace. The expert from the Divine Tiger race also spoke up. I have a Kuan that just broke through not long ago. Sending that one is enough. At this moment, Lan Qingyue sent a message in the group chat.
When this message was sent, the entire group was silent for a few seconds. Even for the experts of the peak races, when they saw this message, they were also broke through? A Kuan that the ancient god of Dragon Palace had raised a Kuan master and a dragon queen had broken through? Wouldn't that mean that it was now comparable to their peak race's ruler, level 9? In the starry cosmos, wouldn't they be able to sweep through the disciples of their 9 origin cosmos and belief cosmos? Of course, sweeping through might be a little exaggerated. If a few powerful peak races really wanted to go all out, if they really wanted to go all out with treasures, they would be able to bring out their overlord level 9 strength. However, among the peak races, less than half were able to do so. And this was despite their losses. But now, they already possessed the combat strength of a ruler at the 9th level. This was too crazy. This dragon palace was simply invincible in the starry cosmos. Congratulations to the Kuan raised by the Dragon Queen for breaking through. With your Kuan, we can completely wipe them out. An expert from the shaman race side and said with respect, "Tell me the position of the cosmos gods that you believe in. I will bring the Kuan over and destroy them." Lan Qingwei directly said. The peak races immediately responded. Following that, Lan Qingwei led Little Blue into the battlefield. Lan Qingwei stepped into the battlefield. A group of peak races gave her information, and he destroyed them. However, this time, only the shamans and the skeleton race gave her 2 pieces of information. One was about the 8 space beasts, and the other was about a powerful army that believed in the universe. Lan Qing, you brought Little Blue over and easily destroyed them, obtaining the faith hearts of over 3,000 gods. Among them, the number of level 7 gods also reached 18, the faith hearts of ordinary believers of the universe. However, obtained a total of over 20,000. This battle was quite rewarding. However, after Lan Qing, you finished off these 2 faith universe combat powers. The other pinnacle races didn't send her any more messages. The gods who believed in the universe were a double-edged sword to the peak races. They wanted to destroy them and obtain the heart of faith, but they hoped that their peak races would destroy them, and not the other peak races. The Dragon Palace had destroyed so many gods who believed in the universe this time, so obtaining the heart of faith was very terrifying. Naturally, there would be many more experts born than them. These hearts of faith were something they coveted. Hence, the other peak races did not report any news. Wang Xian, Lan Qingwei, and the rest did not care. Compared to the number of gods and believers in the universe on the battlefield, Wang Xian's side had more. It was much more convenient to hunt here than on the battlefield. If Wang Xian was not afraid of killing the gods who believed in the universe out of the starry universe, he would have acted wantonly long ago. He would not have hidden his identity at all. Damn it, we suffered such heavy losses this time. 8 level 5 sovereign Kuan were killed, and more than a dozen level 7 gods were killed. At the passageway between the starry universe and the universe of belief, an old man from a palace had a gloomy and unsightly expression. In the Dragon Palace of the 9 origin universe, there is a powerful ancient god who feeds the Kuan Lord Dragon. His Kuan is not suppressed in the starry universe, and the Kuan that attacked should have reached level 6 sovereign. Not far away, another expert from another palace said with a slight frown, "This is indeed a huge problem. I really didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious existence in the 9 origin universe." The old man frowned and scanned his surroundings. Clearly, the other forces of the palace had also received this news. They could take in some experts of the 9 origin universe as disciples, so they naturally had a very good understanding of the news of the 9 origin universe. They were clear about all the forces and great beings in the 9 origin universe. Although a powerful Kuan was very troublesome for them, it was not to the extent that they could not do anything about it. Just like the Decree Palace, they had built a faith-based war god. It would take some time before it could be completed. The other palaces were also carrying out some preparations. The surrounding great beings of the various gods didn't speak, and soon, they became completely silent. They weren't too surprised that such a powerful being could erupt from the 9 origin universe. After all, the 9 origin universe was considered a relatively powerful existence among all the other universes. Time continued to pass.
The war between the Nine Origin universe and the Faith universe was completely eased because of Lan Qing Yu's sudden attack. Many disciples of great beings once again stepped into the path of searching for treasures.
Occasionally, there would be some small-scale battles. A few million years passed once again.
Wang.
At the same time, at the location of the Void Spirit treasured land, waves of powerful energy surged toward the surroundings. At the center of the Void Spirit treasured land around the black hole, the belief war god that had been forged with soul energy had also reached the final stage. It has already been 20 million years. With the help of the power of the virtual spirit land, they managed to build an existence that is comparable to a level 9 pantheon in more than 20 million years. This is considered to be very fast.
Wang Xian looked ahead with a twinkle in his eyes. 20 million years seemed to be a long time. However, compared to hundreds of millions of years or 1 billion years, it was nothing. If one was created in 20 million years, 10 could be created in 200 million years. This was a great deal. Ha ha ha, is it going to succeed? At this moment, an excited voice was heard. Wang Xian looked at the voice and immediately saw more than 10 figures flying over. Each of them was an existence at the level of a 7th level pantheon. When he saw them, a smile appeared on his face.
The creation of the belief god of war has been completed. The next step is to insert some memories into it.
At the center, an elder from the law enforcement palace spoke without even turning his head back. Good. With this belief god of war, we can step into more places. Ha ha! More than a dozen level 7 pantheon flew over from behind and spoke with smiles on their faces. They floated in front and raised their heads to look at this god of faith. Come, let's start injecting the memories. The elder from the Decree Palace smiled and flipped through the book in his hand.
When the book was flipped open, faith runes appeared one after another and surged towards the god of faith. It's time to make a move. We can't let them bestow the god of faith with memories and wisdom.
Wang Xian muttered to himself when he saw this scene. He had waited for 20 million years for this scene. It was a full 20 million years before they were able to complete the creation of this god of war. Once Wang Xian was able to obtain this god of war, his combat strength would be comparable to that of a level 9 pantheon, not to mention other things. This harvest could be said to be incomparably huge. Of course, there was also the faith heart of these 10,000 or so gods. It was worth it to wait for 20 million years.
Buzz. Just as they were imparting memories to the god of war, Wang Xian started to move. Waves of light and darkness energy suddenly enveloped the entire space. In addition, what they could not see was that outside of the light and darkness, there was a force of 5 elements.
To be on the safe side, Wang Xian instantly used all the power of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc. This was a strength that was comparable to 6 level 9 pantheon gods. When the terrifying and vast energy enveloped them, the faces of all the gods of faith suddenly changed.
What's going on? What happened? Oh no, what a terrifying energy. What a terrifying pressure.
What's going on? What kind of existence is attacking us? At this moment, all the gods of faith scanned their surroundings with a look of horror. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. Boom. However, in the next second, a wave of energy engulfed them. This wave of energy was mixed with light and darkness as well as the 5 elements. The 7 types of energy had almost merged together to form a strange energy. Of course, this strange energy was also deliberately created by Wang Xian. He didn't want these people who believed in the universe to escape from the universe because they knew he was too strong.
To him, these people who believed in the gods were mature leaks.
Wang. No, the pattern of the faith book, the word of faith.
Walala.
The gods of the faith universe felt this almost destructive attack, and their faces were filled with shock. The dozen or so gods holding the faith books immediately waved their arms.
The dozen or so books flew into the sky at the same time.
These books were all powerful treasures of the universe of faith. With the help of the words on the books, each book of faith was comparable to an expert at the level 8 ruler realm. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the power of a dozen or so books could be. However, what shocked the gods was that, under this terrifying attack, the dozens of books were instantly destroyed. They had no ability to resist at all.
How is this possible? When all the gods of faith saw the scene, their faces were filled with disbelief. They found it hard to imagine. With the help of the power of the books of faith, this was equivalent to more than 10 tier 8 gods. Such a terrifying power was instantly destroyed. Then what kind of existence was attacking them?
Everyone was extremely shocked.
No, I want to die.
Seeing the energy enveloping them, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Their faces were filled with despair.
Awe! But very quickly, desperate screams sounded.
More than 10,000 gods had all died under this terrifying power. This was more than 10,000 gods. Among them, there were more than 30 Tier 7 gods. The group of Tier 7 gods who had just arrived were even more miserable. They had just arrived, and they had already suffered such a fatal attack. It was simply too miserable.
More than 10 seconds later, the miserable screams completely disappeared.
They had no idea who had attacked them. They also didn't know where the enemy was. They died in such a sullen manner. Most importantly, their belief in the god of war had just been completed.
Wuxia smiled after killing more than 10,000 gods. He moved his palm and collected all the corpses. Then he looked at the 15 faith books that were floating in the air. These 15 books were bursting with powerful energy just now.
Unfortunately, they were facing the combined attack of the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon disc. Under this energy, the Tier 9 gods would be instantly killed. After putting away the 15 faith books, he didn't immediately look at them. Instead, he flew towards the Faith War God.
It was called the Faith War God, but it was formed from the power of the soul.
It was similar to the Nether Spirit's clone.
Furthermore, it was different from the avatar of the Netherworld Ghost. He couldn't control it as he pleased.
Wuxia stared at the god of war and sensed it. The power contained in it was indeed comparable to a ruler of level 9. If he could keep it for his own use, it would indeed increase his combat strength by a lot. Wuxia stared at the god of war with a contemplative look on his face.
He didn't know how to use it.
He had a method, which was to let the disciples of the Dragon Palace who were already dead fuse into the body of this soul warlord through the soul-returning embryo fruit. He would then be able to control the soul warlord and become an existence similar to an expert of the netherworld race.
He would then become a powerful soul body. Another method was to try to make his netherworld ghost avatar absorb it. If he could absorb it, he would be able to make his netherworld ghost avatar reach the level of a ruler of level 9. Of course, it was hard to say if he could achieve that.
That was because the netherworld race had yet to report that his ghost avatar's realm was higher than his.
However, Wuxia felt that it was not impossible for his ghost avatar to be stronger than him.
This soul body had been modified by the power of faith. His realm had already reached it. After his ghost avatar devoured it, there would be no problems with the shackles.
Therefore, there was still a high possibility of a breakthrough.
This won't do. I can't let the Nether Spirit avatar improve. If I improve myself in the future, wouldn't it be a waste?
There is a way to turn it into a weapon. As Wuxia spoke, he stared at the soul phantom. His body moved and wrapped it with energy. However, he soon realized that his energy could not shake it at all.
This phantom formed by the soul had been fixed by the gods of the universe. If he wanted to change it, he would need to use a stronger force to make it change. With a wave of his arm, he completely enveloped the light and darkness energy of the Tai Chi dragon disc. Following that, the powerful energy caused the appearance to change.
The god of war formed by the soul did not have a physical body. He could already change it.
Wuxia thought for a moment and transformed it into the appearance of a ship. Wuxia wanted to transform it into a powerful weapon.
Now that he had the Tai Chi dragon plate for defense and the 5 elements grinding for attack, he could transform it into the appearance of a ship. It could be used for attack and could also carry him to fly.
This was a good choice. Very soon, the god of war, which was created by the gods of the universe, became a soul warship. After the appearance change, the next problem was the control. After all, this ship was a dead object. It needed some control.
Integrate some of my soul into it, just like an innate treasure.
Wuxia mumbled. An innate treasure needed to be nurtured by oneself. After nurturing, one could control it as one wished.
However, there was one point. The time taken to nurture this ship would probably be very long.
The time taken would even reach millions of years. This was like a weakling who wanted to control a powerful treasure. It would take a very long time to nurture and get used to it.
However, Wang Xian could still accept a few million years.
With a thought, Wang Xian immersed himself in it and carried out some nurturing. Then, with a thought in his mind, he arrived above the black hole of the virtual spirit treasure ground. Looking at the soul power that was constantly being emitted from the black hole, he moved his body and his nether spirit avatars appeared around him. The 4 nether spirit avatars immediately began to gather the soul power in this place, condensing the soul power in this place into a corporeal form.
This corporeal soul power could be used as a soul armor or to upgrade a ship. It could be anything.
However, at this moment, he moved his palm and took out the 15 books of faith and examined them carefully.
The gods of the belief universe could use these 15 books to seal the soul powers in this place and quickly condense them.
He wanted to feel around to see if it was also possible. After sensing this book of faith, a shocked expression quickly appeared on his face.
Through his investigation, this book of faith contained a space.
In this space, there were a large number of souls. This soul was extremely pious as it continuously chanted and prayed.
Their souls were constantly emitting energy as they ate this book.
In other words, each of these books was forged with the lives of countless living beings. Become a mindless believer and pray in the book of faith. Some of the believers in this belief universe are really pitiful, Wang Xian mumbled, using the power of the believers to create a powerful treasure.
This method was a little cruel. However, this was also the law of the jungle.
Wang Xian could also lament about this matter. After all, the universe was very big and there were all kinds of things.
In the universe, being weak was the original sin.
After checking the 15 books of faith, Wang Xian tried to control them but to no avail.
Such books of faith could only be used by the gods that the souls in the books believed in. It was very difficult for the other living beings and the other gods to use them.
Of course, the powerful gods of faith could change their goals of faith and control them. However, Wang Xian didn't have this ability, so he could only destroy it. After destroying the belief book, it would turn into the purest power of belief. This power of belief had the same effect as the heart of belief. It could allow the disciples of the Dragon Palace to achieve a rapid breakthrough. After the belief book couldn't be used, it would be difficult for Wang Xian to condense all the power of the soul here. It would be impossible for him to gather all the soul power if the 4 ghouls broke up. The excess soul power would fill the surroundings, causing the virtual spirit treasure to expand continuously. However, Wang Xian did not mind it. He took out his communication disc and sent a message to Enlai. After Enlai received the message, he arrived very quickly. Wang Xian asked him to bring back the group of gods of faith and the book of faith that he had killed. Currently, more than 10 million years had passed. In the Dragon Palace, the number of powerhouses above the Overlord level had already reached about 15,000.
This was an extremely huge number.
Moreover, this number was still increasing rapidly. The Fiery Heart treasured land and the Baptism Dragon Pool. In addition, the combat strength of the middle level of the Dragon Palace had increased a lot this time. According to the news from Lan Qingyue, the weakest of the 1,000 charm dragon species had reached the ruler level 5. The leader of the charm dragon had reached the ruler level 6. This was a huge increase. The ruler level 6 was considered very strong in the starry universe. After all, the experts that entered the starry universe were at most at the ruler level 7. The growth rate of the charming dragon species was absolutely terrifying.
If this were to be revealed, the other peak species would definitely be shocked beyond words.
In addition, the dragon Ao crab of the devouring dragon was also improving at a terrifying speed. As for how much it had improved to, Wang Xian had no idea. Let's take control of this soul battleship first.
Wang Xian decided to stay here and had the idea of occupying it.
Furthermore, if this place was occupied by the belief universe, once they occupied it for a few 100 million years, wouldn't they be able to create dozens of belief warlords with the strength of a level 9 pantheon? When that time came, Wang Xian might be killed. Therefore, this place could not be occupied by the belief universe. Even if he were to leave this place in the future, he was prepared to come over and take a look from time to time. Once the gods of belief came over, he would destroy them. As he pondered in his heart, he sat cross-legged in the Soul battleship and began to nurture them. At the same time, after Wuxia had destroyed more than 10,000 gods from the Decree Palace and the other palaces, the Decree Palace and the others immediately received the news at the location of the Belief Universe passageway. When they sensed that more than 10,000 gods had been killed, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Something has happened at the Void Spirit Treasured Land. Elder of the Decree Palace, what exactly is going on?
Not far away, a palace's gods had also sensed the death of their own gods. Their expressions changed slightly as they asked the experts from the Decree Palace. We also just received the news. Let me ask.
An elder from the Decree Palace had a grim expression. He took out his communication device and immediately began to ask.
They suffered a terrifying attack and didn't discover who the enemy was. More than 10,000 gods were instantly enveloped by a great terror and were all killed.
Soon, the elder from the Decree Palace opened his mouth to speak, and a grave expression appeared on his face.
Oh! In the heavenly palace, the elder in the center frowned slightly when he heard this. Your Decree Palace has also suffered a terrifying attack?
You didn't sense the other party's existence? All of them were annihilated.
Yes, there are 7,000 to 8,000 gods from our Decree Palace in the Void Spirit Treasured Land. The elder from the Decree Palace trembled as he spoke with bloodshot eyes.
A powerful enemy is targeting us? Our heavenly palace didn't even see any enemies before they were all annihilated. This isn't normal. The heavenly palace elder spoke, his expression constantly changing. If it was only their heavenly palace that had such a problem, then it was probably because they had encountered a special space beast.
But now, the Law Order Palace had also encountered such a situation?
Was it a coincidence? Wasn't it too much of a coincidence? He had a faint feeling that there was definitely a powerful and terrifying manipulator among them. Our Decree Palace's Faith War God has just been completed, and the other party has attacked. The other party knows very well about our Decree Palace. As the Decree Palace elder spoke, his expression was abnormally ugly, and at the same time, he was also a little suspicious.
The worshippers of the Decree Palace were about to complete their construction of the war god, but in the end, they were met with a disaster. Why was this so?
Was there a powerful enemy in the dark?
Was it a terrifying existence from the Nine Origin universe?
Or was it done by the worshippers of the other palaces in the universe?
This wasn't impossible.
The worshippers of the 24 palaces in the universe weren't very harmonious. They often had some wars of faith.
In order to fight for believers, there had also been wars.
There were even a few temples among them that were like mortal enemies. Now, because of the opening of the space passage, they had shifted the internal war.
But he didn't dare to be sure that there were some internal fellows who wanted to deal with their Decree Palace.
It shouldn't be done by our belief universe. We understand each other. It's not so easy to destroy more than 10,000 gods in an instant. Moreover, according to the resurrected gods, the energy that attacked them isn't the power of belief, but an extremely strange energy. This energy doesn't seem like the 9 attributes of the 9 origin universe.
An elder next to the Decree Palace said, Yes, there is another possibility, and that is that some space beasts in the 9 origin universe did it. Everyone should have received news that the passage in the 9 origin universe was opened by space beasts living in the 9 origin universe.
These space beasts have supreme God realm existences, and they have intelligence. They might have reached some agreements with the 9 origin universe or made some deals. Elder Gong nodded his head and made another guess.
The possibility of this guess was also very high.
2 treasured lands have been occupied consecutively. What should we do now? If the 9 origin universe really came to an agreement with those space beasts, then we have no chance of contending against them.
That's not right. I don't think there will be any agreement. With the strength of those space beasts, it's simply too easy for them to destroy the gods they believe in. They can even easily destroy all of our gods and disciples.
The elder's guess was refuted by an elder beside him. According to the information they had received, the space beasts that had opened the passage between the 9 origin universe and the space universe were very powerful. If they really attacked them, the gods they believed in the space universe wouldn't be able to resist at all.
Could it be that only some of the space universes have reached an agreement with the 9 origin universe? The elders of the Order Palace frowned slightly, their expressions unsightly. No matter what, their Order Palace had suffered heavy losses this time. They had even lost the extremely powerful Void Spirit treasured land. Now, they didn't dare to send their disciples into the Void Spirit treasured land. That was because they had already set up a powerful defensive force in the Void Spirit treasured land, along with a group of experts and faith books. Such a force was instantly killed, and they didn't even know what the enemy was like. This force wasn't something they could contend against. Tell all the gods and disciples to be careful. A palace's powerful gods also slightly frowned as they spoke. The starry universe was a huge treasured land to them. Just because of the small loss, they couldn't make all the gods and disciples withdraw. They believed in the development of the gods by absorbing believers to increase their strength. The space beasts in the starry universe did not have high intelligence. Their bodies were terrifying. Every time they took in a space beast as a believer, the power of faith that was born was extremely terrifying. It was only 2 treasure grounds that were in trouble. It was not enough to force them to withdraw. However, it was necessary to be careful. They decided to continue to wait and see. Time passed quickly once again. At the location of the virtual spirit treasure land, Wuxia was constantly nurturing that soul battleship. He was nurturing it bit by bit, striving to reach the stage where he could control it at will. At the side, the 4 nether spirit avatars were condensing their soul power, preparing to turn it into powerful weapons. Millions of years passed once again. Wuxia was standing on a very special ship. The ship looked illusionary and seemed to have no energy at all. At the bow of the ship, there was a huge dragon head. The body of the ship was also occupied by a divine dragon. The entire ship was filled with a mighty aura. Wuxia moved his body and flew forward at a terrifying speed. The illusory ship was like a phantom in the universe. It looked somewhat mystical. Yes, it's very fast. Wuxia stood on the soul warship with a smile on his face. Over the past 2 million years, the soul warship had been completely nurtured by him. It was able to achieve the state of being one with him. With a thought, he could fly out quickly. The soul battleship's attack power was very strong, but it didn't have many offensive techniques. It also didn't contain any other energy. It was the purest soul power. This soul power had a special characteristic with the ghost clone. It completely ignored physical attacks. In addition, the soul battleship's function didn't contain any physical attacks. It could only attack the souls of living beings. However, because of this, the attack power of the soul battleship was very strange and terrifying. After all, it would not attack the physical body when it charged forward. Instead, it would attack the soul directly. If one was not careful, he or she might be severely injured. After the soul battleship was nurtured, Wuxia's strength had improved significantly. Due to the uniqueness of the soul battleship, it was not a problem for it to fight against a powerhouse who was at the level 9 realm and the level 9 pantheon of gods. The things that he had obtained over the past 10 million years were totally worth it. In addition, during the past few million years, Wuxia's own strength and the Netherworld Ghost Avatar had also received a considerable improvement. For Netherworld Ghost Avatars had condensed 2 soul armors that were comparable to a master of level 7. With 2 Netherworld Ghost Avatars, their strength could fight against 2 opponents of the same level. Such an improvement would be extremely terrifying if it was placed in the hands of other peak races in the 9 Origin universe. However, over the past few million years, Wuxia was able to discover that the soul power in the black hole was not endless. The birth of soul power required time. In other words, by wantonly consuming the soul power here, the soul power here would become less and less. This is normal. If there is no end to it, then this is illogical. If there is no end to it, it is only a matter of time before the soul power is used to create an expert at the peak level. As Wuxia spoke, he controlled the soul battleship and flew directly to the sky above the black hole. Buzz buzz buzz. Waves of energy emitted from the soul battleship and attracted a large amount of soul power from the surroundings. The soul battleship was built with the soul energy here. Naturally, it could gather the soul energy here. Moreover, its gathering speed was hundreds of times faster than the 4 Nether Spirit avatars. They were on completely different levels. I can continue to stay here. I can gather all the soul energy here. Wuxia made up his mind. He wasn't prepared to leave. Time began to pass quickly again. In the entire Dragon Palace, all the strong disciples were cultivating and accumulating. Because they had the faith heart provided by Wuxia, they didn't need to participate in this war. The strength of the strong disciples of the Dragon Palace was increasing at a terrifying rate. In the faith universe, they seemed to have calmed down as all the strong disciples of the two treasured lands were destroyed. Even in the battle with the Nine Origin universe, a large number of powerful disciples had been withdrawn. Another 10 million years passed, and the Nine Origin universe and the Belief universe had also sunk into a short period of peace. The powerful disciples of the two universes began to focus on searching for treasures and resources. As for Lan Qingyue, he also began to search for treasures and resources with Little Blue and the others. This allowed the Dragon Palace to obtain a large amount of resources. They didn't have to worry about resources at all. 10 million years. 20 million years. 30 million years. The starry universe fell into a rare period of peace. Wuxia was also constantly gathering the soul energy here during these 30 million years. In these 30 million years, Wuxia had mastered 3 soul items that were comparable to soul battleships. 2 of them had been successfully nurtured by him. As for the last one, it would take him a few million years to successfully nurture it. When he condensed the 3rd soul treasure of this level, the soul power in the virtual spirit treasure ground was almost depleted. Only the sky above the black hole was still emitting soul power. However, it would probably take him 10 to 20 billion years to accumulate to the same level as before. This virtual spirit land is temporarily crippled. Wuxia stood at the center of this land of treasures. The surrounding spiritual energy had already disappeared. Only some of it was being emitted from the black hole. This was a land of treasures. It was not inexhaustible. It required time to accumulate. However, if he wanted to accumulate to the state that Wuxia was in when he first arrived, the next calamity might end. We can leave this place now. AO Crab has already absorbed all the energy in the Black Codex treasure land more than 10 million years ago. Even for the charming dragon species, he has already absorbed all the energy. Yes, the special energy in the treasure land was not infinite. Over at the Black Codex treasure land, AO Crab had millions of devouring dragons. The speed of his devouring was terrifying. More than 10 million years ago, it had already absorbed all the energy in the Black Scripture treasured land. The black liquid had already been used up. To recover again, it would take a long time. And the AO Crab's strength had also reached the level of a ruler at level 5, comparable to a ruler at level 4 amongst the pinnacle races of the Nine Origin universe. In addition, out of the 1,000 charm dragon species, 100 had reached the level of a ruler at level 7, while the rest were at level 6. During this period, the strength of the Dragon Palace had received a terrifying replenishment. The number of overlord powerhouses had also reached 40,000. This was a very powerful number. The increase in the number of overlord powerhouses in the Dragon Palace should be comparable to the total number of the other 12 peak races. Wuxia spoke. After all, they had killed too many powerhouses who believed in the gods this time. Next, I will continue to search for the precious land occupied by the universe of belief. After that, I will destroy them and claim them as my own. Wuxia made up his mind. With a move of his body, he immediately flew into the distance. He was prepared to continue searching and hunting. Standing on the soul battleship, Wuxia quickly flew in one direction. Apart from this soul battleship, there were 2 other Wuxia now. 2 soul spears. These 2 soul spears would definitely be an extremely terrifying killing weapon after they were shot out. Most importantly, after the soul spears were successfully nurtured, Wuxia could retrieve them instantly after he shot them out. With his current strength, it was simply too easy for him to kill a level 9 overlord. With his strength, he could fight against 8 to 9 existences at the level 9 overlord realm. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Wuxia was flying, messages suddenly came from the communication stone plate. When Wuxia opened the communication stone plate and saw the messages, he was slightly stunned. Dragon King, there is a sensational news from the Peak race. The Voodoo race has created a powerful voodoo puppet with the body of a space beast. It is comparable to a level 9 powerhouse. This time, they have killed a large number of powerhouses who believed in the universe. The demon race has nurtured a few fifth-level space beasts. They've also attacked the gods who believe in the universe, but they're not weak either. The two sides fought for a long time before splitting up. In addition, according to what we know, the other peak races are also looking for ways to increase their strength. There's a rumor from the skeleton race that they're nurturing a powerful space beast skeleton. I guess that the other peak races are doing the same thing. Prime Minister Gue sent the message. When he saw the message, he was shocked. The other peak races were already thinking of ways to resist the suppression of the universe. Perhaps the peak races had been preparing for this research since the beginning. The initial method was to tame the space beast and raise its strength after taming it. The space beast wouldn't be suppressed here. With the power of the pinnacle races, they could easily capture a ruler level 4 space beast, tame it, and give it a large amount of resources to nurture. After all, it was only a ruler level 4 space beast. For the pinnacle races, nurturing it wasn't difficult. For a level 4 space beast, it would be comparable to a level 8 space beast in the 9 Origin universe when it was nurtured to a level 5 space beast. Moreover, as these space beasts belong to the living beings in the universe, they would not attract the attention of the powerful space beasts. In fact, in the universe, as long as it was not a level 8 space beast, it would not attract the attention of the king of the space beasts. The peak races are indeed the peak races. Wang Xian mumbled as his eyes sparkled. However, although their improvement was terrifying, on the surface, the strength of the Dragon Palace was still very terrifying. More than 30 million years ago, Shaolan's strength was displayed. The other peak races also knew that the ancient god-feeding Kuan master had 3 Kuan. More than 30 million years ago, 1 Kuan had reached the ruler of level 6. Then, more than 30 million years later, the other 2 Kuan masters might have also reached the level of a ruler at level 6. In addition to the ancient god-feeding Kuan master, the Dragon Palace had the strength to fight against 4 experts at level 9. Among the peak races, they should still be considered the strongest. However, the peak races now all had their own trump cards. Shaolan and the rest are still some distance away from leveling up. I wonder how much they have leveled up from the other peak races.
Wang Xian mumbled, I have to hunt down some of the gods who believe in the universe as soon as possible.
He scanned his surroundings. While nurturing the last soul treasure, he was also looking for the powerhouses in the belief universe. The 9 Origin universe has been very arrogant recently. They have killed a large number of our powerhouses consecutively. It's time to kill them all. At the same time, at the passage of the belief universe, a great being of the gods glanced at all the great beings in the surrounding palaces and said, Indeed, with some arrangements, we can capture all the great beings and disciples of the 9 Origin universe in one go. The elder of the Decree Palace nodded and agreed. Each palace will send out a top-tier combat power, and 24 of them are enough to destroy them. The great beings and disciples of the entire 9 Origin universe, as well as the resources, will be divided equally among the 24 palaces. At the right rear, a great being from a palace glanced around and said, Sure. The gods from the other palaces nodded.
Over the past tens of millions of years, they had already understood everything about the 9 Origin universe. Most of the elite disciples, rulers, and great beings below level 8 had already arrived in the 9 Origin universe.
Now, it was time to capture all the great beings' disciples from the 9 Origin universe in one fell swoop. Capture them all in one fell swoop. Those who couldn't be taken in as believers were all annihilated. Those who could be taken in as believers were subdued. Then, they would reproduce and give birth to more disciples of the 9 Origin universe. Then, the resources of the starry universe would be used by them as they pleased. Those who couldn't be used could be given to the believers of the 9 Origin universe to increase their strength.
The belief universe during the last calamity was able to exterminate a universe because of their belief method. Take in the disciples of the great beings of that universe as believers and then let them reproduce.
The living beings that reproduced continued to believe in them. With this method, they conquered the entire universe. They were prepared to use the same method to take in the great disciples of the 9 Origin universe as believers and develop believers.
As for those that couldn't be taken in, they would be killed directly.
If they could take in a large number of believers of the 9 Origin universe,
and the great disciples of the Nine Origin universe were driven away, then the resources of the starry universe would be used by themselves.
Those that couldn't be used would be used by the believers from the Nine Origin universe.
When the believers' power increased, their power would also increase. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Then make your move as soon as possible. 12 top-tier warriors will block their escape route, and the other 12 top-tier warriors will confront them head-on.
One of the gods spoke, took out their communication devices, and sent a message. The gods from the other palaces also passed down orders.
In these tens of millions of years, they had all used special methods to obtain the combat power of the Tier 9 gods. Some were level 6 space beasts that had been taken in as believers, and some were battle puppets condensed from the power of faith. The 24 palaces had created powerful treasures in these tens of millions of years. An existence that could occupy 2 universes was not that simple. The top races of the Nine Origin universe did not know that the belief universe was preparing to attack the disciples of the great beings of the Nine Origin universe. At this moment, because the Witch clan had revealed their powerful combat strength and killed a large number of the gods of belief, the other top races were not willing to be outdone. They took out their trump cards one by one. These trump cards had only been created in the recent tens of millions of years. They also began to hunt down the gods of faith. What a terrifying energy of faith there. There are a large number of experts and disciples of the universe of faith there.
Wuxia was flying rapidly within the domain of the universe of faith. He flew towards the center of the universe of stars for 2 years.
During these 2 years, he didn't encounter any gods or disciples who believed in the cosmos.
But at this moment he suddenly sensed a majestic belief energy coming from the left and back. This made his eyes shine. He could sense this majestic belief energy from a great distance. This energy was even more majestic than the void spirit treasured land. This meant that there were more than 10,000 gods of the universe in that direction.
Furthermore, their strength was extremely terrifying. They are flying towards the right. Wuxia sensed it, and with a thought, the Tai Chi dragon disc around his body appeared and slowly concealed him. He was in the yin-yang space and was flying towards the direction of the majestic faith energy. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Wuxia immediately saw a faith army flying towards the front. Yes, this was an army, a powerful army. There were more than 1 million faith gods and their disciples. Wuxia took a glance and saw that there were around 80,000 gods.
The remaining 1 million were all elite believers of the faith universe. They were all experts that were comparable to venerables at the 7th rank or above. Among them, there were also over 100 level 7 gods. This number was truly terrifying. In addition, in the center of the belief army was a space beast. This was a level 6 space beast. This space beast should be controlled by the belief gods. On the space beast were more than 100 level 7 gods.
This army of gods was flying forward rapidly.
This caused Wuxia's eyes to sparkle with astonishment.
He hesitated for a moment and decided to make a move. With so many gods, destroying them would bring huge resources to the Dragon Palace. As for what they were going to do, he would know after checking out a few of them alive. He moved and flew towards the spot in front of them. Wuxia was hiding in the void as he arrived in front of them. He was unleashing the Taiji Dragon Disc at full force while the 5 Elements Millstone was ready to attack at any time. He was even prepared to take out the Soul Battleship and the Soul Spear at any time to deal a fatal blow to the Army of Faith.
The Army of Faith soon arrived in his line of sight. Wuxia stared at them calmly. He was prepared to attack immediately when the enemy reached his side.
The space beast flew and approached him. It didn't sense Wuxia. The powerhouses of the gods on the space beast didn't sense him either. However, when they were not far from Wuxia, they were in the middle of the group of level 7 gods of the space beast.
An old man was sitting in the middle with his legs crossed. He was holding a bead in his hand. He closed his eyes and kept moving his mouth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked at the bead of faith in his hand.
On the bead, he saw that he was about to die. Not good. There's an ambush. Be careful. His eyes focused, and he immediately shouted loudly. He waved his arm, and the bead in his hand immediately floated in the air in front of him. What? Be careful. The elder of the gods suddenly cried out in alarm. and the expressions of the surrounding Tier 7 gods changed. Without the slightest hesitation, the power of faith on their bodies trembled, and with a wave of their arms, boundless and terrifying power of faith surged into the pearl. Defend!
A Tier 7 god roared.
The gazes of the surrounding gods and disciples of the army of 1,000,000 believers focused, and they instantly entered battle mode. Roar! 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 The space beast, who was a ruler of level 6, also roared as he scanned his surroundings. Waves of energy charged forward. I was actually discovered?
However, I have already entered my attack range. Die!
Wang Xian's eyes focused as a cold expression appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, the 5 elements grinding appeared in front of them instantly, covering the entire starry sky.
Countless 5 elements attacking numinous treasures were heading towards them.
The Tai Chi dragon disc also started to move and flew towards the space below them. An incomparably huge Tai Chi diagram appeared below them in an instant. The Tai Chi started to revolve and a terrifying aura rose upwards. Light and darkness revolved and interweaved with each other to revolve rapidly, crushing everything above them.
At the same time, a soul spear appeared in Wang Xian's hand. He aimed it at the level 6 cosmic behemoth.
Oh no! Be careful. Defend with all your might. The level 7 elders of the gods in the center of the Chenyuan Palace looked horrified when they saw the 5 elements millstone and the Tai Chi dragon plate that appeared above and below them in an instant.
On the belief bead in the sky, it was clear that they were being killed.
It meant that they were invincible. They would be killed.